Watching the unlisted VOD. We are live. And I'm just going to start talking randomly because there's not too much of a plan today. Basically, I'm going to be talking to crowdsourced politics today. And yeah, that's the game plan. We had some debate subjects that we never really got to address. And so we'll probably be addressing those tonight. I'm sure we'll also be taking a look at, recent drama, recent conversations, all that kind of stuff. And then maybe we'll also talk to Stardust later on. So I understand it's a Friday night. We're starting a little bit early. Might be a little bit more of a chill stream for a bit. But if you got one, I could just kind of walk through the Destiny stuff for let's go, Astronaut Farmer. So far, you're the only gentleman here, but that's good because now you get to choose the content. So so have you caught any of the Destiny shenanigans, or are you unaware of it? All right, James Hansen, appreciate you. We'll be murdering some things. Also false. Okay, yeah, people are starting to show up. All right, so for those of you who don't know what happened over the past week, for me anyways, if you're not like huge into politics, you're more into the Warhammer 40K stuff or whatever. Although there's great things on the horizon for Warhammer 40K, so we could actually talk about that with Chad a little bit too. Yeah, so Alfarius caught both combos with Destiny. Cringe! No! Don't do it. Oh, man. Ericoda at Counterpoints. What's up, man? I'm on holiday block leave for the next 20 days. Can't wait to catch up on what you've been doing. Oh, great. We're, Cabal, my Candy V? My Bonbon? I don't know. You're going to have to spell that out. Anyways, so yeah, let's just do 40K real quick because that's really short. So DC, in their infinite stupidity, basically tried to hire back Henry Cavill for the Superman role, and then they like ghosted him. They were like, "Oh yeah, basically just getting psych. You quit The Witcher for nothing. Got you." And then Henry Cavill was like, all right, well, Amazon's working with Games Workshop on Warhammer 40K, and I'm an A-list celebrity, and they want me to produce and act, so I'm just going to go do that. So, and his tweet, or not his tweet, his Instagram post was basically like, hey, guys, I know a lot of people are concerned about, the corporate stuff and blah, 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 but I'm telling you that we're going to keep it original to the lore. We're going to show you something that you've always wanted to see, but then we'll also show you some new things too. So basically, I hope that he contractually gets, like, in his contract, like, hey, I'm a lore master, or I will appoint a lore master. We're going to be sticking to this level of authenticity. And as a result of us staying with this level of authenticity, we're going to, create an excellent product. And we can do like a limited product where it's not like, Space Marines out the gate. It's not, Custodes out the gate. It's not like a Amazon level blockbuster franchise. But just even a small story with like a season, even an anthology, like well-directed, well-shot anthology series with really good special effects, with high consultation from like 3D animators and all that kind of stuff. Even that, if they can create a pilot product that's successful, then you can then the universe is the limit, because Warhammer 40K has everything in it. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the universe, it has Judge Dredd. It has what else does it have in there? It has the Terminator series. It has Mad Max. It has, I'm trying to think of what else, like the Destiny video game. It has, anyways, you get it, like colonial space triremes and religious voodoo shit and space magic and violence and death and destruction and Space Marines and Custodes, and it's fucking glorious. So the point is, aliens in Dead Space. True. You could even do like excellent like horror films in the you could do excellent horror films in 40K, because like 40K is kind of a horrific universe. So you can do science fiction action, but you could also do horror films or Western films or cop films or whatever. Like you can do all sorts of wild shit with it. So the sky's the limit as long as they build a foundational good product. So yeah, set your expectations to 0. Protect yourself. Indeed. I'm expecting trash, but I'm, I'm hopeful just because Henry's involved basically. So let's bleed my Psyker staff. So I never wanted to play Psyker, but the powers of like crushing skulls and shit. Well, now he can't eat me because he ate my friend. Boom. Shooting a lightning bolt into his skull. It's pretty sweet. Is there hentai in the 40K universe? Absolutely. There's like endless amounts of hentai. The Tau are just weebs. They're just, you know, I mean, obviously they're like more Chinese than they are Japanese, but still, they are absolutely, there's big old titties. Starship Troopers, true. Hey, man, you got to not let people like Sherry get under your skin like the other day. It's not worth it, man. Batera, that is like the one thing that I'm absolutely going to defend from that episode was Sherry being a massive garbage human being and me using the C word. So I'm writing a little bit of a manifesto. Actually, so let's do that. Let's clean up 40K and then let's get into the Destiny drama for the people who are unaware. This Psyker using the warp in the presence of demons. How? Because they're sanctioned or they're a loyalist. Actually, the really interesting thing about this one is so that I really didn't want to play the Psyker because I was like, I don't want to be a heretic. I don't want to be playing with heresy. I don't want to be playing with, you know, the warp and, you know, all that kind of crap. I'd rather be like a veteran guardsman or the zealous preacher or even the Ogren. I used to hate Ogrens because I think the models are ugly as shit. But this game has made me love Ogrens. Just like 12-foot tall dudes with fucking Down syndrome who can just beat the shit out of people with fucking ammo crates. It's glorious. Like it's actually legitimately fun. So I love Ogrens now. They're probably some of my favorite fun characters in the series. But you're distracting me. So the Psyker character that I'm playing is actually a former detective for the Adeptus Arbitus or for the Enforcers. So they actually used to like solve crimes by using their psychic powers, which is like that's just a sweet backstory, man. That's just an excellent backstory. So I'm a big fan. Dan Abnett did the consulting. Oh no, almost died. Dan Abnett did the narrative consulting. I get that this isn't like a hugely narrative game, but the parts that are narrative are excellent, and so I'm very excited about that. The models are ugly as shit. That's fair. True, King. Ogrens are my favorite space autists besides Space Marines. True. And actually, so there's like a part of me that's like really into Ogrens now because basically, look at this dude. He's on steroids. He's carrying 250 caliber machine guns just duct taped together. You know, he has like an IQ of 80, and he's just like smashing bad guys. Like it's amazing. It's amazing to watch. It's like, you know, watching a gorilla stomp around and smash shit while also being capable of firing machine guns, and not like in the metaphorical way where Space Marines are treated like gorillas by the Eldar. It's like, no, this dude legitimately has the IQ of a fucking gorilla who's capable of doing hand signals, and he just happens to be able to speak English. I fucking love it. It's a great part of the universe. But you guys are distracting the fuck out of me. And then also I have like this like weird duelist sword, which I thought was like a little flimsy. But what's also interesting is you can watch. There's like the most realistic sword fight ever, and it's a bunch of Polish dudes with these kinds of sabers, and they do this like awesome saber duel. Like literally, y'all should type in your YouTube in the background, like most realistic saber duel ever. And if you see like a movie that looks like it was shot in the 2010s with two Polish-looking dudes with mustaches and long like Viking-style hair fighting with this sword, absolutely watch the shit out of that video. Because basically it is really good for sword fighting. It is like really good coordination and all that kind of shit. And they do like little silly, flimsy slashing moves like this, but they actually show how they could be effective in a duel. So it's pretty cool. Anyways, y'all are distracting the fuck out of me. We can't even get to the Destiny drama because we keep talking about 40K, which is based. I fucking love 40K. So, I mean, we can just keep talking about 40K for a minute. But I do want to eventually get to the Destiny drama. So that's the movie The Deluge? Maybe. Anyone familiar with a Muslim skeptic? He argued with Stardust at DebateCon for a minute. I would not mind getting into the Islamic debatosphere because actually, technically, I think that I would agree with them a lot. And then there would just be like maybe I would get murdered for, being heretical or whatever, but I think there's some things about the faith that's very universal, and then I think there's some things about the faith that are very limiting and kind of limit how effective the faith can be in the Western world. So if it was kind of just like monotheism with meditation, daily prayer, and some social conservatism in order to make the world like a better place, I think that could work out. But if it's like, no, literally, like you have to believe A, B, C, X, Y, Z in a very dogmatic way, similar to Christianity, I don't know if Islam has as much room to grow. But I would love to, love, to talk to some Islamic theocrats. So, nah, let's keep talking about 40K. Hiroshima victims, like, nah. Leave all that drama shit. Yeah, we'll get into the drama shit eventually, but for now. Oh, can I show you this? This shit's so sad. So they started putting casualties in the game of not just your dudes, or the bad guys, but also like the Ogrins. So there's like another one where it's an Ogrin who's dead with a knife impaled on a Warpound. And it's actually just like legit sad because it's like, man, I wish he was a part of my fire team. I would have tried to save him, because I fucking love Ogrins now. Oop, that's fire. So, next person who looks at me is going to get their skull crushed. So what else about 40K? I mean, the Space Marine 2 trailer dropped. If y'all haven't watched that shit, y'all need to. I did a breakdown of it lore-wise and gameplay-wise, and it's probably nothing new for people who are already like invested into it, but it just looks good, man. It just looks legitimately good. Having Darktide, I know there's a lot of complainers about Darktide. I love Darktide. I think it's great. The only thing that's like problematic about it is it repeats, obviously. Like I played this level like probably 30 times now. But the replayability is super high because you can play as different characters with different classes and weapons and skill sets and all that kind of stuff. So the replayability is super high. It just like narratively, doesn't make sense necessarily. But, look at this. I've channeled the warp through a psi staff, and then I blew people apart with raw warp magic. Like that's a cool thing to do. You know what I'm saying? So I'm a very happy camper. And like, look at this. There's this like chaos asshole with like shit all over him, but I knocked him down with explosive barrels, and I'm just gonna like death by 1,000 cuts fence him to death. I mean, that's a cool moment. So when they add some more missions and fix the net code, it's going to be good. Yeah, true. I kind of points. You hear about the fusion ignition shit? Fusion energy is now proven to work in physics. Let's fucking go. Yeah, Tiberius had a more skeptical video that I haven't watched yet saying that it's like basically a boondoggle, but I don't know if I believe him. I'm hoping it's not a boondoggle. I hope this is an energy revolution similar to how revolutionary fission was. And so if we can get something as revolutionary as fission, start generating some large-scale reactors and, have a stable energy source that isn't going to risk melting down cities, I think that's super based. So use the YouTube clout to get a Rotrader alpha key? All right. Maybe. I don't like turn-based stuff, though. And you didn't go to the black ships or turn into a warp portal? Well, I mean, in your own shit, you could say, like, yeah, like I went to the black ships first. I was trained formally. Then they sent me back to a planet in order to work for the enforcers. And now, I talk shit about the wrong person. And as a result of talking shit about the wrong person, I'm now, I'm now in trouble. I think that's like a perfectly fine headcanon lore. Now, like, obviously this dude's like 30 or some shit, which in the 40K universe, like, most people are dead by their 30s. Probably. It's kind of like, medieval Europe. But you can headcanon it and still have something really cool. So I'm not complaining. I love this game a lot. FPS nerd. No, FPS is based. The crashing is unbelievably frustrating. That's a major issue. Have you not experienced the crashes and connectivity issues? No, I haven't. So what I did a while back, because I was having problems, I was having lots of internet crashes with my streams, like all the time. Like people remember back in the early Prime Kai days, my mic was cutting out. I was crashing half the time. I had to like log back in half a dozen times. It was really frustrating, and it was really frustrating for the panel host too. But basically what ended up happening was I upgraded my internet to the next tier. I got a Cat 8 Ethernet cable, so I was running a hard line instead of Wi-Fi. Never should have been running Wi-Fi. Don't know why I would ever run Wi-Fi, but I got like the most fast cable that I could. That solved the internet crashing issues, and then also Vici, want to shout out to him and also to the community. A good chunk of people put together like around $1,500, $2,000 in order to help me buy a new computer, and this thing's pretty sick. Like I don't think it's as good as, like a performance like Hassan Piker or let's explode this guy's head. It's not as good as like the pros, but it's not bad. Like it's not a bad investment at all. So boom, that's your skull, you dumb bitch. So you can go up to 100 in perils, but then you have to bleed out or else your body will explode. And by bleed out, I mean like you literally diffuse the power of the warp into the area around you or else you'll fuck yourself up. And the world record for calling someone a cunt in an online stream goes to Counterpoints. I am proud of that record. Were you on Wi-Fi instead of hardline? Yeah, but just for like a little bit. I'm relatively boomer. I'm a millennial, so I'm not like horrifically boomer, although all of my support staff are going to disagree with that assessment. They're going to be like, no, you're a fucking idiot piece of shit. But yeah, Samantha and Taze both helped me de-boomer my rig quite a bit. I'm very lucky to have talented, intelligent, technical people who are willing to help me out. So, as if a fourth person is loading in, you can't proceed, or elevators to the next section can lead to like 12 minutes screen sometimes. Yeah, so none of that has been happening for me. So I wonder if it's because, one, I invested in my internet hardline link, and then also, two, if it's because I invested in a new computer. So I just don't deal with that at all. So, yeah. James Hansen, at Counterpoint 30K, you might have won the C-Word Rant Award for an American. There's no way you even scratched the surface for a banger C-Word rant for the Commonwealth. True! I got stuck at the 30th AG Reception Battalion at beginning for over a fucking month now. I'll finally do O-suit after holiday block leave. I don't know if that means that you're actually done with boot or what that means, but I know that shit. Hurry up and wait in the military is some of the most frustrating shit in the world, so just, don't become like a rabid alcoholic. Become like a normal alcoholic. Don't drink and drive. And then if you can find a reliable female or male, whatever you're into, to touch your wiener, find that and keep it and guard it. Keep it secret. Keep it safe. So, don't throw me off, you son of a bitch. Fucking boomers, man. And that's a character style in here. So anyways, keep it secret. I need a new computer. It's only a 1070. I missed the Quest rewards a couple of times. Yeah. So you just got to, I'm running it pretty strong. That's probably why I have a really positive, like, favored opinion on Darktide. I think it's fucking great. Like the amount of fun moments that I've had in here are great. And the issues that people are complaining about compared to what I would say 1 out of 10, 1 out of 20 games crashes and I get kicked out. That's not a huge deal for me. Dude, look at this. This is Chaos Imperial Guard, Poxwalkers, and a Scion with a hotshot lasgun that I'm currently chasing down with a saber in order to slash to death. Like I'm saying, like it's so awesome. Oh shit! Although I'm definitely gonna die because my team is just like leaving me alone right now. Where the fuck is my team? Can we go? Thank you. So, point being, it's set, like there's so many cool tiny details and tiny moments that you can tell that a lot of love went into the game. So there are people in Fat Shark who put love into this game. So they love this game, and I can see that. Somebody building that lasgun, somebody building this kit, these things, this Ogren, the armor, the M250 cals, the conscript narrative, the Catechin jungle blade. Somebody loves this game, and they love this game while they're making it. So that like when I see that somebody pours in love and effort into something, that makes me love it too. So that's kind of based. I haven't even fucking started BCT reception for a fucking month. Oh, yeah, Ericoda, that's awful. I'm so sorry. Can you remind me what branch you joined? And then Discord, do Discord exclamation point. I think you can also just do discord.com/counterpoints to Corn. And we do have a very active Warhammer 40k community. So a lot of the people for live streams are used to debates and chats and all that kind of stuff along political lines. But I do debate politics, and we'll probably be doing that later tonight. But there is a thriving, small but thriving, political and Warhammer 40k community in the Discord. So, boom. Dumb bitch. Sorry. That's rude of me to yell at that at Cultus. Aside from the crashing, I'm thoroughly enjoying everything it offers. I just need a friend to play with. Dude, join the Discord. Are you kidding me? Yeah. And Yellow Zanagi. Awesome. So Discord discord.com/counter. It could be counterpoint. I think it's counterpoints though with an S at the end. So I think that's what it is. Discord.com/counterpoints. And if somebody is in the Discord, actually I think only mods can post links in the chat. So sorry. I will post it by the end, but just I think you can also check in the YouTube description. In the YouTube description, it'll be there as well. So god damn, it's a lot of fucking cultists. So, God, I can't mantle. That sucks. All right, I'm coming. Jeez, everybody's fucking down. Got to make sure that there's not a trapper here. Yeah, where's a trapper? You got it? Nice. All right, I'll go get my boy. Get out of here. Get out of here. Where's my boy? I got it. Hey, don't hit me while I'm on the ladder, you son of a bitch. You're shitting my wiener right now. This is not a family-friendly stream, by the way, so if you're not used to, like, grievous amounts of profanity, be ready. All right, is our boy up? Everybody's up. All right, so let's go protect our other boy. So yeah, have you tried the new Zealot weapon? No, but I am super excited. As a matter of fact, I might change to the Zealot, and I might change to the what would you call it? The Zealot, and I might change to the Ogren just so I can go pick up the Crushers because they are sick. I've seen the background. Yellow Zanagi? No. We just don't have like a super active gaming community. Most people do it on the weekends and shit. So it's not like people aren't playing Darktide all the time. That's not a problem. I'll literally if you want to boot up right now, I'll literally invite you or whatever. So I love Zealot first. Sorry, I'm like reading your guys' shit while I'm stabbing people to death. Army went to Fort Jackson for 3 weeks for the arms program, fat camp, then was at Fort Benning for a little over a month now, at least my MOS now, 11C, infantry mortarman. Yay, yeah, you're going to cover a lot. Dude, you're going to get, you're going to get fucking strong. You're going to get fucking strong, and you will have tinnitus in the next 4 years. So very based of you, and when people complain about, oh, what did you do? Were you a pogue or a grunt? You could be like, yeah, I was a grunt, Like, I wasn't, like, an infantryman, and I wasn't heavy weapons, but I was a mortarman, which is still badass and hardcore, and I have tinnitus and a little bit of post-traumatic anxiety, so based. So based. You're shitting my wiener right now? Yeah, James Hansen, yeah, that's very normal for this. Hello, Diego Sequeira. So, I kind of want to supercharge my shit here and blow up some zombies. So we can do that. Boom. Suck it, you dumb zombie bitches. And then let's get the fuck out of here. So, what was I thinking? Literally did nothing but eat, sleep, clean, and shit for a month. We didn't even do anything until 3 days ago. Jesus fuck. Dude, go to the gym. Lift some weights. What are you doing? Use your time wisely. Work out. Try to find some base bunnies or whatever. Use Tinder. Grinder, whatever you're into. Try not to catch an STD. Marry a stripper. Buy a sports car at 13% interest. How many hours have you invested in this so far? I don't know, but I've done everything up to level 30. So I have an Ogren at 30, a Zealot at 30, a Veteran at 30, and I have, I'm working right now. I'm working on the fucking Psycher. Yeah. Well, and Corn, you don't necessarily have to. No, it's not a Patreon thing. It's free. Come hang out. And you don't have to, or what I was thinking, you don't have to wait until the end of the stream. You can just go into any of my YouTube video descriptions, and my Discord should be linked. So yeah, so you should be fine. I kind of want to show you all the knife, although I just ran out of money, so that's not going to happen this round. The knife is fucking hilarious because like I thought it sucked so bad at first, but you can literally just run around and stab people in the fucking face. So yeah. Yeah, and then I'll change my operative. I'll go to the Zealot, and then I'll show you guys the knife because it's fucking hysterical. Like you're basically like, you move really fast and just like shank people in the head. And the point is to move fast enough that you don't get hit. So it's not great at hordes, but as far as like running up on somebody and going, hiya! Like right into their fucking face, it's brilliant. So we have 55 people here on YouTube, 2 people on Twitch. God, I don't know what you need for discoverability on Twitch. That like literally, I'm always dead on Twitch. I don't know what to do about it. So whatever. Literally a 50 viewer Andy or a 55 viewer Andy, like normally, but 30 to 40 of that is on fucking YouTube. So I have no idea what to do about that. So let's just check my Twitter real quick, just see if CSP is live. It's 8:30. I told him we go live at 9, and then I guess we've been talking about like 40K and just bullshit with chat for a half hour. So I wouldn't mind. Just reviewing the Destiny drama real quick. Twitch is dead, bro. Probably. I'm an SJW. True. You can Hassan clone number 3. True. And then, just fucking try to what would it be? Like fucking just become like, oh, I already have my catechin blade out because it's such a fucking based weapon. Based? The flamer's solid. Love the flamer. All right, everything's green. This is good. Where's the cosmetics? Is there a cosmetic here that I haven't seen before? This is lame. All right, I don't know where it is. Feats are good. What? Oh, there's also like penances. Where do I see penances? I don't know where I see them. Feats? No. Penances. Here we go. That protects block 900 damage in 10 seconds. Interesting. Share 250 ammo or health packs. We'll get that done for sure. Discipline. Complete 100 successful data interrogations. Yeah, we're close. We're close on that. Like a floor leaf clover, reach trust level 30 with all 4 classes. Okay, we're working on that. Class. I don't give a shit about this. Let's just go play. Why do you have a racist haircut? Because I'm racist. So, easy answer. Sorry for the small amount of time I spent here, but I have got to get up at 6 a.m. and it's 1:30, so see it. No, Diego Sequeira, thank you for hanging out. So, yeah. And then... Why do you have a racist haircut? I'm racist. And then fucking Corn is like, awesome. Nice. We need to bring back Bowie knives for the military and practical as fuck, but so fucking badass. True. So what's my favorite rifle? My favorite rifle is something I shared on Twitter right now, which is somebody like a Heckler and Koch G3, and they like smashed it together with a Tommy gun. And of course, it's like a cartoon, so it's not like real or anything, but it's fucking sick. Looks awesome. So if you scroll for the 500 tweets that I fucking did, it looks great. But what is this stream about? It's about your fucking mom. I'm just kidding, bum number 1. You're here all the time, so I'm not actually trying to be rude. What is this stream about? Right now we're bullshitting. We just spent the past like 30 minutes talking about Darktide and fucking video games and 40K and all that kind of shit. But if you guys want to get into the Destiny drama, I'll get into it just to summarize it for those of you who didn't know. And I am writing like a manifesto. So basically, I'm writing a mini-festo, so to speak, a summary of the situation from start to finish, since I wasn't able to actually forward a positive position in the in either one of those arguments. So I'll kind of like summarize it for you lightly for those of you. Oh, Jesus Christ! I just spawned, you son of a bitch, and I just got tasered and fucking beaten up by a mutant. in like 30 seconds. All right, so I want to show you this shank. Hold on, let me show you this fucking stab move. It's awesome. So one, like you run super fast, and then two, you can do pop. Oh, pop. Let me set this dude on fire real quick. So anyways, let me focus, let me narrativize, let me actually make through 5 to 10. So chat, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be reading you for a second. I'm actually going to try to talk about what's happening. So I put out a few tweets about the Twitter files because I was basically saying, hey, y'all were talking shit about, basically this not being a big deal, blah, blah, blah. I think this is straight fucking cope. And I also think that it's a big deal that, conservatives now own the platform and all the arbitrary rules that liberals and... Ooh, that's a sniper. Oh, he killed his own dude. That was awesome. Liberals and conservatives have been complaining about for years, where liberals are like, hey, this isn't a freedom of speech platform, and the progressives are just, thinking everybody, this is cringe. We need to change this for the sake and health of national discourse. And then the conservatives have been like, hey, I don't believe in transgenderism or, I have a religious perspective on homosexuality or I think what else, but basically, social conservatives are not allowed. Is this Krieg? Is that Krieg? Get the fuck back here! Get back here! Is that Morty and Iron Guard? What is this? Dude, it's Morty and Iron Guard! Fuck yeah! Are you shitting me? Look at this! God damn, I am never gonna get anything done. This is glorious. Look! Look! It's fucking Morty and Iron Guard! Audio is cutting out? Don't know why. Destiny is just mad he's not getting unbanned on Twitter. True. I should have brought that up in the argument. Nice. Steel Legion. My audio is not... All right, give me a second. Let me fix that before I keep talking. On my end, on OBS, I have green and I have... fucking... It's green on my end, and I'm showing audio every time I'm talking. So if I need to get my mouth closer to the microphone, I will. But I'm literally showing my bars going the entire time, so I don't know what to do about that. Anyways, so I just forced all the plugs together, and I hope that's better. Anyways, so I made a few tweets about, this kind of being a big deal.
Somewhere.
All right. I made a tweet about this kind of being a big deal, and Destiny was like, hey, you want to come and talk about it on stream, right? And so there was no mention of my position. There was no mention of the tweet that he had contention with. There was no mention of anything, really. It was just, hey, you want to come talk about it on chat about Elon Musk and Twitter sometime, bro? Smiley face, winky face. And I sent him back, yeah, sure, down. And I sent him an airplane next to a bunch of buildings to do an emoji for 9/11. So, just classic counterpoint shenanigans. just taking a 10-foot tall fucking ogre running up and just stabbing him in his face. I love this game so much. Oh, yeah, you're gonna get stabbed too, bitch. So anyway, so Destiny just says, hey, why don't you come on stream? We'll talk about it. Okay, whatever. So Destiny does this thing where he just absolutely fucking railroads me in the first 30 seconds. And he's like, well, why do you believe that conservatives are being banned from Twitter for the sole crime of being conservative? And I had to say, I don't believe that half a dozen times. And I don't know why.
Grab the point.
You would...
Energized cell.
I don't know why you would insist that was my perspective multiple times in the same conversation when none of my tweets say that. I've never said that. It's never been a part of my content. And I'm going to set these dudes on fire. So that was super frustrating where I was assigned that position. And then I think the other position, which I'm just going to, because your opening statement, I did say that, clip me. Dude, clip me. Right now, Abaddon. Seriously. Say that. Show me a 30-second clip where I say the only reason why people are being banned from... as a matter of fact, Abaddon, I'm going to get pissed if you don't show me a clip where I say fucking conservatives are getting banned from TikTok or not TikTok, from fucking what is it? From Twitter for the sole crime, I can't do that on the phone. Fucking convenient for you. Next time I see you in fucking chat, you better have a goddamn clip or else I'm gonna fucking lose it on you. Let me set these dudes on fire because I can't set Abaddon on fire right now. So, get pissed. I said give me 5. Oh, okay. Well, do it. I would love to watch this fucking clip of me saying that fucking conservatives are getting banned off of YouTube for the sole reason of being fucking conservative. Would love that. All right, anyways. So the point is, he kept trying to fucking back me into that point over and over and over again. And I was like, no, it's because they want to talk about fucking controversial subjects. It's not necessarily because they're just conservative. But even then, like, thinking about it, there's a bunch of people who are like, quote unquote, like palatable conservatives, like, you know, Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Steven Crowder, all that kind of shit. All those motherfuckers are still on the platforms, but even they've been like suspended and banned a few times for their fucking perspectives. So you can't tell me that, like, you know, being, you know, not pro-trans or not fucking pro-gay or not pro-this or not pro-that doesn't get you banned off of fucking Twitter, which was my follow-up point, which is basically you have these you have these conservative beliefs that correlate with conservatism but don't necessarily correlate to every conservative. And
I got this side covered.
And as a result, you're going to get banned or suspended. So, have I rewatched the combo? No, but if it's that easy where I'm literally insisting that the only reason why people are being fucking banned is because they're conservative, outside. That should be a super easy fucking thing to clip me. Like, really easy. And if I amend my position 30 seconds later and I have to constantly correct him on my position, then whatever. All right, give me a second. Let me fix the computer audio. Give me a second.
Ryder, I don't know if you used it up or not, but it is a med bay over there.
All right. Boom. All right. That guy is helpful. Woo. Nice. Went for a little ride there. All right, Alfarius.
All right, here we go.
If you...
It's open.
Okay. Well, dude, then, but that, you understand, like, all right, so Abaddon and Alfarius, I will apologize to both of you right now, okay? I'll apologize to both of you for being fucking sensitive. But the point being that, like, I'm not getting, like, super dogpiled, but I am having people just show up in my random Twitter mentions and they're like, you're such a fucking retard, bro.
Going over the left side.
I appreciate this guy's, like, tactical acumen. He is a very generous person, but he is interrupting my flow. But that's okay. So, anyways.
Ammo's right here.
There was a second combo with Destiny. Yes, there was a second combo with Destiny. The second combo... So, let's just get through the first combo first. So... I understand that, but I don't think you're a retard. Thank you. I appreciate you not thinking I'm retarded, Alfarius. Relatively speaking, I do. So anyways, and by that I just mean, like, lots of people think I'm fucking retarded right now. That's okay. I'm a little retarded. It's okay for them to think that. So, let's stab people in the face. Boom. See? Isn't that fun? Just, like, running around with, like, a little fucking K-bar. Like, watch this. Before he could even make a fucking move, I crossed, like, it was like the 21-foot rule, but for the Zealot. Like, he could just cover 21 feet and just make that dude pay for his sins with a fucking K-bar knife, which is just so based. Anyways, y'all are distracting me. Let me get back to the point. So, he kept trying to box me in, saying that my only perspective was that conservatives were banned only for the crime of being conservative. If I asserted that in the first 30 seconds, I definitely amended it and then fucking did the position fucking, or changed my position almost immediately and then had to correct him 10,000 fucking times on it. And then the other thing that he kept saying was, what's new and historic about the Twitter files. And I was like, I don't think I've ever said those fucking words. Like, I don't think I've ever said that the Twitter files are new or historic. They kind of are historic in a way. I kind of wish I had like outlined why I thought they were historic. And what's historic about them is the richest man on the planet bought a social media website in order to shift the Overton window to the right. And on top of that, he's basically showing off the censorship that conservatives were subject to just through virtue of their beliefs. You can believe their beliefs are dog shit. You can believe their beliefs are good. I don't really care. That is interesting, noteworthy, and in a sense, historic. So I kind of wish I had just articulated that instead of backing off the term. But he was so like, tell me why conservatives are getting banned for the sheer virtue of being conservative, and tell me why it's, new and historic. And it's like, dude, you're just like, you're not reading my tweets. You're not talking about my positions. You're not having a conversation with me. You're shoehorning my arguments into what you want me to say to you so you can fucking dunk on me. I'm not going to do it. Fuck you. And that was kind of the first conversation. Now, I will love the Zealot Crusher. Its alt attack is a massive stun that will put everything on its ass. Based. It had to be fucking irritating trying to have that convo where the other people chimed in. Yeah, but the second conversation was more fun because I know that that's actually technically the weaker of the two conversations that more people are pissed off at me on. But I do feel like Supreme was being a strawmanning asshole, and fucking Cherry was being like, a lot of people take issue with me using the word cunt. She was being such a fucking cunt. Like it was undeniable. So it was kind of like the second conversation was almost more fun for me, even though it was the worst of the two, because I got to take on other people besides Destiny and make them look dumb on their fucking side points. Now, whether or not you think I made them look dumb on their side points, that's up to y'all. I'm not here to decide whether or not I did well in a conversation. As a matter of fact, I would say these are some of my weakest debates that I've ever had. So it is what it is. But I do think that like Sherry trying to dunk on me for like not being a real cop, that was pretty fun, to take a massive fucking shit on her and call her a fucking coward for never following through with her criminal justice degree. That was fun. And then Supreme like basically saying that Walmart employees and Intel fucking analysts and linguists are interchangeable. That was just, like, I know that's like hyperbolic, but he kind of just allowed himself to be backed into that perspective. And that was like the most cope I'd ever fucking heard in my entire life. Also, them believing that I believe that, I think that every Intel analyst, including Supreme, is Jason Bourne, and they can fucking do parkour and shoot guns and shit and fucking fight people and like break apart microchips and, uncover like government mysteries and shit. That was like amazing. Like it was so, I had to stop the debate and ask Destiny. I was like, are you ascribing me this position, or are you explaining it for the audience because the audience is retarded? And he's like, well, I'm kind of saying this to you. And I was like, why? Like, I've worked with these people. I understand who these people are. Like I understand like the flow. And then Supreme tried to dunk on me for that too, where he was like, oh, well, I don't think you really understand the flow. I think that you've just seen a PowerPoint about it. And like, I literally explained the flow of human and SIGINT into fucking translators, into analysts, into decision makers, into the hands of trigger pullers, and kind of like the free flow of information. And he was like, well, that's wrong. And I was like, why? And he was like, well, because some shops have different people who do multiple jobs. So for instance, like a linguist and an analyst could be the same person. It's like, oh, wow, you fucking owned me. You got me so good. You annihilated my argument by saying that I described 5 jobs and sometimes it can be done by 3 people instead of 5 people. Fucking destroyed me. Fucking annihilated in the marketplace of ideas. So pecking order, if you're like not retarded, I would say that Supreme had, like, he could say my shit's weak. That's fine. Like, if you want to say my argument's weak, that's fine. But his counter arguments were like almost infinitely weaker and kind of dumb and kind of like divorced from reality. So for me, that was kind of, fun. And then Sherry, somebody was talking about DGG or whatever, like also taking a huge dump on Sherry. That is like, yeah, Sherry went way outside of her comfort zone, and I hope anybody with a fucking IQ above 80 could see that she looked like a fucking idiot in that conversation, because she tried to catch me a few times. So she tried to catch me by saying that my editor and I don't understand my editor's arguments, so maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, and I should go back and have like a new conversation with my editor before I come back on stream, because I just don't know what I'm talking about. And then I asked her, because my Taze and I had already had we had had the conversation on with Destiny, where I was like, okay, I use the word, shouldn't be possible to have the algorithm target people based off of political affiliation. And Taze was saying that the original algorithms are not designed to do that. Those are different concepts, but they're not so like massive and misunderstanding that I can't fucking like amend my statement and it be fine with like changing 3 or 4 words. So for her to act like that was a fucking dunk, I made her look like a fucking idiot, because she was basically like, oh, well, I don't think you understand your own editor, and maybe you need to back off of this. And I was like, okay, what was my perspective? What was my editor's perspective? What was the difference between the two? And basically, like, what do you think is the issue here, particularly if I've amended my argument to my editor's argument? And basically, she just didn't have an answer for that. She looked like a fucking idiot. So, like, if DGG doesn't see that, that's on them, dude. That's on fucking them. That's not on me. Like, I can't make it any more clear that that's a fucking bad faith dunk that makes you look like a fucking tool bag. Then, basically, like, trying to stolen valor me on law enforcement when you were too big of a fucking pussy. Like, you got a criminal justice degree, but you never followed through. And your second dunk was you thought that cops, patrolmen don't do investigations. Are you fucking retarded? Like legitimately, like, do you think patrolmen just sit in their cars and drive around all day and fucking beat up homeless people? Is that like all patrolmen do? Or do they conduct like burglary investigations, sexual assault investigations? Do they pass up reports? Do they work on, and that for me was like, she was so, Supreme accused me of taking a PowerPoint presentation when it comes to Intel. And I think that fucking Sherry took a PowerPoint presentation when it came to law enforcement, because she was like, oh, you take your own pictures? That's what CSI techs do. And it's like, you dumb bitch. Like, I don't call a CSI tech to a fucking burglary. I don't call a CSI tech to a vandalism call or to a simple battery. Hell yeah, I conduct investigations, you fucking dumbass. So, anyways, that was like, Sherry looked like, you can say I looked like trash, you can say my arguments were bad. But if you, yes. Jonas is a bro says, I am a patrolman, and instead I beat off homeless people. This is why I stream. So, yeah. Anyways. Sheer shot. What do you think of the Henry Cavill 40K news? Literally, if you rewind the VOD to the beginning of the VOD, we talk about that for almost 30 minutes. So we're moving to the drama, because that's what 66 people are here for. So stop spamming, fucker. Why am I spamming? Wasn't Supreme a human? Yeah, I don't know if he was human, but he was a fucking translator. So anyways, I'm scrolling up just to see. Nah, calling a woman the C word should be just like calling a guy a dick. Christian Valeris. Yeah, okay, they might have started. So Christian Valeris, you're saying that they were the first ones to start shit, but I don't agree at all, because Sherry almost immediately when I walked in and I was like, "Hey, here's the algorithmic argumentation." She was like, "Oh yeah? Well, maybe you need to go back with your editor and fucking talk this over, because it doesn't seem like you guys agree." And I was like, all right, bitch. So, anyways. Scrolling. I'm happy that you masturbate off your homeless people. So are you expecting another fight with Sherry and Supreme and another convo? Maybe. So I'm here for Darktide based. Not you, someone in your chat was spamming so much. Mucho texto. Yeah, and then CSP, I see you're in the chat, but I'm just going to run it for 9 minutes, because I'm sure that's what, like, fucking... I'm sure 20 people are going to drop off because they just want to hear me talk shit about everybody. So anyways, going back to talking shit about people for the next fucking 8 minutes. Yeah, so when it comes to Sherry or whatever, if she wanted to like walk up to me and be like, yo, you know, my bad. Like I came in a little fucking hard. I didn't mean to question your professional credentials. Like I get it. Like you actually did some hardcore shit. That's fine. You know, I was just memeing. I'll be like, all right, you know, past is the past. It's fine. You know, I'm not going to like stay butthurt forever. But if she's just like, nah, yeah, fuck you. Like, I'm going to dunk on you for being a fucking hall monitor, and I'm going to say that you have fucking pretty much stolen valor when it comes to law enforcement, and you're a dumb fuck who doesn't know what you're talking about. All right, it's fucking on, bitch. Every time we're in a fucking room together, we are not going to do well, and that is fine. I am perfectly fine calling a woman the C word if she talks about shit that she doesn't fucking know about and talks shit to me. That's fine. That is fine. So, let's equip this. All right. And then when it comes to Supreme, I was like surprised that he was defending the things that he was defending, where he's like, oh yeah, like actually Intel people are just as smart as normal fucking people. And literally like, bro, I'm pretty sure it's not like he's speaking Mandarin is a euphemism for doing something difficult. And this dude was like he was on the verge of homelessness and then learned Mandarin and became a linguist. And he's acting like an 80 IQ Andy who fucking is a cashier at like Walmart or like a cart boy can do what he did. And that's just like, all right, like we're so divorced from reality. I don't even like it felt like gaslighting because that point was so stupid that I couldn't believe that he was saying it to me. So I was like, he's either lying to me, which is like, you know, he just wants a fucking dunk, which is insulting because I thought we had a better relationship than that. Or he has kind of like deluded himself into that perspective, at which point that perspective is just completely divorced from reality. And it's so dumb that like I kind of have to hammer him on it. And so that was one of his points. The other one is that like FBI agents and Department of Homeland Security agents are just like normal Joe Blows. Like they don't care about the larger politics. Like, yeah. So the FBI that went to war with Trump for 2 fucking years, where their, what was it? Like Robert Mueller did a 2-year investigation where Trump was pissing and moaning the entire time. And then he kind of backs off and doesn't charge Trump. And they, like Trump was talking shit about the 3-letter agencies and the FBI the entire time. I'm sure mid-level employees in the FBI, they have no opinions on Donald Trump and his competency. Sure. Yeah, let me just completely suspend fucking reality for 30 goddamn seconds that the sitting president of the United States has been talking shit about your institution for 2 years. And you're just like, "Oh yeah, like I don't care who my boss is." You know? Like my boss has just been talking shit about what I do professionally for like 2 fucking years and says that like I'm a garbage mafioso whose sole design is to fuck him over. But you know, yeah, like I got no dog in this fight. It's like what the fuck are we talking about at this point? Like it was so it was so divorced from reality that I couldn't believe that it was being said out loud. It was actually kind of fucking wild to me. Then. So they were average Joe Blows. I'm trying to think of, let me try to shoot this guy. I love that, like, me talking, like, I hope this gets fucking clipped. I hope that, like, people are looking for, like, oh, yeah, Connor's talking shit about people. Let's go ahead and fucking clip this. And in the middle of, like, me talking shit, it's like, I got to shoot this guy in the face. Hold on a second. Now, that's what I call content. Let's try spinning. That's a good move. Let's try stabbing this dude in the face. That's a good move. So anyways, so we're coming up. I got 3 minutes left. So the fucking, the clout sharks are, you know, you're more than welcome to stay. Crowdsourced Politics is a base fucking dude. So I would love it. Oh, you fought the demon host, you dumb bitch. God, I hate this fucking guy. I hate this fucking guy so much. I hate him so fucking much. Like literally almost lost the game for us right now because fucking we're all going to have to fucking fight the goddamn demon host. No! Ah, you fucking whore. I tried to save him, but he's the fucking idiot. You're the idiot who activated the demon host, you dumb bitch. That's your fault. All right. Let's try to melt him before he fucking kills somebody else. Come on, come on, come on. Don't come after me. I didn't fucking... Well, yeah, I'm trying to kill you now, but kill one of my friends. They're fucking dumber. Yeah! I'm gonna kill your dumb ass. Got you. Got you, you dumb demon bitch. And I saved my friend. Saved my friend. Killed that dumb bitch. Awesome. Hi, Subgenius. Is Connor just venting and openly hating his own audience at this point? No. I love my audience. I counterpoints. I can actually back Supreme up on this in the sense that it probably just a blind spot he has. I had a similar conversation with a blue-collar friend of mine. Sure. That's fine. And like, by the way, that I think that's what I found so shocking. So, like, for me, I don't want to say, like, the bridge is burnt, because Sherry and I don't really have a bridge in the first place. But for me, like, if Sherry, next time I'm on a panel with Sherry, I'm never going to go out of my way to interact with her, ever. But if Sherry and I interact and she's chill, I'll be chill. And then if she's hostile, I'll be hostile. And it just is what it is. And then with Supreme, I'm going to start chill. But if he keeps being like kind of like a douche nugget where he's just like saying things that I don't think like any sane person could believe, I'm not going to try to dunk on the guy. Like, I think he's smart. I think he's cool, like all that kind of shit. But I'm not going to hold any punches. Because if you're trying to fucking dunk on me with shit that's like divorced from reality on the biggest stream in, you know, Twitch poll or YouTube poll, then, you know, fuck you a little bit. Like not like huge. And I get like I'm being a dick. It's partially my fault, right? But at the same time, like there were a lot of times that people could have seen what I was saying or tried to meet me halfway, and they just actively chose not to. They're like, no, I'm just going to, you know, no, that's dumb. That's delusional. I don't agree with it. You know, you have no supporting evidence. And basically, and here's the other thing. Sorry, CSP. I know I'm running late. I'll be right there in a second. But the other thing was like, they were like, hey, do you have the subpoenaed cell phones and computers from the FBI and Department of Homeland Security agents who worked with Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter? Oh, you don't have the subpoenaed records from all of those people? There must be nothing going on then. And it's like, really? Like, did you come into this conversation expecting me to have the fucking, those records? Like, did you expect that actually? Or are you just setting, like, such a high evidentiary bar that it's impossible to meet, and as a result, you can look smart in front of a few thousand people? Because, like, that for me, again, felt, like, super disingenuous, where they're like, are you psychic? Do you know this? And it's like, no, bitch, this is speculation based off of my personal history. And by the way, CSP, I promise I'll fucking jump on in a second. But basically, like, I can back up my points logically and coherently, and I'm going to. So I'm currently writing a manifesto. All of the things that I wanted to say in the conversation, logically, coherently, you know, with a chronological and logical through line, with caveats for information, and with, you know, caveats for like my own blind spots and all that kind of shit. I'm writing that right now. So how stupid are you going to fucking look when I actually get to articulate my view? And you were basically saying, like, I think that like every Intel analyst on the planet is Jason Bourne. That was your actual takeaway from my statement. Not only was that your takeaway from my statement, but on top of that, you know I'm a military veteran, and you know that I'm a law enforcement officer or former law enforcement officer and, you know, fucking military veteran, and you think that was my takeaway from my service in the military? You thought that I thought everybody was fucking Jason Bourne? Like, at some point, it does become insulting where the positions that they're assigning you are so fucking stupid that you're like, oh, okay, like, you're either disingenuous because you want to win the conversation, or you actually think I'm dumb. You just think I'm retarded. Like, you think I have difficulty waking up and breathing consistently without, like, assistance from, like, mechanical machines. It was so wild to deal with people consistently ascribing me the dumbest position possible. And also to have that from Destiny and Supreme. Like, here's another thing. This is really why I'm ass mad. Destiny and I have had, like, half a dozen, you know, like, good debates or conversations where I feel like we assigned each other like a high level of charitability. And I feel like he dyed his blue hair, like his hair blue, and that shit just like seeped into his brain. And he saw a bunch of conservative tweets about fucking Twitter files, and he just like assigned all of their shitty positions to me. And he's like, I got to dunk on somebody, or else like I need to come, but not in like a literal sense. I need to come in a debate sense. So I'm going to use Connor to fucking jerk off my own intellect with what I wish I could say to these other conservative people, which is like fine, I guess, but like kind of annoying for me to be the subject of your like intellectual masturbatory enterprise. So anyways, I guess in summary, I felt like in the first conversation, I was assigned the least charitable and most stupid positions I could possibly defend, and I didn't even try to defend them, and I modified them in a way that a charitable person we could have had an interesting conversation, and that just never happened. So the first conversation, I wasn't that ass mad, because I was just like, he's getting back from fucking Georgia or whatever, he's, having issues, whatever, his hair's blue, I get it, it's fine. Whatever, it happens. We have bad days. But then coming back the second time and then literally just having Supreme and Destiny talk to me like I was actually mentally retarded, and then not even trying to understand what I was saying, but just being like, oh yeah, like what you're saying is fucking retarded. And I think it's dumb. And not only is it dumb, I'm going to create the dumbest possible interpretation of what you're saying. And I'm just going to pretend that you said that. That was amazing, frankly. So again, Destiny Bridge won't be burnt. He's fucking, he's big. He loves to fight. I love to fight. I gave him free content for a few hours. He's been a cunt to other people. How big of a fucking hypocrite am I going to be if like I have one bad debate with Destiny and I'm like, oh, he abused me. Like that's pussy shit. And then I think he was uncharitable and I think he was a fucking cunt. That's true. But I'm not going to fucking cry about it too much. And then, what was the other thing? Supreme, I'll probably have a good conversation with, because I think if he's not in that environment, we could probably actually figure out what each other are saying. At least I hope he's good faith enough that we could figure that out. And then, like I said, Cherry, there's no bridge to be burned. But basically, if we're on a show together and she's being cool, I'll be cool. And if she's a fucking asshole, then I'm going to take a massive shit on her. And it just is what it is. So, anyways, that's going to be it for now. Unless CSP wants to get into this subject, I'm going to leave this alone for a minute. We can come back to it after I talk to CSP. But I did have a slot for crowdsourced politics and for me to catch up on some debates. So we might catch up on the drama a little bit. And then we'll fucking move into the shit that he wanted to debate. And I'll check chat real quick. Let me just find a hiding spot so I'm not getting fucking gangbanged by zombies while we're doing this. So, here's the health pack. Let me pick it up. I'll go into the closet. I'll hide for a second. And then, or bet your GT score is 20. Yeah. So Char, well, Tiberius, you can crash, but let CSP and I have our conversation first, because we've actually had like a debate or whatever that we've wanted to do for a while. So let me find CSP, crowdsource politics, and let me try to call him real quick. How the fuck do I call you? Where's your goddamn button? Are you serious? You did not delete your shit, did you? Why can't I call you? Are you kidding me? Why can't I call you? Why is there no phone button? Oh, now there's a phone button. Okay, here we go. Jesus. All right, let me turn this shit up. Oh, god damn it. My fucking team. Oh, okay, they came back for me. CSP, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. We're not supposed to we're not supposed to get together for another 1.5 hours. So I'm just kind of chilling in your chat. I didn't realize that you were trying to get me on. So if you want to like talk to Tiberius or something, I still have to walk my dogs. So.
Yeah. Let me do. No. Back gaming debate. Ah, shit. Yeah. Then if you want to do your thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, and then I'll call Ty.
I'll be back at the 10. I'll be back around 10:30 or so.
Okay, sounds good. I'll see you then.
Like we said. All right, bye, man.
Bye. All right, Tiberius. Getting your fucking wish. Crash the party, you son of a bitch. All right, calling you now. And then let me catch up to my team. And then I'll change the screens over and shit. You shitting me? Thought you wanted to chat. I thought you wanted to crash the party, Ty. What you doing, Ty? All right, well, fuck it. We'll go back to bullshitting with chat. Back to OBS. Oh, now he's gone. Hold on. Hello?
Check 1 2.
Let me check my OBS. Go ahead and do it again.
Check 1 2.
All right, perfect. Let me change my properties. Change it to this screen. Change it to. Hold on. Do your talking again, just so I can see the volume levels.
Check 1 2.
All right, I'm gonna reduce you a little bit so I'm louder because this is my
That's
show.
Right. Yeah, that's a problem.
And then,
I'll be in my house in just a minute. I was on my way back from this last delivery, and then he's like, "Oh, hey, I've got another hour and a half." So I was just like, "Oh, well, that's not how this was supposed to work."
well, to be fair, I had like 3 people scheduled tonight, and then basically, one of them
canceled.
they didn't cancel. I think I just said I'll see you next week, but I DM'd him that on Saturday, so I think they think it's supposed to be Saturday. And then the other person just didn't respond to the DM, so I was like, all right, I'll fucking do it. So
I gotcha. Yeah, I had a lot of people drop on Saturday Night Lights this week. I've been having to run damage control and actually filling the slots.
Yeah. Well, dude, that's the problem with fucking panels, right? Is fucking everybody and their goddamn mom has different fucking schedules, and then, oh, just kidding, my dog's sick. Oh, just kidding, I have a cold. Oh, just kidding. Oh, and by the way, even to add, perspective onto this for me, I was in the emergency room like 3 hours ago because my son and my wife both have the flu, and my son busted out with like a horrible rash, and
oh my.
Yeah, so it's fine. We got it treated, got it diagnosed, whatever. But at the same time, that would be a day where I think people would understand if you're like, oh, I was just in the emergency room. I've been dealing with my sick wife and my sick kid all fucking day. I'm gonna take a rain check. I don't think people would be that pissed, but that's just how crazy life is right now.
Well, there's a lot of folks out there that are like, oh my God, you canceled on my show. How dare you? It's just like, dude, grow the fuck up. But yeah. Is this the curse of working with people under the age of 25? I think
yes. Yes, they want to get drunk. They want to fucking finger fuck people. They get sick. They go to the bar. All sorts of crazy shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
But did you catch? I'm sure you caught me fucking drama-spurging, but have you caught any of the content related to the drama-spurg?
Not really. Half the time I just roll my eyes and find a place to go take a nap. But I'm sure that there's something here that actually is relevant to know, so you can throw that at me.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say is, so if instead of talking about the drama, you actually wanted to talk about the substance of it, which is part of the reason why I got frustrated in both conversations, because I don't feel like I was able to forward a positive argument, hey, this is what I believe. I was basically assigned an argument, and they were like, hey, defend this. So my argument is that the Twitter files, while not revealing anything we didn't already know, for instance, we knew that 3-letter agencies were consulting with social media companies. We knew that conservatives were getting suppressed on social media companies, oftentimes for interactions with banned subjects like transgenderism or COVID shit or fucking election shit. We already knew that. But what's interesting about it is basically the world's richest man on the planet spent $44 billion in order to leak everybody's internal communiques. And also, now the arbitrary system that people have been complaining about, conservatives and liberals have been complaining about for the past 5 years, is now in the hands of this person who's sympathetic to the right wing. So that's kind of where, for me, the interest is not in the tweets themselves, but in what they imply about our broader society. And basically, I was told that I'm not allowed to forward that position. I have to specifically show something new and interesting to the person I was debating that was specifically in the Twitter files, not about the broader conversation. And so that was a really fucking annoying conversation to have.
Okay, I might actually heard you splurging about this. Was this a conversation with Destiny?
Yeah, so this was just where he DM'd me and he was like, "Hey, why don't you come on the show and we'll talk about Elon and Twitter." That was literally, and by the way, like I'm making a video right now that will show the steps and progression of the argumentation. And basically, like the DM wasn't like, "Hey, I heard you think that all conservatives are getting banned for the sheer virtue of conservative. I would like you to defend that thesis on stream." Or, "Hey, I think that there's nothing quote unquote new or quote unquote interesting in the Twitter files. I would like you to defend that perspective on stream." It was literally nothing like that. It was like, "Hey, come on stream and talk about Elon and Twitter." That's all I got. So to act like I was forwarding that position to him in a DM or even on Twitter is like, I don't want to say it's a lie, but it's definitely not accurate framing, to put it lightly.
Is this are you thinking this is Destiny like just giving you some kind of like clout shit test, or is this more something where he's just gone?
Oh no, you.
What?
No, you're so incisive. That's exactly what's playing in the back of my head. I'm like, is this like Destiny seeing if he can put me through the fucking ringer and see if I backstab him? Because technically I have like, you know, like I know some shit about his personal life and his professional life that I know from like, you know, Lauren or from, you know, just like mutuals, like people who, you know, I'm not saying they shouldn't have told me shit, but basically like it's just kind of out there in the ether that this is the drama that's happening behind the scenes, that kind of thing. And so like I technically know things that I could be a dick about. I don't think like me being a dick about them would be good for me or for him. But I did kind of wonder that, is he being a fucking asshole to me to see if I freak out and then fucking try to stab him in the back? I did think that for sure.
Well, you know me, and you know we're kind of cut from the same cloth, so like that's the kind of thing that I'm gonna ask a little bit. Is that
do I like those mind games? No, absolutely not.
Yeah, like there's a level where like, you know, dealing with the spycraft is that like it makes sense. You kind of have to put people through the real shit test. And I know Destiny has 1,000 reasons not to believe anybody, right?
Yeah,
like he's the guy that's kind of gone through like more personal like disasters than almost anybody else in the community, right? But
right.
Part of it's just the fact that he's been here for so goddamn long.
True. No, that's fine. And actually, just to articulate my worldview, my first debate, I wasn't really that butthurt about it because I was like, all right, you know, he's on his fucking period, whatever. You know, we had a bad conversation. It's fine. I'll fucking, you know, I'll come back. We'll have a good conversation. And then the second conversation, I'm a little bit fucking pissed because it was like Sherry Supreme and Destiny kind of dogpiling me for like the better part of like 2 to 3 hours. I think I ended up calling Sherry a cunt probably a dozen times. I think I might have gone after Supreme a little bit hard, and I also think I went after Destiny a little bit hard as well. But that's just because like I was trying to forward a positive perspective about like the Hunter Biden story and why it was suppressed and whether or not there was any collusion between the 3-letter agencies and the social media platforms at the time. And they were like, "Well, where's the proof?" And you know, you're just delusional and you're a conspiracy theorist and like you're a lot like, dude, I got accused that I'm not gonna lie, this fucking chafed my ass. What chafed my ass in particular. So, you know, if people are like, "Oh, Connor's being a fucking pussy," I'll tell you what I'm being a pussy about. I'm being a pussy about being accused of being a liar. That's like the thing that
it always
actually
gets under your skin.
Dude,
like you can be your worst enemy, but it gets under your skin because they're openly questioning your integrity.
Well,
like,
and like, dude, you know me. I've been called like I talk too long. I think I'm smarter than I am. I'm an asshole. Like, oh, like you can ascribe like half a dozen like super negative attributes to me in the Twitch politics space. Have I ever like has anybody accused me of lying before this? Of like knowing something?
Maybe like Fanatic, but like
I don't
no
even
one that
think
I would
he
actually
has. I don't even think he has.
like I don't know, like brother goes off the rails every now and again. I don't know if I should take him seriously or not, but I think there's a few people that have like been like that, but quite honestly, they're just not. I don't give their integrity enough to openly take their criticism with assault.
Well, so
Right.
so yeah, so the thing is, so like Aiko was a fucking asshole on stream, but she was also stoned out of her fucking mind. So like let bygones be bygones, and we had a relatively positive conversation after that. Demon Mom and I have had like vicious fucking conversations on the Prime Kai Reverie table. We were still able to have like a civil and good faith fucking one-on-one debate. Mr. Girl and I, like, I think up until the last conversation, we legitimately did not
Yeah,
like
I thought
each
so
other.
as well.
Well,
But I thought I'd
like
cue you to
I can do
the
drama for a second here, just because like at least like people
Yeah.
talk.
154/23.
I will. So people talk, and like even I get like ideas of like who people are whenever I consistently hear the same thing, right? So when it comes to this, like Demon Mama, I know rubs a lot of people the wrong way, but a lot of people respect her because she does bring a lot of fire to the table, and she
Right.
can usually back it up. So, like I get where she's gonna ruffle feathers with you because I've been on panel with both of you at the same time, and it's just like, oh, what was it? There you go again, playing your thing. Like without the police, we all go to hell. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of how it works, actually. Right? So like, there's definitely feathers are gonna be ruffled there, but I think that makes sense. The other person that you mentioned, crap, who was it? I'm sorry.
No, Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl.
Before Demon Mama and before Mr. Girl. Like I didn't ever see your conversations with Mr. Girl. Yes. Everyone knows that I have a personal hatred for this particular person, and I would very much like to see them have Canadian healthcare, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. TOS violations, but it's called Canadian healthcare. Fucking based. I love it. So, yeah, and so that's kind of for me. I guess I was insulted because like I don't want to say like Destiny has to like take a personal investment in like my lore or whatever. Like I don't expect like any large streamer to spend any amount of time like checking out like a 50 viewer Andy stream and their fucking reputation. But the truth is that like we have mutual friends. Lauren Southern and him and I are we're friends. I've worked with Lauren a couple of times now. And then what was the other shit? He's seen my fucking hippy dippy performances. He's seen some of my Reverie performances. He knows that I'll go out on a fucking limb if I think I'm right, and I'm happy to fight from my fucking limb. So to have that be like, no, you're just disingenuous and you just want to fight from this position, knowing that you're incorrect, but lying to me so you can get like a rhetorical jab in or something. That was fucking insulting because I don't think it's ever been a part of my repertoire. So that pissed me off. And then here's the other thing. So catch this. He accused me of having Trump's dick in my ear.
Well, and who said this?
Destiny.
You're getting shit tested.
Okay, because dude,
like, either you're getting shit tested, or like Destiny has gone to levels of bad faith that even most people would tell me he wouldn't do.
Well, hold on.
Like,
but then that. So let's assume bad faith and good faith. Okay. So bad faith. Let's assume I'm getting shit tested, right? He's like, I'm gonna see how much shit I can give this asshole. See if he fucking breaks. See if he cries. See if he fucking gets a Destiny support group. Which I guess technically this is. I just don't think I'm like crying too bad about it for things that are unfair. Then and like I would say this shit to his face. So like I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
So.
He's watching right now. No?
Shit, he fucking might be. He's bored on a Friday night. He's not streaming. Maybe. Anyways, so maybe I'm getting shit tested. That would be the quote unquote like bad faith thing. The good faith thing, but it's also still insulting, is that he just has no idea what the fuck my content is. Like that's another perfectly plausible scenario. Is like, yeah, he saw like one or two decent debates. He saw me fucking yelling at people on the police shit. He saw me what is it? I need to charge this bitch and try to use a charge. He saw me yelling at people on the police shit. He saw me debating with Lauren Southern and making that Tale of Twin Rabbits guy look like an asshole. Like he saw that shit, but he actually has no idea what my personal belief system is.
I get where you're thinking, and I know that I'm biased, and I know that your audience is biased, so we're gonna like come to your defense. But even if I actually like pull that away from me for a second here, and I'm like, all right, how much do I know that Destiny has seen your stuff?
Right.
I think he knows you well enough to know that you don't carry a lot of traditional like norms as far as the
MAGA.
conversation. Yeah, like you're not gonna pick up MAGA. You don't even pick up neocon, right? Hell, half the right hates you. Which
Dude,
that's a blessing.
That's literally a line in my fucking like little manifesto, I'm calling it, which I think other people have called it before, you know, like a small manifesto. That's even like a line in there. It's like, dude, I have been getting fucking backstabbed for fucking years for not being a Trump cultist. Like for years. So for him to be like, oh, get Trump's dick out of your ear, it's like, bro, you either don't know me or you're shit posting. I mean, you might be assuming too much. The reason, so let me be humble. Let me humble brag.
Was he on meth again? Is what happened?
No, he wasn't on meth, but he did dye his hair blue. So I mean, that can happen. So anyways,
I did see that. I was concerned a little bit actually.
It was
having the best day ever, and then. Yeah, he's doing this. So
yeah, I think it was like a meme shit post as a part of the canvassing for Georgia. Like they hit like a fundraiser goal or they hit a fucking something, and so he had to dye his hair blue basically.
You know what? Actually, I respect shit like that. Like I've even done it where I've shaved my face, and that's it's a little begrudging to sell out to the audience like that. But if it's good for a good cause, you know, then
yeah,
I support.
Right.
By the way, just in case you don't realize, no one can see either me or whatever game you're playing. So
shut the fuck up. They're just hearing us the entire time.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
They can see you. They can see you, but they can't see me, and they can't see the game.
Destiny does wish neocons. Okay, so but here's the thing. So I'm seeing what the fuck. All right. So is it because my OBS is no. Okay, so let me fix this. This screen. Properties. I'm probably dead already in the game. Let me change the screen. Properties. Why is it not properties? Corner camera overlay. Why is it not a display? That's frustrating. Let me do that's display capture 1. This is display oh, here we go. Display capture 2. Let me change this to
Sorry, bud, you're stuck up there.
Okay, this one. All right, cool. Thanks, chat, for telling me. You dicks. Literally, one of the people in the game was like, "Sorry, bud, you're stuck up there, but it's my fault because I was fucking talking to y'all and fixing shit, so it's fine." Anyways,
that's good.
So can you just keep an eye on my chat and make sure, or my screen, and make sure that it's actually visible?
What else am I a mod for?
All right, sweet. Yeah, and then. Okay, so you think I'm getting shit tested, but I just wanna say the humble thing, okay? Destiny's got a dickload of content to interact with. I am still a 50 viewer Andy. I've had some we obviously punch above our weight class. You know, we've had some good memes. You know, the Tail of Twin Rabbits debate was big. Me screaming at Doobie and I think Demon Mama brought Destiny out of the woodwork a few times because I think people linked him the stream. So he's seen some of my work, and then by proxy he might know some of my shit through Lauren. But also I do right-wing apologia as well, where I'm like, hey, you guys are being bitches, you know, this is what the right wing is actually saying, therefore I'd like you to consider this shit. So he might have just seen some of that and assumed I was more Trump MAGA than I was. I don't know. So yeah.
Is that possible? Is it
possible? I don't know.
Yes. But I think it's very unlikely, and that's where I'm getting at is that I don't know Destiny's motives. I don't know him at all. I've literally never met the guy yet, which apparently is something I just need to fix. But I haven't found that opportunity.
Yeah. What is somebody meme in chat?
No, my girlfriend's just please don't.
Go heal. Go heal. Go
heal.
Do it.
Do it. Suffer with the rest of us.
Look, I will suffer if I find a good reason to suffer, but right now I'm just I'm not there. I could totally see myself actually just yelling at Lauren for saying dumb shit, but that's probably far less likely to happen because she's got a couple million folks.
Yeah, I think she's got 750,000, and then her bigger shit does pretty well. So yeah, and then she's not a debate bra, you know what I'm saying? She kind of She dips her toes in for Destiny and other personalities like that, but she doesn't she doesn't just show up on panels or engage in the debate scene or anything like that.
Go
Right.
heal. There's
So-
oh my god.
Hey, shout out to Tom Foolery in the chat. Good to see you, sir.
Yeah, hi Tom. Tom, I think we were supposed to talk tomorrow, but I also think you like DM'd me and you said that like maybe after watching something we agreed. I just plan on bullshitting with CSP and Tiberius tonight, and maybe bullshitting with chat a little bit. So if you wanted to chat tonight, we could. So up to you. Whatever's whatever's clever.
Tom, I hope I didn't screw up. I thought we were supposed to do something on Tuesday, and either I forgot or we both forgot. But I apologize. I just kind of remembered all of a sudden.
Somebody's name is 38-year-old clout chasing virtual gay man. That is a profile. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you is another profile. That is interesting.
Do you have 2 YouTube streams?
I don't think so.
I was gonna say I don't see the
game. Yeah, I'm just checking chat real quick.
One. Yeah, like I was gonna say I got the 38-year-old one. He got nuked, but I didn't see the other one. So
yeah. So Cole G says at counterpoints, I think that happens because you're the only conservative they still have on regularly, so you kind of serve as a proxy for all conservatives, which is fine.
That's how to piss off conservatives. No, like that shit needs to get shut down. If the left wants to maintain any good faith with anyone who is remotely, right, then they can't they can't straw man you as being just another anatonym of the right. Like that's fucking bad. That doesn't work for me. Doesn't work for you. And I will happily tell people off.
Hold on. There's a bot from subscribe to Low Tier God. So I'm hoping that Low Tier God. We've had one positive interaction so far. So maybe I don't know. Maybe he sent a bot our way because he wants to. Not that he needs to fucking clout shark off of us, but just maybe he wants some audience crossover. That would be fun. But anyway, so I'm okay. Like if every other right winger, because this is kind of what's happened in the space, right? If every other right winger is sick of being called bad faith, if they're sick of being called a piece of shit, if they're sick of being, fucking the punching bag for leftoids whenever they fucking come on stream, if they're sick of, all that kind of shit, hey, more the fucking merrier for me. It's fucking content, baby. That conversation was dog shit from like a debate perspective, from a performance perspective, from me forwarding my position perspective, from me looking smart perspective. It probably wasn't great, but you know what it was great for? It was great for screaming and calling Sherry a cunt. So, if you're into that kind of thing, then you'll have a good time.
That's one person I actually haven't had any interaction with. I know what I hear, and it's not very favorable. So if anyone's watching,
she's a little bit of a jerk, to put it lightly. And then also she's Xander Hall's producer and friend. And I've had some beef with Xander Hall's takes recently. I still try to be friendly to like Demon Mama and Xander Hall because they haven't blocked me or unfollowed me on Twitter, and we've had like relatively respectful interactions on stream. So I don't want to like burn those bridges, but I've also had some pretty big issues with their recent takes. So
I got you.
So yeah, don't want to burn the bridges, but it's hard not to.
Well, there's definitely one bridge that I'll happily help you burn that you mentioned, and that's with your friend Supreme.
Oh, you don't like Supreme? I love Supreme up until this conversation.
You shouldn't like them to begin with.
Yeah. What was your negative interaction?
So my negative interaction is that it's funny. I didn't have this in person. It's actually like the extra totality of it. So 2 things that he's done that really tends to piss me off. One, whenever I watch him engage with a lot of other people, he literally just tries to intellectually browbeat everybody because he's smart and everyone knows it and acknowledges it. But he actually does the argument thing of actually saying big words to scare people off, and it fucking works for him. And so, like, what was it? You were actually giving a really good example of this earlier, to where he brought up a really like low tier point. Like it's a valid yes, technically, but not by much. And apparently that was supposed to like destroy your whole argument. And it's like he says it in like very sophisticated ways, which makes it sound way bigger than what it is. He's kind of rhetorically gifted, like Internax is in that regard. But more often than not, he's not actually winning the fight, and he acts like he does, and it fucking pisses me off.
Bro, okay, all right.
That's just the behavior.
Well, I'm not trying to talk like a crazy amount of shit because obviously like I haven't seen this. I've actually had a lot of pretty good interactions with him. And also I enjoyed particularly I think this meme will go down in history where President Sunday I've complimented Supreme to his face, and I think just in general whenever somebody asks me about Supreme or President Sunday I kind of bring this up because I laugh about it. So President Sunday came onto the conversation and basically said that Supreme was not like a serious academic or intellectual because he wasn't passingly aware of 5 academic books. And so
I'll just throw this out here real quick. If I'm actually having to choose between Supreme and Sunday, I'll back Supreme. Like, no,
yeah,
like,
thanks for that caveat.
yeah, you're welcome. Like, I'll shit talk somebody, but like, there's definitely an order of shittiness here that I will happily point out.
Yeah. So
yeah, President
sorry.
Sunday
Go
has
ahead.
always been a scumlord. I will not. I'm not interested in engaging with any of that at all.
Well, okay, so these are my favorite President Sunday memes. So my favorite President Sunday memes is him showing up to a debate and then being like, "I have to go in a few minutes." Like that's like my favorite shit ever because it's like, bro, you agree to the conversation and the debate. You can't literally be busy at all times and simultaneously like capable of streaming all the time, but not capable of staying for a prolonged conversation if it doesn't go your way. Like that. That's kind of ridiculous.
Hey, y'all interact with these people. That's your problem.
Well, content's content, right? The all right. Anyway, so yeah, so that's like a meme that I think is pretty funny from the Sunday camp. But basically, Supreme and him were having a conversation. Our Sunday called Supreme not a serious academic or intellectual or political, person because he wasn't even passingly aware of like 5 specific books. The big meme that I don't think is that big of a meme from that conversation is that Sunday hadn't read half the books. He acknowledged that in the conversation, so that wasn't a big deal. It was just kind of like a weird autistic point to bring up. But then Sunday was talking shit about how Supreme shouldn't talk about things unless he knows like the deeper truths of things. And then they're talking about like the Kenosha riots, and Supreme asks him like some very basic questions about how the Kenosha riots started and like what they were about and kind of like Kyle Rittenhouse and all that kind of shit. And President Sunday was like, "Hold on, I have to Google it." And it's like, bro, like you can't be dogging people for not knowing specific esoteric shit that you are passingly aware of, but then also show completely unprepared for a conversation on a debate that you were dogging the other person on. You can't do it, or else you just look like a hypocritical fucking asshole.
Oh, but no, there's some people that just have no problem doing that, and Sunday definitely strikes me as the kind of person that will 100% do that and not even feel the slightest bit of shame.
Sniping bitch.
By the way, that revolver's pretty kick-ass, not gonna lie.
It is. So it's really fun and cool to use, and the reload animation is awesome. But the problem with it, dogs, is that it just doesn't have like a large ammo capacity, and it does one-shot smaller guys, but it doesn't one-shot big guys, and so you basically just run out of ammo, like this. So if there was like a bunch of zombies in front of me, I'd be getting turbo fucked right now. So, but it's still fun, and I'm gonna go punch this guy in the face.
So, are you actually a Space Marine, and that gun is literally like a 40mm revolver?
No. So you're human in this game. Even the biggest character in this game is an Ogren, which is basically like a 12-foot tall monster with Down syndrome. So.
Gotcha.
It's pretty cool, actually. I wish there was an Ogren here. I'll show you an Ogren in a minute. But anyways, so that's kind of where I'm sorry that you've had negative experiences with Supreme. I haven't up until this point.
I actually get to that. I was just talking about the behavior that I've seen that I don't like.
Right.
When it comes to actually what he did, it was indirect to me, but I definitely took offense to it. Was I was on a panel, and I know there's some folks that do panel reviews, right? But I got messages after he did his. A review of one of these panels that I was on. And they're like, "Hey, dude, you need to go check this out." I'm like, "Why?" It's just some panel review. It's like, "Yeah, but like Supreme's doing you dirty." I'm like, "All right, cool." So I go watch this
I
thing,
can't watch that shit.
Usually I can't either. But like I watched it for the better part of 15 minutes and I got what was being communicated to me by, the intel group. long and the short was that this dude was fucking straw manning the piss out of me.
Yeah.
And that's it's not just to be like a a side-handed slap, but it's also for me also another behavioral thing. It's like I don't like the after debate reviewers because I feel like it's like, wow, you're making content off the folks that literally were there in the arena.
Except
Like,
for
who are you?
Irrelevant and Chug Logic. They're fucking based. But yes, continue.
Well, Chud has the decency of actually getting involved, and when he does get involved, he absolutely kicks ass. I actually have
Well-
some mad respect for Chud. But,
Well, and the other thing that I like about Chud too is he's like, it's all content, baby, and it's like, so one of the funniest fucking things that he said recently, like I actually, I don't have any money, but when I have money, I will obviously be a Patreon or patron of the Tiberius stream, but I also want to throw some money Chud's way because what did he say? Somebody was talking shit about like panels and content and like responsible platforming and all that kind of stuff. And they were like, hey, Chud, did the Holocaust happen? And Chud, like with a straight face, he was like, I don't know. We haven't had a panel on it yet.
Gotcha. Oh, you're going to shit on this one.
Uh-oh.
This is actually some good news, not drama.
Mhm.
So you know me and you know Phil KOE, right?
I love KOE, yeah.
So a friend of ours, or a friend of mine, and a friend of Osiris, is getting together, and he's offered me and Phil, basically like a part-time job. We're gonna do a podcast. It's called Truth and Fiction, and I don't know exactly like all the details yet. We're still working on some of that, but yeah, it's gonna be like a once-a-month podcast where me and Phil just get into the weeds on like 4 topics. And he's actually like wanting to do it where it's like full tilt, right? Like professionally produced content, all that stuff. I don't know like how far this is going to go, but that's what's actually been pitched to us, and like supposedly they're going to put money behind it. So I wanted to share that with you because I knew that you weren't going to get that through the normal news channels.
No, appreciate it. And yeah, I'll definitely keep an eye. The fucking what is it? God damn it. There was a question in there. Bum number 1 just did a dono, so I just have to answer his question real quick. Basically, bum number 1 asked why I was treating a fucking communist with kids gloves, considering he had a fucking hammer and sickle in his back shit. Like, did I just not see it? Nah, man. Like, see, this is actually kind of what pisses me off about the Destiny conversation. I'm not known for treating random people like shit, however shitty their fucking ideology or worldviews are. So, for instance, I've had a conversation with Cultured Thug, who's a fascist philosopher, and I'm actually gonna do a fundraiser for a dude with heart issues, like with the fascist philosopher, and that's my thing. It's like, I don't give a fuck what your shitty positions are. Like, can you hold a good conversation? Can you talk about interesting things? Can you basically give me something that I've never heard before? Can we talk about interesting parts of history? Can we have a little bit of contention while not being total fucking assholes to each other? Which, like, if you want to be an asshole, that's fine. We can go there. That's whatever. Like, that's content. But those are kind of the metrics I'm looking for in a debate partner. And if they happen to have like a shitty perspective on something or be like a tanky or a fascist or whatever, that doesn't really factor into whether or not I'm going to interact with somebody charitably.
Gotcha.
And then can you actually tell me, sorry, because I was reading the tweet. So you said that you and Phil KOE are going to do a show together and you were going to be reviewing something full tilt. Can you tell me what the review thing was?
Okay. As far as reviews,
or what content it'll be full tilt.
Oh, so what the content is, and like it's been pitched a certain way. They wanted to frame it, but they're going to throw me a couple of topics. I need to basically do the research of them on that, and basically be the nerd and the autist that I am. Phil's going to be like the showman, right?
Yeah.
And we're just literally going to fight about it because apparently we have such a pleasurable fighting thing that goes on between us that it's always like this brotherly love kind of thing.
Nice.
It's just like, you suck, but like we still love you kind of thing.
No, that's totally based. Phil, he has so Tom Foolery, I think he asked Phil KOE question mark. Yeah, so
Yes.
Phil, I'm sure maybe he's already aware of him. I don't know. But just to explain for the people who don't know him, Phil kind of has like a wrestling announcer persona, but he's like a really happy, fun guy. So basically, like, I'm not into that kind of like, cheesy fucking, and now coming out of the, left corner with the blue and white trunks, fucking the Mastodon, Matt the Mastodon Taylor. Like I'm not really into that shit.
Oh my God.
But he does a good job. Number one, two, he's happy. Three, he's fun. And so basically I do really enjoy it when he's on a panel because I think he ups the energy level and makes it enjoyable.
Yeah, like a lot of people like him. I'm not saying anything bad about him. Obviously, I'm about to do a show with him. It's just one of those deals where either we're on the same page or we're not, and it's always a little bit of fun. But apparently, that dynamic that we had regarding the elections really caught this person's eye, and so he's wanting to sponsor a new show. So
Nice, based.
Yeah, we'll definitely see how that goes. By the way, for any of Connor's community, I don't know what Connor has planned tomorrow, but in the event that Connor is not streaming for some reason, you can definitely check out Saturday Night Lights, which Connor has been a part of twice now. Unfortunately, he will not be joining us tomorrow, which is very sad, by the way.
We'll see. I have 3. So what I did after January, I'm done with one-on-ones. There's one guy who we've talked about doing a one-on-one before, so I will basically schedule the content with him and we'll take it from there. But I'm not going to be, unless it's like a pertinent thing, something immediate, a debate that is like a hot topic and I have the time for it. That's the only way that I'll be doing one-on-ones going forward. And then I'll be doing my own panel on Friday night, basically Heated Hippie. I literally had a stomach issue that was preventing me from doing it because I didn't think I could handle the stress. But that is coming around. So we'll be trying to do the spiritual successor to the Hippy Dippy, basically, and we'll be adopting a lot of their rule set. So hopefully we can kind of revitalize the Twitch and YouTube panel scene, which is actually great because I think between you and Wick and me, and then I think there's a few other people. Queen Alexa has been running like schizo 30-person panels in the background. I think there's actually like a good chunk of people who are getting back into the panel meta. And I think that Destiny basically, or what did Dylan say? Dylan said when he quit that the part of the reason why he quit was because there's these big people that bring their clout to the table. And that's part of the motivation for the stronger, like medium-sized creators and smaller creators to show up is they want a piece of that clout pie. So after, Destiny got banned from Twitch and Vosh stopped doing panels regularly, there was less of a clout pie to go around. And as a result of that, he just didn't think it was worth it to like coordinate these things. The topics got stale, the participants got stale, et cetera, et cetera. I think that could be true. But I also think that basically if you pick good topics and if you have good contestants, not based off of size, but just based off of like chemistry, I think you can still make a really good show. And I know it's like a huge pain in the ass to coordinate people. You're experiencing that this week. But I still think that the Twitch/YouTube political scene meta can be revitalized.
Well, it might be. I know the girlfriend is definitely super excited to see if Twitch can kind of come back from the brink. But I know.
Wait, was that sarcasm?
I've been saying like it's dying horribly, and then she's sitting here like, no, it wasn't. Shut up. So we disagree on that particular one, but Wick does pretty good. There was a few people that I was like hoping to see more panels from, but they, things keep coming up for them. I actually got a new job, so I'll be able to do it more.
Separate from dashing.
Yes, I'll probably actually quit dashing, or at least slow it down for a while, because this month was horrible.
Mm-hmm. Probably because everybody's saving up for Christmas and shit. Yeah,
I think so, because my acceptance rate is usually somewhere between 60 and 70%, because of anything that's offered to me. Right now it's 48, and it just keeps going down because it's either no one wants to pay for it, so they'll just literally like get an order, leave no tip, and then it's like, hey, will you show up to do this order? You get $2.50 to drive 5 miles, and I'm like, no. So there's been a lot of that, and then for some reason people want to order from the really shitty places that take 20 minutes to go to, and I got tired of Buffalo Wild Wings making me wait a half an hour to get their goddamn food. So between like that and that, yeah, this week has been, this month has been horrible, particularly this week. And I'm definitely going to be needing SNL, ironically enough, just to make sure my bills are paid this week.
Well, so what's the new gig, if you don't mind my asking?
I'll be working in a warehouse. I don't want to say too much on stream, just because there's certain parts where we,
but it's relatively reliable place.
Yeah, it's reliable, 40-hour week, and more importantly for me, it's literally just an 8-hour gig. So I do my 40 and I get the fuck out.
Nice, based.
Yeah, so I'm actually really excited for it. And if I want to dash a little bit on the side, I can. But my insurance is going to go down, my mileage is going to go through the floor. And when it's just all said and done, it's going to be easier to pay my bills because I got a pretty decent paycheck out of this one. So
yeah. Well, and then bum number one gave us another dono. He said, yeah, but when I chatted Holodomor, you said logistical inadequacies of the USSR, and I personally think that flag is the same as Mustache Man. I mean, it can be, because basically, like, yeah, shitload of people of a certain ethnic background. And then, yeah, like I get your hostility. I have the same feelings about the hammer and sickle that bum number one does. I'm not a fan of the hammer and sickle. I think that people that fuck with it are basically, they're doing apologia for mass starvation and slaughter and authoritarian horror. So I don't like it. But that dude, just off of the vibes, I forget what that guy's name was, but it was something either communist or leftist or something like that. But basically that dude, he seemed to me like a stoner bro and like a little bit of like a mutual aid bro. And so when I kind of asked him about like historical shit, he was like, oh, like, I don't know, bro. I just like, I just think that like land should be, decommodified because it's everybody's place, bro. And I was like, all right, like, whatever. Like, and by the way, I DM'd him Georgism because he was like, I don't know what kind of communist I am. I just, like, I believe that like, public shit should be redistributed for the people who do public shit. But I DM'd him Georgism. Which I think is just like you own property, like land is public. So you can own private assets, but everybody has access to the commons and everybody has access to housing. And that's kind of like guaranteed. He was like, oh yeah, this is me. I would fucking love this shit. So I think he's just like a stoner leftist who doesn't quite realize how bad the iconography is. But yeah, just because, we still have like, 60 people here, I'm sure they want, people love talking shit about personalities. Is there any, so for me, that kind of summarizes the Destiny drama. I could get into like a little bit more details of things that were frustrating for me. But is there anything that's on your radar where you're kind of noticing in the Twitch dynamic that things are changing for the better, changing for the worst? I do have a theory I want to put by you, but I wouldn't mind hearing what you had to say first.
People are coming back because of winter. That we knew that was going to happen, but we didn't
the
know
election.
How many were... the election's weird.
Up.
Like, which one?
Well, it's not here yet, but I'm just saying like the election season is about to take off. You know what I'm saying? So
for what? Like 23 usually doesn't have an election.
Shit, am I fucking missing something? So we just did the midterms, right?
Yeah, like, I mean, there's going to be some people that are talking about 24, but
yeah,
like,
but
I understand where you think we have 2-year elections, Connor, but we don't.
No. See, hold up. But like last time, tell me that the election cycle wasn't straight up like a year and a half. like the fucking yeah.
It's getting pretty long. That being said, the problem with the Democrats and the reason why they're going so long is that they're trying to make a name for themselves, and they need all this time to fucking do it. And it sucks, but whenever they were trying to go against Trump, they wanted the best candidate on deck. And what's that Bo Burnham song? How are they going to make me vote for Joe Biden? Literally ended up being the meme. So good job, Democrats. Republicans are doing the same thing now because literally Trump announces the day after. And there's two theories for that. I think both are real. Number one is that I think he's actually trying to dodge a possible indictment because that's actually now on deck. It just depends on if Merrick Garland can grow a pair of testicles.
That makes sense to me. And sorry, that meme's back into an earlier meme, but sorry for interrupting. Continue.
It's all right. I'll take the opportunity to smoke. The other thing is that Trump knows that he's got a fight on his hands this time. There's a lot of the Republican Party that's been kicking back because it was one thing if they can win with him, but now they can't win with him.
Right.
So it's one of those deals where, I mean, me and you have talked about this, but Trump knows that he's actually got to go do work. And it's weird because that man doesn't seem to know when to do work correctly, but somehow he figures out, he needs to mobilize. He's got a real fight on his hands. At first, I was just like, people like me and you were going to be crying come the primary season because we would lose. But what I'm seeing right now, I think DeSantis is actually going to pull it. Because even half of MAGA that I've been talking to recently, because I pull out my feelers and I'm like, hey, what are y'all thinking? Don't get me wrong, there's some diehards. But there's a lot of people that are really kind of over it. They're like, look, I can't win with Trump. They're like, I like Trump, I like the message, but I need somebody better. And they've been hearing about DeSantis, and they're like, yes, let's fucking go.
Well, and that's what's happened in the conversations that I've had. I work a job where I do talk to people all over the country, and basically I've heard I like Trump. I've heard this. I like Trump better, but basically I think that because of the January 6th kerfuffle, he's not as electable as he used to be. As a result, I've heard about DeSantis's policies, and I think he's actually a stronger chance to win. Therefore, I want to go with DeSantis. And like I've kind of been joking about this. I'm encouraging that sentiment because I want two shots at beating Trump. I want DeSantis to win in the primaries. I'm literally going to register as a Republican and vote in the primaries for DeSantis. And then because I've just been independent so far. And then in the general, like another Democrat could potentially beat Trump. I literally think he's that big of a fucking asshole that I want two shots.
No, I'm 100% with you. And I've openly said it, although a lot of Republicans get pissed off at me, is that I will happily let the Democrats win to fucking excise this party of Trump and MAGA. Like, I'll take the
I don't think it's going to be excised, but it can be it can be tampered down for sure.
Okay, so here's the thing. And I've said this for a long time. You know that I'm not bullshitting. It's not going to be excised. And I think both of the sides of the party have actually come to this realization, is that there needs to be a new Republican going forward, but it's going to be a synthesis of kind of the old and the new. They know they need the fervor. They know they need the bigger voter base. They know that it's going to be more of a working class party. But the thing that I think MAGA might have just figured out, and it's of the smarter ones of them, is that they know they need someone to actually tell them, no, this is how you get the things that you actually fucking want. Because I could be wrong, but it seems like the smarter people among MAGA and the people that you seem to be talking to as well know that there is winning and then there's getting what you want. And if you're winning, it doesn't actually help you that much, because Donald Trump may have won, but he was a bull in a china shop and he broke everything. It didn't get anybody what he wanted.
So this was kind of where I was talking about, here's like a meme from a previous conversation or whatever. What was wild to me about like Destiny being like get Trump's dick out of your ear was, one, I am, I wasn't like a never Trumper, like, this guy's a fucking monster, he's going to destroy the republic, et cetera, et cetera. Now I really dislike him a lot. But I wasn't like verbose about it. Like I was basically just thinking to myself, like, this dude's a cunt. He's a fucking asshole. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a bull in a china shop. Maybe he can mix up Washington by being a bull in a china shop. And then when the economy was doing well, I was like, hey, maybe he is a fucking 4D genius. Who fucking knows? Like right before COVID tanked everything. So that was kind of all of my feelings on Trump. And then my arguments basically saying why the Hunter Biden story got tanked and why the technocratic state, the deep state, for people who are more conspiracy oriented, which I have no problems using the term deep state. The reason why the deep state would prefer Biden over Trump so aggressively is because they would rather have a competent Democrat who was like vaguely hostile to the security establishment for rhetoric purposes than a person who's super friendly to the security establishment, but an utter fucking incompetent buffoon. And so that's where, for me, that's what happened, is actually These people resented the fuck out of Trump, and that's why you kind of saw what you saw.
Okay, is it funny that I have the exact opposite analysis in that they prefer an incompetent Democrat over somebody who's proven to be like semi-effective in government? Because
You
like
think
the big thing
Trump's
about
effective in government?
Trump is actually more effective than Biden in a lot of regards. Here's the quicker, and this is why I said the difference between winning and getting what you want. Winning is that Trump is fantastic at like scoring political dunks. And I don't understand it. The man makes me want to throw up half the time. But he's really goddamn good at like mitigating whatever like PR disaster is unfolding, at the same time over embellishing everything that actually worked out for him. And I like in that way, he's actually way more competent than Biden. Biden's got some actual victories geopolitically under his belt that like he should be able to signal to the high heavens over, and he can't. He absolutely fucking can't. And this is the real issue with where the DoD is right now, in the regards that Trump can get them what they want because Trump's the guy who was very happy to write an $850 billion budget to Congress so he can drop a Moab on some, poor brown people. That's real. I'm not fucking with you. Right.
God
but on the other
damn.
side of that is that when it comes to long-term strategic goals, Trump wants to piss in everything the DoD wants. Trump doesn't want to be in Europe. Trump does not want to play world police. And while I understand that, there's a level where like the DoD has to go big checks, but we actually can't be in the fight that we want to be in.
Yeah.
And they don't know how to deal with that. Versus Biden,
mhm.
who Biden is under constant beratement to actually like cut the defense budget because Democrats, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait, Biden's actually trying to preserve NATO. Biden actually is putting us like face first into the Chinese, which carried on from Trump, by the way. It's one of these deals to where the DoD is actually now looking at Democrats and Biden as the more favorable party, particularly the officer corps. And it's so weird, but I think it's going to keep going that way. Like I've said this, and I'm actually quite curious if you agree with me on this. The Democrats are actually becoming the conservative party. The Republicans are just going full-blown reactionary at this point. They're like, all right, it's not that we need to stop the bus. It's we need to rewind the bus 20 fucking years. Like, let's go back to the 90s.
But we need to talk about this like generational thing though. So I agree with you that boomers like Nancy Pelosi, who apparently just resigned from the speakership or whatever, saying that she's not going to run again even if they win back the House. Speaker of the House, right? Yeah.
She's not going for speaker again. This is probably her last term in office,
supposedly. But
I think she's done.
Oh, good, because honestly, I'm tired of looking at her fucking lizard face. So the other shit is hold on, I need to see if this staff is what I want. So I'm happy that the boomers are changing out, but I feel like that what's going to happen is a younger generation of Democrats are more progressive. So they will be more, and like even people like fucking Elizabeth Warren and shit. They, despite being in like the more boomer Xer category or whatever, they were pushing, like, yeah, I'm gonna have a non-binary 13-year-old as a part of my staff to help me inform how we do public school policy, and it's like, all right, Jesus Christ. Yeah. So basically what I'm saying is the old guard are conservative in DOD. I don't know if the new guard is, and I don't know if the military industrial corporate machine can absorb the new guard as aggressively as they did the old guard. I actually think there might be a social shift with the Democrats.
I think this is actually going to be actually the inverted reality. And so this is what I'm thinking about. If you look at the Democrats,
you're gonna have to say
look
names.
At younger, huh?
Names, like who you think is going to be leading the charge.
Okay, well, I'll get there here in a second. But if you look at where the Democrats are, the majority of people who are our generation that are, doing well and coming up in the party, most of them are pretty rational folks. They tend to be more moderate from what I've seen. They're people with college degrees, did everything right, and unlike most of us millennials, they didn't get fucked. But they're the lucky few. The majority of the other people that are within the party coalition that we like to frown about because they do a bunch of weird things that make me scoff. A lot of these people are either disavowed millennials, but more often than not, they're yuppie Zoomers that are still under 25, right? And so like the majority of the shit that they still blame us for, it's not even us doing it anymore. It's literally the Zoomers because they're yuppies.
Well, no, I mean that's great. I actually do like this like generational change in the guard where it's like, bro, you can't complain about like lazy millennials anymore. We're now like a majority of the workforce. Like the fucking a lot of the boomers are aged out. The Xers are on their not on their way out, but they're they're a much smaller generation, so they don't make up a huge part of the workforce.
I saw a meme the other day, and I actually had to think about it because it might be true. We may actually be the sad reality that Gen X is now doing more harm in the world than the boomers because the boomers are finally getting to that point of retiring, and the Gen X actually isn't the saviors we hoped they would be.
Well, I don't know if we ever expected that. I never expected them to be. The reason why I never expected them to be is because of their cultural reputation, right? Xer cultural reputation is that they're like very apathetic, very self-centered, very I'm trying to think of what else, like very nihilistic, very kind of doomer about everything.
They're doomers, but like they're not. I'll say this: they're definitely doomers, and they're definitely people who don't really care to be in the limelight more than not, because they never got used to it. The boomers are weird because they're the ones that are like hyper, like self-centered. Like Gen X isn't self-centered; they had to band together. The problem with where Gen X is that there just isn't that many of them, but also they don't want to lead the charge. They're competent. I think they're the most competent, actually, out of any generation right now, because they had to be. But the problem is like they don't want it.
Well, and that actually kind of brings me up to the next point then, which is we need the millennial changing to the guard, and if we're going to have a millennial changing to the guard, which is terrifying to think about, by the way. I feel like I'm still 19 some days. But basically what we're really looking at is like we've been complaining about the problems for so fucking long. In the next 10 years, we're going to be on the mantle, right? We're going to be in charge. So if that's true, can we really change the things that we've been complaining about needing to be changed, or are we just going to be as bought in and inefficacious and as easy to buy off as fucking boomers? So
I'm seriously so concerned that we're literally going to be the boomers 2.0.
We could be, but I also think that as long as I'm willing to call people cunts on the internet, we have a shot. So, that's what I'm going for.
That's where I'm with you on this. Is that a lot of people are like, oh, like, man, fuck, like, wasn't I 22 yesterday? And I get that, but like, there's reality where we're not, right?
Yeah.
And the issue that I'm having is I'm kind of amped up for the fight. And it's not openly because, like, I feel like I can actually do that much. Like this year has been a one that is very humbling. I'm not nearly as great as I thought I was, but I will live. What it does come down to is as long as I can do something, as long as I can actually like speak out and like say my opinions, I don't care if I just convince one person. I think this fight needs to be had because Jesus Christ, our generation's got fucking issues, and like I think it's either we have nice things or we don't. I think it literally just comes down to that.
100%. No, sorry, go ahead.
We can't fuck up like our parents did. Our parents had the greatest generation in American history to leave everything to them, and so that took a long time to fuck up. We don't have that luxury.
Well, and so that's where, for me, I think this is where it gets a little dangerous. Because if you're talking about like maintaining mixed economy capitalism or having some level of like liberalism or something like that, I think that like those are entrenched ideas enough that those aren't going anywhere. But then what the question is whether or not like the working class and the upper class are going to accept a K-shaped economy where basically if you're working class, you're behind on every single bill. And if you have an emergency, you're just fucked. And that's just the way that it is. And that's the way that you live. You're basically like a 19th century tenement house factory worker bee, except for instead of working in the fucking factory and losing your fingers to pickles, you're fucking I don't know, like coding fucking websites or some shit. I don't fucking know. So the point being like that's kind of where that's scary. And then the K people are like, for instance, like I would consider myself probably going to be a K person, because in my job, I am not like, I'm not rich, motherfucker. Are you shitting my fucking ball sack right now? Fuck off. Sorry, like people are like shooting me with guns and shit, and like I'm trying to get my teammate up, and they keep stabbing me while I'm doing it.
I
Fuck
think that's what
off.
they're supposed to do.
No, it is what they're supposed to do, but fucking leave me alone, you fucking sacks of shit. I'm trying to play the game here. You fucking dumb bitches. Sorry, I need to kill these people. So, anyways, the point
smack
being
everybody
is,
while you're
if
going.
are the K people just gonna accept it, where they're like, yeah, we're doing fine, but 90% of the country is basically economically fucked, and I don't care as long as my taxes are low. Are we going to be as selfish as the fucking boomers are? And can we reverse? Because basically, this is the problem with the vestiges of Reaganism, but the opportunity with MAGA is, can we say, no, we care about working families. We care about middle-class families. We care about having decent schools and decent opportunities for our folk. We care about being economically dominant on the world stage. We care about all these things. And as a result, we're going to choose to fund them. And the people who are at the top of the K fucking economy are going to subsidize, they're going to fucking subsidize this shit. Because if you're making fucking $500,000 a year, you got 4 goddamn jet skis, you can still pay your bills, eat food, fucking get caviar on Friday, fuck your wife and your Corvette. Sorry, bro. You might need to take a 30% fucking tax hit in order to make sure the social safety net actually provides for everybody.
So yeah, the social democracy hellscape to where everything looks like The Expanse, like that's a possibility of where we're going down. I don't think we're like, I don't know if that's what's going to happen. I hope it doesn't, and there's some good reason to think that it won't. The fourth industrial revolution is actually probably going to help out with this one.
I'm hoping so. I'm pretty. My shit worked out. like it's not great, but it's okay.
Well, like I get you. That's not where I'm going. But what I will say is this: my part of the fight, and that I'm laying out for people, and one of my more new mission statements is that somebody called me this, and it makes me want to throw up a little bit in my mouth. But I think it's actually the befitting term. I'm a right-wing progressive. I believe that we need to move forward. I believe that government is going to be an instrumental part of like how our society like operates. But the problem is that we took the wrong path. We took left-wing progressivism, and that is all about maintaining. It's all about, here's your check. We'll if you need more, come see us.
Dude, preach.
I will preach. It is like the right-wing meme of it being the mommy government. True. Yeah. Absolutely agree with that. So here's my thing. What does right-wing progressivism look like? Because I'm sure some of your audience is like, what the fuck? First and foremost,
Roosevelt.
Yeah, actually, to some degree. But so if anyone wants like the major economic policies, I'm getting rid of Social Security. It's a disaster. But here's what we will do.
Good luck.
We are going to mandate that as part of your compensation, whether you are hourly, salary, or what have you, you are going to have a mandated 401k as part of your compensation. It can be in a Roth. It could be in any kind of IRA. It can be just a generalized 401k. But in the same way that it's mandated that if you have a house in most states that you have insurance, we're going to mandate that if you have a job, some kickback of it has to go back to a retirement account. So by the time that you're like fucking, 60, 70, whenever you're going to retire, you've got a nest egg built up, right? You can't touch it. Or if you can, you're, borrowing against it in the same way that everybody else does. This shit works. We could have took 1/3, literally 1/3 of what was actually put back for Social Security, and we would have had 3 times the money. That's really an improvement of a factor of 9. Because capitalism is fucking overpowered. And for some reason, we don't use the best of what it could be for. So whole thing is...
because why would you... So for instance, for the companies or whatever, this is where I start to feel like it's malevolent. Why would you take on that expense when you're the one who has to fucking front the bills, pay the extra benefits and all that kind of bullshit, and actually provide decent living wages when you can just offset that cost onto the government? And by the way, like, Cullivar, no offense, like, I love you, buddy, but you are fucking coping in chat. The fact that, like, you're like, oh no, like, I'm Gen X and, like, everybody's good, you guys are just fantasizing about this shit, it's not popular with the party. Guess what? No offense to you, but half of the Republican Party is going to be dead in the next fucking 20 years. And like basically, and the options are going to be compete or get fucked. Those are the two options. So if you want to have like a Latin American style half collapsed civil society that just fucking looks like, oh, well, what can the government give me today? That's what I care about. Then yeah, like keep talking shit. Don't give anybody else money. Don't let don't allow society to fucking take care of itself. Yeah, keep doing that. If you actually want society to be functional and kind of like not necessarily a social democracy like the Nordic states, but maybe like a more functional, less authoritarian fucking version of the Nordic states, then you're actually going to have to compromise a little bit. You don't have to fucking be, paying for people's heroin and shit, because there are still social conservatives in this country, but you're going to have to come to the fucking table, or else the right wing is just fucked.
All right, Colivar, I'm gonna jump on you with Connor, and then I'm gonna push back against Connor. So here it goes. First part.
Fuck you, buddy.
That I'm with. Yeah, well, I love you, but I'm not here to tell you everything you want to hear. Okay, that's not why we're friends. Anyway, so first thing against Colivar, anyone who wants to go to like the hyper liberal principles of like free people, free markets, that's great. But like people are going to have to realize that they're going to have to be some level of managed markets. People cannot take the open volatility of that, especially when you have an industrial revolution literally every 40 years, right? Hopefully we don't have a fifth, but it's still one of these issues to where like if the economy keeps like reforming to where we just keep getting higher and higher tiers with higher and higher skills, like, there's no way the average person's going to keep up. It's going to get dystopian as fuck just because of the evolution of change on this one. Just the average person can't. When it comes down to it, though, is that if things actually get to any kind of stability, then yeah, you can have something that's a lot more like long term, and you can actually get to a level where you can get a lot more hands off. I believe that world can exist, but it's going to have to be slower than the one we have now. Like this one's just stupidly quick. And I think that's actually going to happen, but I don't know exactly when. So anyway, what do we do in the meantime? I think there's things that we can realize that are absolutely worth paying for, and they're not that expensive. Like, a lot of people will talk about Medicare for All. Hugely fucking expensive. It wouldn't be as much as Social Security is now, or it would be about the same. But when you actually like break brass tacks, hugely expensive. Or
Ty,
something
before, can you simplify, just for the sake of we're about to have CSP on in the next fucking 10 minutes or so, and I'm not trying to rush you on this shit, but basically I do want CSP to have some folks around, so I do want to keep it relatively not. I know you hate the memes and the drama and all that kind of shit, but these fucking people, they got attention deficit disorder. You got to dangle the fucking keys in front of them and shit.
And I'm being long-winded. I'm sorry, but I like to preach. But the long and short here's my goal. I think some of these work. Insurance should largely be a state affair. Like, if you want to have like a private company in the same way that we have any public utility, run it in the name of the government, I don't give a shit. But like this for-profit insurance thing, horrible to the human society. Stop fucking doing this shit. But then also, whenever you like double up into that, is that this is actually something that the free market really doesn't do worth a damn. It doesn't need to be a free market thing, and ironically enough, making it public makes it work better. It's called the law of large numbers. The bigger people, or the bigger group concentration of people you have in the pool, the better off it is.
The pool. Yep.
Yes.
I think so. Sorry, go ahead.
Just how, like, I'm not saying everyone has to have car insurance mandated or whatever, but housing, anytime you have property and pay property tax, that actually should be part of the pool, where it's like, hey, if your shit burns down, you don't have to call up some fucking dude from some private company like Farmers. It's the government's got your back. That would be so cool, and I think a lot of people would actually respect their government if they did that.
Well, so I actually I partially agree right here because I work in the industry, and there's like a lot of largesse that comes out of it, where what's really going that's a big ogre. So what's really going on is basically so there is a talent here. And I don't expect this to happen anytime soon, by the way. So like I'm not holding my breath for this. But what insurance companies actually do is they pool the premiums into a big fat fucking pool. They throw that shit on the market. They make bets with your fucking money. And then they decide, based off of like their reputation and how much of a reputational hit they're gonna they want to take, they will decide how aggressive they're going to be about trying to retain your money away from you when you have a loss. Now, I'm very happy with who I work for because basically their whole philosophy is people pay good money to be with us. As a result, when they have a claim, you cut them the fattest fucking check you can in order to keep them happy. I love that shit because if I had to do it any other way, I wouldn't be in this industry at all. But that being said, that doesn't mean that there aren't a bunch of shady characters. That doesn't mean that there isn't a bunch of shit about premiums that isn't shady or exploitive. That doesn't mean that there isn't a bunch of shit or different levels of competency with like adjusters, where the people who are responsible for making you whole, a lot of them, they just cut you a check. They don't tell you the process and they tell you to go fuck yourself. So people have like $30,000 problems. They got a check for $5,000 and they don't even know that they're entitled to the rest of the fucking money. So there's all sorts of shit like that I just don't think works, where the insurance companies have an incentive to keep your own money away from you. And so, yeah, I absolutely agree that maybe a public option or something like that, like a competent public option, could solve some of these problems. And you could leave the rest of it fucking free market. I don't give a fuck. But the insurance is predatory.
Yeah, it would openly outcompete almost everything because it. Like, guys, I'm pretty free market. I love capitalism and I love profit, but holy fuck, you're gonna find out really quickly how much insurance doesn't need to make a profit, and you're gonna find out really goddamn quickly.
Well, and not just that, but the other thing too is that these fucking people, man, basically they're not looking. They're not looking out for you, man. You know, you're they're not like a good neighbor. Like they are fucking. What they're doing is they're trying to pool as much cash into a giant Scrooge McDuck fucking vault that they can throw into the economy, make as much money back, so they can take out a healthy chunk of the Scrooge McDuck vault. That is exactly what these people do. And if they get that by paying their customers the minimum amount of money, or if they get that by investing it intelligently, it doesn't matter as long as the higher ups are collecting fat fucking checks. They don't care where that money comes from as long as they're making it.
It's so bad because like insurance companies are actually like the worst and the best of capitalism all in one. Mm-hmm. They're the worst of capitalism because if it's ever going to be exploitive and actually give the left-wing credit to that argument, like unironically, that's fucking it. Like these people are horrible, and even she's laughing about this. So she's happy. But when it comes down to it, though, is that it shows how fucking awesome capitalism is because they take your premium, right? That you pay, and like, what is it? Like $2 billion in revenue just from the premium by itself, right? And then they go and they take that premium, they throw it into like mutual funds and shit. And just because of how overpowered capitalism is, they make like 200% to 300% returns, and they bring in profits of like $16 billion, and 90% of it's literally capital gains Wall Street earnings. It's fucking hilarious.
When I was working as an adjuster, I was like, how the fuck? Because they were encouraging me. They're like, oh yeah, like as soon as you have a problem, if you can even remotely articulate it and you can justify paying it, pay it. It's faster. It's faster for us to pay it, or it's cheaper for us to pay it fast than it is for us to research it. And I was like, that can't be fucking right. And I kind of like resisted them at first. And then eventually what they kind of pointed out to me is like, hey, we're not just like sitting on this cash. Like this cash is going out into the market. So the faster you get it to the customer, the faster we can invest other shit into the market. And like if everybody as an adjuster acts this way, it just like sends the money where it needs to go the fastest fucking possible. And if you're off by $5,000, that's fucking piss in the wind for these people. It's fucking nothing. So it's kind of crazy because, you know, as an adjuster, you're making like, you know, $50,000 a year or whatever. And like sometimes you'll send $50,000 out in a day and your boss won't even fucking blink. Because they're just so used to being like, if you're fast and you get it out there and it's approximate, it being approximately correct is more important. It being approximately correct and fast is more important than being correct.
And this is why we need to. Oh crap! I forgot to do that one thing on my paperwork. Oh well, I'll do it on Monday. Okay, this is why we actually need to make sure that everyone has like a Roth IRA or like retirement account of some sort instead of having Social Security. Because the thing that makes these folks that much fucking money the average person now gets. You will
Right.
have way fatter fucking retirement portfolios.
Your shit is to so I can already feel the Cullivars of the world because he's probably spurging in my chat. I just can't see him right now. I can already feel them being like, bro, why is it my responsibility? Why is it my company's responsibility to make sure that people have retirement? That if they need retirement, they should just get fucking good, bro. Like, and that's the fucking mindset. It's like crabs in a fucking bucket. That's what's gonna fuck this country. And
they take like the American individualism and they take it to an obscene
the
degree.
dumbest
It's
extent. Yeah, save a dime in order to spend a fucking dollar, you dipshit. And like also
Yeah.
and like Cullivar, I'm not calling you a dipshit. I'm just saying like the philosophy, like you save a dime in order to spend a dollar societally, and then also what was the other fucking thing? I'm just thinking. Oh, I was just gonna say I'm thinking of basically like the costs from having people who are like broken, poor, and fucking stupid. Those costs to society are bigger than if you paid. But like you can't think about it, like you can't explain that to a fucking libertarian because they're like, well, my taxes are fucking 20%, bro. I fucking hate that shit. The government's fucking stealing it. They're stealing it from me, bro. They're fucking stealing it, bro.
3 things real quick. Number one is that, just so you're aware, Connor, is that the topics for tomorrow's Saturday Night Lights, if you end up crashing, will be: do men rights advocates have legitimate points? That's the number one winner. And then number two is: what are the bounds of free speech? What can we say in public and not say in public? So if you end up crashing, feel free to fire off that VIP power.
I have to finish my 1v1s or whatever. Like I just have to finish them before January, so I'm going to be doing that tomorrow. But basically, if people cancel or whatever, or if like the conversations wrap up early, I'll swing by.
Yeah. And apparently Colabar is trolling us, but we do love Colabar. He's actually been a huge financial supporter for Connor.
He's a good bro.
He's actually been really cool to me. Hasn't thrown me much money, unfortunately, but what he has done is he was helping me out with some voice work, and I hope I can continue to work with him on that one because it was setting up to be a fun project.
Hold on, Mr. Sorry, can you see my chat?
CSP. Yeah.
So Mr. Geek has like the most important question of the night. He said, "This is a litmus test for whether or not I admire you politically. What do you think of Amazon adopting the Warhammer 40K universe?" Okay, so this is my frustration. It is scary. It's very scary. Okay, but Games Workshop is very IP sensitive, like super IP sensitive.
Stupidly.
So basically, like, considering they have Astartes, considering how much their brand has gotten flack for banning, what would you say, like third-party creators, considering all that kind of stuff, I think they know that they have to play the show correct. And if they what's that Lord of the Rings show? What's it called again?
Oh, what is it? The Ten Rings one?
The Forging of the Rings, the fucking
the new one.
Well, the one that everybody was taking a massive shit on. Whatever. That if they do that, where it's a visual spectacle, but it has no soul, and it costs $1 billion, and they lose their ass on it, they know that's a huge fucking deal. Also, one of the saddest things about Henry Cavill playing The Witcher was he was so passionate about the character, and apparently the writers were like routinely taking dumps on the source content. So he was in it to fucking win it. Loved the source content, loved the lore, loved all that kind of shit. But basically the reason why he quit the show, despite committing to it for like a full 6 or 7 seasons, was because the people that he was counting on to bring the spirit and love of the universe alive, they just weren't in it for that. So having Henry Cavill attached, if he stays attached, he's fucking nerdier than I am, man. For
we
40K.
have the true revenge of the nerds.
Yeah. So
ironically, the nerds write the movies now, and it shows.
Yeah, so if Henry Cavill is attached, if his vision is implemented, if Games Workshop is aggressive about its IP, I'm hopeful. If Amazon just decides to be like, we'll drop $1 billion on it, and as long as it's pretty, we don't give a fuck, it's going to be a problem, and it's probably going to be really disappointing.
I'm not going to say anything regarding just the wanting the echo Connor on this one. Henry Cavill good, Amazon a little scary, but
Yeah.
Amazon also had that money, and they like honestly Disney needs somebody to rival their ass right now because holy fuck, that's getting to be too much.
Yeah.
Disney is becoming way too powerful on this particular market. You have
CSP.
CSP that we need to pick up, or if you need to dump me, let me know.
Can I dump you for now, and then if we're still bullshitting afterwards, you can come back in, because basically I think we had like a specific debate almost that he wanted to do, and so I wanted to follow that.
Sure. If you need me to moderate, let me know.
We're not that
And you
aggressive
gotta-
against each other. So,
I don't know. Like CSP's been a little extra feisty of late. You gotta watch out.
based. I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Left you a wonderful meme in the DMs. Somebody sent me that to me just a moment ago, so it's hilarious. But anyway,
right.
take care, Connor.
All right, catch you in a bit, brother. All right, let's disconnect the call. Check Tom Fleury. Sorry if I'm doxing you. I really Australia at least came out, and I pretty much said everything he said, but I'd like to clarify something. Yeah, sure, Tom. We can talk either later tonight or tomorrow. That's fine. And then I'm gonna call CSP real quick. Yeah, basically, if CSP and I have a good combo and you're still around, we can do it. Beat a boo, beat a boo, beat a boo, beat a boo. CSP, if you're in the chat, I'm calling you, bud. Good thing my friends haven't picked me up yet. That's good. Am I dead? Can I not come back? Wait, is he in the call now? Oh, you're
Yeah,
in the call now.
I'm here.
Okay.
My Discord crashed on me. My bad.
No problem. No
Give
problem.
me 1 second. I'm getting. it
Yeah, and
set
I'm
back
just
so
looking
that
at the
my-
OBS, making sure it's good to go. All right, and then sorry, chat. Your chat is going to cover my face, so if you like looking at my face, you're fucked. So that's fine. But now I can see chat, so I can engage with you while I'm having a conversation. So that's based.
There we go. And then yeah, just getting set up here myself.
No problem. Mic checking myself. All right, good.
There we go.
And can you talk a little bit?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Can y'all hear
Yeah,
me
we're
all right?
good. We're good. All right, cool.
All right, and then I gotta change my OBS really. Not that.
Good.
I need to change my OBS settings really quick, and then.
Hi,
we'll be
Dr.
good to go. Sorry
Zayas.
about that.
No problem. Hi, Dr. Zayas. I can see you now. I can see chat. It's covering my face, but now I can see you talking. Jacanadar Painting says Cypher, turn it to 11. Do not pull any punches. They're looking for another fucking
They're looking
Destiny Bloodsport stream. That's what they're looking
You're looking for that. All right.
So
I mean,
you said that conservatives are getting banned for the fucking, just for the virtue of being conservative, you fucking sack of shit. That's what they're looking for.
I mean, if that's what they want, we can give it to them. It's
I don't
usually
know.
not
I'm
my
a little-
style, and you know that.
I know, I'm just a
All
little
right.
tired. And by little tired, I mean
We're
I
good.
don't know if I can bring that energy tonight.
No problem at all. All right, cool. All right, so I'm good and set up now. I think all your chat can hear me, and I'm gonna pull it up over onto the side as well. So we're good.
All
I
right,
can see your
sweet.
chat every once in a while.
All right, nice. And then back into Darktide. Yeah, bud. So basically, we had a conversation, and I think during that conversation we were supposed to have a debate, but then we ended up having a separate conversation. We were like, oh, we had all these topics that we were supposed to talk about, and
Yeah.
so I think that tonight was supposed to be the catch-up show. And you're going to have to remind me of the topics because basically I just knew that they were good and that we disagreed on them. And then also, if you wanted to get into the Twitter files or Biden story, we could. But I'm pretty sure we also have like a full roster with the topics as they exist.
Yeah, so that's the main topic that we're supposed to do, and it's lagging on my end a little bit. We'll just power through it. I'll pull it from your stream if I need to. I'm lagging. My OBS is fucking with me. So, but what the topic is that we were debating about who threw the first punch in the latest culture war, basically, and
Right.
who's responsible for the tit for tat that we are currently experiencing, and then I guess from there, whose responsibility it is to fix it.
Well, yeah. So just to answer the question on its face or whatever, I think part of the reason why it's like, whose responsibility is it to fix it? I think it's all of ours, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
So basically, yeah, we all died. So it's all of our responsibility in order to fix it. So I don't, I don't necessarily like it's your fault. Like you fix it, or you have to do this, or you have to do that. I don't like that shit. But if we were going to talk about like throwing the first punch, I would say that the last, I can think about it from like a dialectic perspective of like, the boomers won World War II. As a result, they spoiled their kids, but they also had like a bunch of dogmatic social beliefs. So the boomers, greatest generation, excuse me. So the boomers rebelled and created this like hippy dippy love whatever thing. Then in the 80s, there was a pendulum swing for like fiscal conservatives, social conservatives. And then in the 90s, there was kind of like the Bill Clinton centrist bounce back. But then there was also like a lot of like Christian nationalist, social conservative stuff back then as well. And then it bounces into the thousands where I think we were all nihilists because basically like 9/11 happened, grunge music happened, like all that, there was just like a lot of negativity after 9/11, not going to lie. And then the economy crashing in the 8s and the 10s. I think a lot of people are very nihilistic. And then it seems like that was kind of dominated not by the left, maybe dominated by the left from like a liberal perspective where it's like you do you, I do me, let's leave each other alone kind of shit.
Yeah, a bit of that.
But then like social conservatism has bounced back. So for me, I would say I can see the historical flow all the way back to World War II. So I would just be curious about, where you would place the first punch.
So if we're talking about modern times, I think we have to go back only as far as like about 1976 or so. And the reason why I say that specifically is because there was the radicals and the reactionaries in the late 60s and early 70s that basically went at it. Basically, anytime there's a major war and that hundreds of thousands of people were participating in that war, there's always a kind of radicalization across the political spectrum. You saw it after World War I, you saw it after World War II, you saw it here after Vietnam, you saw it after the Civil War. Anytime there's a major war,
kind of seen it after the Global War on Terror too.
Yeah, and the Global War on Terror just a little bit, but not as much as Vietnam because there's simply less people,
right?
Or at least that's my perspective from it. And that's just because PTSD is real and it fucks people up, and they're gonna end up, and a lot of people will end up having a political awakening during these wars, and it's just gonna color their entire worldview.
True.
And so I cut it off of like about 1976 or so because that was really after after Nixon, before Reagan. And Nixon kind of put the kibosh on the radicals. And at the same time, when Carter got elected, it kind of put a quieting the spirit on reactionary right-wingers to a little bit degree because they're able to see kind of liberalism as a okay-ish. But afterwards, during the oil embargo that happened due to our support of Israel
and the collapse,
you saw, and the collapse of therein, it radicalized a lot of people, and a lot of people ended up returning to their trenches as far as economics is concerned. And Reagan basically just supercharged that. He's basically like, government's bad. Everything that you're in life is because of the government. We're going to kick commies' asses, and we're going to take back the country from all these radical liberals. And we're going to go from there. And because of the timing of that, you can say Reagan might have helped there a little bit or not. I think it's more of a timing thing, especially since Volcker is who's actually given a lot of credit for breaking stagflation.
Who was?
That created the Reagan consensus. Go ahead.
No, who was credited with breaking stagflation? Because so let me just catch it up
Volcker.
From who?
Volcker.
Was Volcker
was the Fed
like
chair.
a Reagan advisor?
He was no. So Paul Volcker was actually appointed. I think it's Paul. Let me double check that name. I know it's Volcker. Last name's Volcker, but I think it's Paul Volcker. Yeah, it's Paul Volcker.
I'm not gonna hold you to it. Where I'm like, oh,
no, I wanted.
You said the wrong name, idiot. You lose the debate.
No, I want to be.
Look at this asshole. He misspoke. What an idiot. That was the kind of debates that I fucking had to deal with in the past week.
I know. And I think this is why I'm not invited to them. But anyways, so Paul Volcker was actually appointed by Carter prior to the election. I think it was 70.
Did Reagan keep him?
2009. Yes, Reagan did keep him. He was supposed to stay in for 2 years of Reagan's term, and Reagan reinstated him after those 2 years. And what basically Volcker said is that in order to get inflation under control, we're going to ramp up interest rates. If it has to go to 40% interest rates, so be it. We have to beat inflation.
Jesus.
And he did it, and it caused a massive recession. But it also broke people's idea that everything is just going to keep getting more and more expensive because people stopped buying things. And also, though, at the same time, the oil embargo was lifted from the Iran oil embargo. And so all those things come together, and it seems like Volcker broke inflation, stagflation. I think it's just timing.
Is that part of the is that part of the reason why the Fed, for instance, they're doing like these like 0.5% interest rate raises now and all that kind of shit, is because they do think that like even if it's not like directly causated, it's correlated. So as a result, they can have some level of input on what's going on economically.
Yes.
Interesting.
So
I was kind of wondering about that when they were like, okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, because I think we're on an education spree right now. Because not a lot of millennials, or not millennials. I guess some millennials and not a lot of Zoomers would like know this shit. So I guess the interest rates that we're talking about is what the percentage rate is that the central bank of the United States gives out loans. And so since one of the main problems that I understand from like basic economics is that inflation occurs when there's two things going on. There's there's a money supply, like a higher amount of money, than there is economic activity, and these things like they're not jiving with each other. There's not like a correlated amount of money as correlated with the fucking economic activity. As a result, since you have more money than economic activity, you basically, everybody's fighting for the same goods and services. And as a result, the goods and services run away from you price wise. And so we're kind of dealing with that now.
Yeah. So I don't want to get too deep into the weeds on this. That is the conventional view. That is the view that Milton Friedman had proposed, and it's one that took over the monetarist forever until recently. That's not necessarily true. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds on it, but there's other schools of thought that basically say that inflation is always and forever a supply of goods and services problem, not a monetary problem. Whereas Friedman, is being the monetarist that he is, believed that it was always a monetary problem, and it didn't matter what goods and services you had, because if you just cut the money, then the inflation would go down.
Right, but then if you're no, and like I'm actually okay with this, because that's actually really interesting. Because I'm good with this, because basically it's like, oh yeah, guys, we broke inflation, but we also haven't manufactured penicillin in the past fucking 5 years.
Yeah,
like yay, like everything's so cheap now, sweet. Like, so no, I'm with you there. And then that's super fucking interesting. Because then that kind of gets into what we've been dealing with, which I still bring this shit up because fucking Senpai Chow. So Senpai Chow and I had this fucking debate like probably a year and a half, 2 years ago when COVID first happened. And he was just like, the virologists say it's going to fucking kill all these people. As a result, we need to economically shut down. And I was like, hey, listen, like I get like conservatives are being assholes like about, whether or not like this is going to kill people. But at the same time, you can't calculate what the economic impacts of shutdowns are going to be. And you're going to see like correlated cost of living, food access issues, fucking, all that kind of shit. And he was like, nah, listen to the doctors. Anything else is cope. Well, cope now, you son of a bitch.
Sorry, my dog.
No, it's fine. Just still fucking mauling over debates from 2 years ago.
No, I mean that's fair. It is ironic though, because if you think about it, say the virologists were right and we just kept the economy open.
They probably are right. Like you probably would have killed a shitload more people.
Right. So think about what that would have impact on the economy in the long term as well. Because part of the reason why we're having inflation that we're having right now is a labor supply issue. We had a massive drop in the amount of immigrants, both legal and illegal. That's about 3 to 5 million less people that would be in the workforce. On top of that, you have about 1.2 million people dead. So that's 1.2 million people less consuming less goods and services. And about from that, roughly 50% of those would be working age people. Roughly, because even though the majority of people that died were older than the age of 60. Roughly anywhere between 30 and 50% of the people that also died were under that age. Then you have long COVID, and long COVID's taking out people from the labor force anywhere between 2 million and another 5 million people. So just from all of that right there, you're missing about 15 million people from the workforce. How many jobs are opened right now? About 11 million. Well, there you go.
Yeah, it's
so
like
that's
all correlated
causing
together.
the
Yeah.
wage. Yeah. So,
Interesting.
but I don't want to get too deep into these woods.
We don't.
I mean,
we
we can
don't
keep
have
talking.
to.
This is great. I love it.
No. Well, actually, so let me check my viewership, because then we might have to talk about how Destiny's rude or something. So dude, because like these people, they fucking, you got to jangle keys for them every now and then. And chat, like I love you. There's a lot of smart people in fucking chat. I'm not trying to like dog anybody's intelligence, but obviously, like if we're talking about like fiscal policy, the reason why I'm curious about this is because there was a lot of things that were like really theoretical when COVID first occurred, and also when the economy wasn't as bad, that were rawly theoretical. So for instance, like I was arguing against Senpai Chow. Hey, like obviously the virologists that's like an important factor to consider, but you also need to consider the economy and how that's going to affect and kill people. He basically told me to fuck myself. So now I get to tell him to fuck himself. Then what was it? I talked to like MMTers or whatever who are saying like you can actually print a dickload of money as long as there's correlated economic activity, so you can actually like just play this game basically with the money policy, where you can print as much fucking money as you want as long as there's new correlated economic activity. And then what was interesting about COVID was I saw specifically Biden basically printing like a shitload of money for people who were specifically no longer participating in the economy. Now, I'm not saying these people should have like fucking starved to death or whatever.
Right.
But what I am saying is basically like what was gonna happen was predictable to a certain degree. And so basically like we are reaping what we've sown over the past few years from a hypothetical standpoint. That's why I'm nerding out on this shit.
You're not wrong. I just think it's potentially not that you're overstating it. I think everybody is overstating it, because we can't get away from the fact that a lot of the inflation that we're experiencing right now is twofold. One, the Ukraine war took out a huge amount of the energy supply from
food.
Everybody, and food. And those are the two bigger drivers for inflation right now. The biggest one, those are actually second and third. The biggest one's actually rent inflation. From what I'm seeing from different economists and
scum-sucking fucking capitalists.
Yeah, so
Georgism for the wind. Everybody owns their property. Fuck the rent people.
Yes. I mean, yes. Honestly, George, I love quibbles over coffee. I've been debating him a lot lately.
Hold on, can I explain to my audience real quick why I'm not a communist? So basically, like Georgism, if I remember correctly, and I'm happy to be corrected, it's like this philosophy where like the land, you have guaranteed access to the commons, and you have guaranteed access to ownership of housing. That way, like everybody has generational wealth. Everybody has access to stable housing. You can't be predated upon by landlords. You can't be predated upon, by XYZ amount of people. And even if you're like, let's say that you're disabled and you can't work and you can only like partially work from home or survive off a disability. Well, if you still have the equity of your like government subsidized apartment or lodge or whatever the fuck you're staying in, that is still intergenerational wealth that you can leverage in order to help out your family, in order to help like your general health and well-being and all that kind of stuff. So by guaranteeing ownership of property specifically, not of the means of production, but of property that you can live in and access to the commons, you basically solve a whole bunch of social issues. And I'm okay with it, because part of what's going on with our current society is we have a bunch of landlords and what I think are called rent seekers. And there are classic right-wing economists who fucking hate landlords and hate rent seekers. And
Adam Smith is one of them.
Yeah, like literally
hated him.
Dude, the father of fucking capitalism hated landlords and rent seekers. And the philosophy behind it is that these people they've taken ownership of like a product, good, or service, typically land, But then what they've done is they add no value to it, and they just fleece the fuck out of people who need that service. And so it's like a form of like social parasitism. And what's interesting about the wealth for almost everybody in my generation, I was able to buy my parents' house. They basically bought a few properties. They invested in, paid off the mortgages, all that kind of stuff. As a result, I was able to get access to housing. Thank fucking God, I'm earning equity. But what's interesting about people my age who are going to be wealthy when they're older is they're engaging in a form of parasitism where they're buying their first property. They're working like a white collar job. They pay off the first property. They buy a second property. They start paying that off. They rent the first property. And then they just keep doing that until they're up to half a dozen houses. And that half dozen houses are all paying for themselves. So by the time that they retire, they're working their balls off. Like I'm not trying to downplay that some of these white collar workers are working their balls off. But what's going to happen when they retire is they have self-sustaining mortgages that they rented out to other people who are not building equity. And within like 20 or 30 years, they're going to be sitting on $2 million worth of equity that other people paid off with their wages. And so as a result, they've added, the only thing that they've done is maintain the properties. But as a result, they now have $2 million worth of equity. They can turn that into a business. They can sell off the properties. They can retire. They can take care of their kids. They can put them into private school. They can do all sorts of wild shit.
Oh, yeah. Or honestly, it depends on where you live at. So I'm in Austin. My equity
Jesus Christ
went up 100, almost 100K in a year, and I did nothing because of how much the housing values went up, and they're still going up, and they're not going to be coming down anytime soon because a lot of people want to move to Austin. So.
Yeah, and that's so where like I don't want to paint a broad brush and say like, hey, everybody, let's go, throw bike locks into our socks and go beat up fucking landlords. Like I'm not about that life. So let me log back into chat.
Rent seeking is in general bad. In general.
Yeah, and that's so that's where like. If there was going to be a form of communism that I was going to buy into, it would either be like gay luxury space communism after, like scarcity. Post-scarcity. Yeah, post-scarcity. I could buy into that. And then, sorry, I'm trying to do like a CAPTCHA on stream. It's very frustrating. Cars. That's it. Those are the only cars that I see. Am I fucking blind? What the fuck? Where's the cars, you son of a bitch? Here? Sorry, I'm literally trying to beat a CAPTCHA right now, and it's fucking kicking my ass because I can't see everything. And I'm just trying to get back into chat. Chat, you might have to fucking suffer because I'm fucking... I literally can't find the fucking cars. Am I a robot? I think I might be a robot. That's enough! Fucking Jesus Christ. It was giving me like 30 goddamn CAPTCHAs. Fuck.
It's going to do that because you're training its algorithm to be able to detect cars.
Bro. Anyways. Yeah, so sorry that took me... Sorry, chat, that took me fucking 20 minutes to log into chat. Holy shit. Anyways, yeah. So, gay luxury space communism, post-scarcity. I think that's fine. Because basically that means that you can decommodify basic human need and you can fucking walk into the whatever the Star Trek bridge and like manifest shit out of fucking light. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So at that point, yeah, sure, whatever, communism. And then what was the other thing? So in a utopian sci-fi fantasy, I think communism is possible. And then I think Georgism, in general, like if I was trying to promote social welfare, I would subsidize the fuck out of getting people housing, and like equity in housing, because the truth is, like, you look at the people who are fucked, they're renting, they're working fucking wage cage jobs, they're barely paying their bills, they're taking out loans that they're not capable of paying back in a timely manner. So these people are just like, it's not like whether or not they're participating in the economy, they're just getting fucked by the economy left, right, and center, and they'll never escape it.
And you got to look at it also this way, because I don't know if a lot of people understand this, is that anytime new property is built and the price of that property goes up, but there's still not enough property for everybody to have a place to live, all that pulls up the prices of every other property. That's why rent goes up every year. So in Indiana, there's not a lot being built, but the stuff that's being built, or Indianapolis, I should say, I can't speak for everything in Indiana. So in Indianapolis, there are not a lot of properties being built, but what is being built is luxury. And so the luxury will go for like $1,500 a month or so. And that's Indianapolis. That's a lot of money in Indianapolis, right? $1,800. A two-bedroom apartment now is $1,100 in Indianapolis. The median wage in Indianapolis is like $40K. Like it's less than $40K. And so they're spending almost over a third of their monthly take-home pay on rent. And it's just not sustainable.
Well, and
because it's not enough being built.
So there was this there was this old farmer, and he was a conservative, and I loved him. I went to my parents bought a ranch out in a place called Christmas, Florida. And the only two kind of people who lived out there were like rich landlords who were running literally like ag farms, like fucking cow dairies, basically, like either dairies or fucking ranches. And so those were the only people making, like, who had money. And then the other people were trailer trash, and that was it. So fucking one of the ranchers walks in, and it's basically like 2000. It's immediately after the 2008 fucking recession. And he's like, man, they sure know how to keep the fucking small person small. And I was like, God damn. Like, I'm looking at like a capitalist business owner, social conservative Christian fucking dude. And he can admit that basically, like, as soon as you start to see like wages take off or like benefits take off or anything like that, it just seems like the system is perfectly capable of pulling out the fucking rug from under you. So all you can do, like, in the current iteration of the system, all you can do is play the game the best way you can for yourself. And if I was like, obviously we should reform it. We should try to take care of our people, get better schools, better economic opportunities, make sure that housing is, affordable, blah, 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 through a variety of means, including market means. But at the same time, all you can do in the meantime is play the game for yourself.
It's sad that that's true. And this brings us back to the topic that we started off this with, when you said that Biden was printing money and it was going to poor people. So you had the Biden administration and Trump through fiscal policy giving the lower classes a lot of money. Not like an extreme amount, but more than they would have otherwise.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Everybody got a
$300 a month for a child tax credit.
For a child tax credit, prebate, so these things matter, right? And
I paid my bills and I can eat takeout one time this month. Sweet. Amazing.
But that increased the velocity of money, which a lot of people say matters more than the actual money that is possibly to be in circulation. So you had asset prices going up because of the Fed's printing of money, whatever they're doing with quantitative easing and giving out cheap loans and stuff like that. And then at the other end of it, you had the federal government through fiscal stimulus raise people's wages for all intents and purposes. And so that pushed up the money, so not the money supply, but the money in circulation supply.
Well, so let's because I feel like your autism is leading my autism, and I know we had like actually supposedly
some have a debate. Yeah.
Yeah, like we supposedly, instead of just like geeking out on economic policy, which I hope that there's like some nerds or people who don't know shit about who are enjoying themselves in chat. I genuinely hope there is. Wrong, because those illegal immigrants shouldn't be fucking working without social security numbers, correct? What does that have to fucking do with anything? Are you saying that because they're collecting money that they shouldn't? Peacecraft, I have no idea what the fuck you're saying.
Oh, it's Peacecraft? Man, fuck it. He's always on some tangent.
All right.
Fight me later, it's fine.
All right, anyways. So the yeah, so what were supposed to be our contentious subjects? What were the things that we were supposed to like fight?
Yeah, so we got sidetracked when I was bringing up Volker. But for me, the first punch for me, the first punch that came out was around 1982-ish or so. It might have been actually 78, somewhere in that time frame, but with Newt Gingrich. And essentially, Newt Gingrich came out and basically, like, you weren't supposed to call other people liars and stuff like that in Congress. It was very hoity-toity, right? It was very much my conservative colleague from the great state of
how fucking times have changed. Jesus Christ.
Is he's wrong, but he is not an idiot, sir. And Newt Gingrich basically said, "Fuck that! Respectability politics is bad," and started calling people liars and things like that. And
so we can blame
Cascade started.
We can blame Newt Gingrich for that shit, dude.
We can blame Newt. We can blame God. There was the economic advisor. we can definitely blame Rush Limbaugh. Like, you know, when he died, I'm sure a lot of people were happy. But it's Buchanan. I get there's two Buchanans, but the one I'm talking about is the academic one.
Paleo conservative.
Yeah, not him, but the other one. So the economic guys is basically like money is speech and fuck everything. Let's flood the zone. Let's flood the zone with all this fake stuff that we're talking about.
Yeah,
you have that, and then
dude, can I? No. Sorry, autism's coming in. So
that's fine.
No, so basically, like this is something that like genuinely pisses me off about fucking Destiny. So we've talked about like corruption with the and you don't have to agree with me on this shit. But we've talked about like how the Clintons basically set up the Clinton Foundation, which was like a charitable contribution after Bill Clinton got out of office.
It's a giant slush fund.
Bro, I thought you were gonna fight me. You didn't fight me at all.
Why would I fight you on it? So there's an issue with USAID, United States Aid to Developing Countries. I don't remember the fucking stands for, somewhere around those things. So there's issues with that but the Clinton Foundation isn't just a slush fund, but it was basically their giant like let's play around and still be political and do things, right? And everybody grifted off of it. Everybody. Like the Haiti thing is a giant grift that happened, but it wasn't because of the Clinton Foundation necessarily. It's because everybody just jumped onto it and they were able to control a lot of it. And so people were like, hey, give me some money. I'll do this. I'll do that. And like, they're like, okay, here you go. And yeah.
Bro, and so maybe you'll have like more defenses of the Clintons individually or whatever. But for me, it's like, oh, so your Secretary of State, you set up a place where anybody can make donations to, including like the Saudis, the Omanis, the fucking, whoever else that like has like a public interest in being in your good fucking graces from a diplomatic standpoint. You employ your fucking daughter for like $100,000 a year, which like I know to these people,
I don't
like,
care about that.
Whatever. Well, I know to these
nepotism
people,
is the skin of the game. It's the name of the game. Everybody does it. Every single rich person sets up some fucking charity so they gives their child their first job so they can so they can have something on their resume. Like, it's something that I can't care about, because if you care about it, you're gonna end up just being furious with the entire world because. Everybody.
Well, bro, and that's what I was gonna say is so basically that's where I was at, where I am kind of furious with the entire world, but I also don't think I can change it, so I'm kind of like resigned to it, where it's like you just have to play the game the best you can. But that was what was infuriating to fucking me was one, slush fund, two, basically Chelsea Clinton profiting from it, three, which like, you know, whatever, she would have found a fucking job anyways, right? So I'm not gonna lose any fucking sleep over it. But then
to be fair with Chelsea though, she actually went to college for running large organizations. She's not just like some random person.
I will say, based off of the limited interviews that I have seen, she seems like a decent and wholesome person. I just believe that she is related to fucking like maniacally fucking narcissistic political fucking operators who, like they might give a shit about some things, but realistically at the end of the day they give a shit about themselves, which is true of most people. Fucking, I get it, I'm holding a higher fucking standard, blah blah blah.
No, I don't know if that's necessarily fair for the
what
Clintons.
You like Bill?
Well, no, I don't like Bill. Have you seen the movie Primary Colors? John Travolta plays a Clinton-esque person. There's a guy that's basically the equivalent of Carl. You should watch it. It's actually a really good movie. It's basically Clinton's life story. And it's really good.
Exaggerated for fictional and fun purposes.
Yeah, exactly. And it explains all of like what he was. And there's a line in that movie. It's like the best line of the movie. And it's like, it had a profound impact on me. And he was like, hey man, it goes something along the lines of like, hey man, I need you with me, right? Because you know people are going to get into this muck just for the prize. And I'm getting into the muck to actually like help people, not just the prize. I want the prize, but I actually want to help people. And that's kind of where they were. Like,
right. Yeah, so, they have some values, some ideals or whatever. I know, you just bring up like Hillary's old fucking history. One, staying with Bill after you cheated. Two, fucking laughing when she knew that she probably got a rapist off of a fucking charge, which like, I get it. Some people have like nervous reactions to talking about fucked up shit.
Yeah, I don't like that one because I don't know the whole context of it. That's the reason I focus on that one.
You can listen to it, but basically like for me, it does sound fucking evil, but I also know that there's like a like people have like nervous tics. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it could be like, hey, I was actually a part of something fucked up. Well, like, it could have been like, this damaged my soul. Actually,
the issue with that one though is that like the question to me was like, do you think these people shouldn't get good legal representation?
Me, yes, but that's because I'm like an evil authoritarian who wants to fucking execute pedophiles and shit.
But I'm saying that was where the question like that was what the question was basically, right? It was kind of a gotcha question, and she's like, no, like they're supposed to still get good legal representation.
Sure.
So, but I don't know the specifics of the case.
Well, this is why I'll never be a fucking defense attorney or somebody who interns for a defense attorney and doesn't have choices over the fucking cases I can do. Because dude, I can live with myself if I knew that I got a fucking like a rapist or a fucking murderer off like intentionally, like I knew they did it and I got them off just as a matter of like, I don't know, fucking liberal procedure. I don't know if I could sleep with myself at night. But anyway,
that's fair.
But okay, so yeah, and then also like the Gaddafi shit where Joe Rogan brings this up all the time, where it's like, we came, he saw, or we saw, he died.
I mean,
okay, Gaddafi's a fucking asshole.
Like,
okay, kind of.
Come on,
kind of, but at the same time,
you would be one of the people.
Okay. You're right. And like I am one of the people who like apologizes for like American Empire or whatever. But the dude literally died by getting stabbed in his ass with a fucking bayonet. You know what I'm saying? Like there's like some level, like he could be like a rapist fucking murderer and like maybe he deserves that. I don't fucking know. But like I legitimately cannot think of a worse way to go out than kind of like getting half shot in your fucking kidney and then getting stabbed in the asshole with a fucking bayonet. Like that is a wild way to fucking go.
I will say that I was kind of duped by the intelligence for Libya. So
duped how?
I bought into the narrative that there was potentially he was going to wipe out the Crete. No, that was where he was from. Whatever. Well, it wasn't Benghazi. He was going to. There was intelligence that said he was going to basically wipe out the town that was like basically rebelling against him.
Yeah,
and that turned out to not be true. That he wasn't actually going to do that.
The
French wanted still to do some imperialism, but didn't want to get their shit dirty.
Hands dirty.
So.
Okay, listen, fine and fair, but at the same time, like, it's the fucking Middle East and North Africa, you know what I'm saying? Like, it wouldn't be, like, completely out of the question. Like Assad, Assad like, fucking, what, like, less than 5 years later was dropping fucking barrel bombs on fucking civilian areas. Like, dude, even if you don't believe, like the chlorine gas attack and the sarin gas attack, even if you're like, happened. No, but, well, hold on, I'm just trying to placate the conspiracy theorists. So if I placate the conspiracy theorists by saying like, hey, listen, that was a psyop created by the CIA in order to get America involved in whatever, and the American people are actually based for not buying into Assad using chemical weapons or some shit like that. Even if I say that, you can't say it's not fucked up to literally just like buy a Bell 212 helicopter, fill it with random fucking explosives, and then just fucking drop it like on people's houses and shit. Like, because they live in a rebel city. Like, I get it. It's the Middle East and North Africa. Fuck shit happens all the time. So projecting my Western civilized morality onto their bullshit.
Nah,
like,
fuck that.
There's
morality. Yeah.
It's fucked. Yeah, and like that. Hold on, one more. God, your autism feeds into my autism pretty good. So the other thing that drives me crazy, just to fucking shit on lefties real quick, is they're like, in the Iraq War, 1 million people died because of what George Bush did. Okay, true. Like, George Bush started the war, lied about shit, fucking whatever. You know, got Colin Powell to go along with it, even if he didn't like know fully that he was going along with it. Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney are fucking like maniacal fucking monsters with one of the most disgusting political calculations in history. But probably 90% of the fucking homicides committed in Iraq are fucking as a result of the ensuing civil war between Shia and Sunni and the struggle for power. And so that's where, like, for me, there's an absolute moral difference between like just carpet bombing cities and like electric infrastructure for shits and giggles because you want to starve people to death and fucking murder them, besides like causing a geopolitical civil war that ends up resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands. Like, you can say both are fucked up, but there is a moral difference.
No, I think that's there is.
You just
the
don't
entire
like
way that we ran. Well, right. I don't like. No, that's what it boils down to. The way that the Iraq War was prosecuted after we disposed of Saddam Hussein is where all the problems come from. All the problems come from going in and trying to implement debussification when we didn't even implement denazification in Germany.
Right.
Like we basically told all the civil servants that were all Sunni because they were all linked to Saddam Hussein to go get fucked, and installed Shia that wanted revenge, and that's what happened. So
yeah,
at the same time, not trying to do anything with Sadr, and so we got hit from the north with the Sunni militias and the south from the Shia militias, and just caused a giant ethnic cleansing for control.
Both sides, yeah.
That
was actually that was one of the theories, one of the more fucked up theories. So like the surge happened or whatever, where we just sent like even more troops, like Bush doubled down, which I did think was a ballsy move. But basically, they praised the surge for the drops in violence, which it probably had a contributory effect. But
it helped.
Also,
Coin did, anyways.
Yeah, but the basically one of the other theories that was really depressing to think about was that by the time the surge had occurred, people had either been ethnically cleansed or had fled. So basically, like you had these like religiously tribal groups who were no longer around each other to kill each other because they had either killed each other or moved out. So that's kind of a wild thing to think about. But hold on,
that's true. They actually.
GSG Black says, not sure how this shits on a liberal person. So basically, you're right. Maybe I should have said like a progressive or a leftist or something like that. But progressives and leftists, like oftentimes when I've dealt with them in the Twitch political debate scene, they don't like to differentiate like scales of violence and intentionality. They just like to paint it with a broad brush, like your actions caused a death, therefore it's your responsibility, therefore you're as bad as if you had killed them yourselves. I'm not saying that's everybody, but that is a few hyperbolic assholes in the space. And then, yeah. So basically, who threw the first punch? I'm okay with. It's okay. Our autisms are vibing.
We'll get there.
Yeah. Good. So no. So who threw the first punch? If you want to say that you can find a causal link between like Carter stagflation, Reaganomics, and then the collapse of civility politics with Gingrich, that then allowed the right wing to do shock jock aggressive attacks against minorities, which then caused a progressive defensive backlash. I'm perfectly okay with that narrative. I'm okay with saying that's like the first punch or whatever in the past like 30 years of whatever the fuck we're doing. I'm perfectly okay with that because here's the thing. Even if like Rush Limbaugh was growing up and whoever the fuck else you mentioned, the Newt Gingrich were growing up and they're like, I saw gay people kissing one time and a black guy punched me in the face and took my wallet when I was 14. Therefore, fuck minorities. Like even if that had happened,
probably not far off though.
Yeah. So even if that had happened, where they got like mugged when they were 14 and they saw a gay couple kissing, so therefore fuck all minorities. That doesn't change the fact that I think that Rush Limbaugh and Newt Gingrich knew they were doing damage to the social fabric, but their goals and their wealth were so attractive, they just didn't care. They just didn't care at all. So as long as conservatives were in their tribe, they were paying the bills for them to continue fighting progressives and liberals and leftists. And as long as conservatives were eking out wins and they had popularity, they didn't give a fuck about what it was doing to our social fabric.
I think that's true, at least partially from Rush Limbaugh's perspective. I think Newt Gingrich is more of a authoritarian-esque character, and I think that that's actually why he was doing this. And there's other things that we can talk about with this as well. So in the 80s, it wasn't with the fall of the Fairness Doctrine. It was before that. It's when conservatives really got onto the bandwagon of, and it was actually after the fall of the John Birch Society as its own entity. is when they started funding various fake, and I call them fake because that's what they are, fake think tanks. And so we had think tanks happen around the 40s and the 20s. That's where you got the Brookings Institute with the Rockefellers and the Carnegies and all that stuff, right? They founded these human interest sociology finding things, right? Gallup.
Can you find me a job with one of the fake think tanks? Because if I could get paid like 60 to 70 grand a year to sit around and just posit about how the world should be, and then that ends up influencing policy, I would be ecstatic.
I don't mean anything bad about this, but you need at least a master's degree for that.
Fuck.
They want you to have a master's degree. But you are you in with James Lindsay at all?
Not yet, and honestly, I probably quote tweet him too many times to eventually be in with James Lindsay.
What about Rufo?
No, man. And like
I know these aren't your people. These aren't your people. But the reason I bring them up is because they were grabbed and molded, brought under the wings for these things. That's kind of how this stuff happens.
Cringe. Fucking cringe.
Rufo was literally one of these. He attended one of these I don't know what they're called exactly. Oh God, it's basically a boot camp for like conservative influencers essentially. Rufo attended one of those, and so did Lindsay. Yeah, you can find this stuff. It's really easy to find. There's also Christian nationalists that do this too. Here, I gotta pull out the book.
Sweet, let's do it. Can't wait to find out what Christian nationalist organization I'm joining. Y'all are about to see a way less tolerant counterpoints.
So
sorry, just kidding. Trans people in my Discord, get out! And electrical.
I don't
cat.
know if you
I'm
can
joking.
see this correctly.
I'm joking. Electrical cat, don't leave. All right, so sorry.
This is The Family, the secret fundamentalism behind the heart of American power.
And
so there is
that the new Supreme Court justice? She's a part of it.
Which one?
Amy Coney Barrett.
I wouldn't be surprised if she was, but I'm not.
I can't
comment on that.
If it's a Christian conservative group that like funds and mutually supports each other through like judiciaries and electoral cycles and all that kind of stuff, and they basically have like a relatively speaking Christian nationalist view. Not that all of them are theocrats. I don't like. So for instance, I don't think like ACB is a fucking theocrat. But there's definitely theocrats in the group who are like, how do we implement God and Christ's values back into the Republic?
Yeah.
Like that's
DeVos is part of this group.
Wouldn't be. Yeah,
Betsy DeVos is part of this group.
That makes even more sense. What I can say about. Oh, and I have a DeVos factoid when you're done talking.
Okay. So one thing that I can mention about this book is that this book was actually published, I want to say in 2005. Let me look at the copyright date on this because this is the actual first paperback version of it. So, this was published in 2008. So I take that back. It's older. It's newer than I thought it was. So this book opened up my eyes to a lot of things because it's things that I actually saw prior to the book, but didn't know how to put my finger on it. And essentially what happens is that this group of people looks for people that can either get power or has power. And they believe in this idea of the power Jesus doctrine. And the doctrine basically states is that anybody that has power in the world has power because God wills it. So they're part of God's overall divine plan. And not only that, but you are to minister to the powerful because the powerful can actually do more good in the world than the weak. That is, the meek will inherit the earth through the will of the powerful. Essentially, is how they go about this. Guy that started this group was in 1940s.
Yeah, Prowse or Strikeo's definition.
Yeah, 1940s, and then also basically was the reason why we have the National Prayer Breakfast is because of this group. The reason why we have In God We Trust on Money is because of this group. The reason why we have K Street and influencing the Supreme Court with religious retreats in Washington, D.C. Why we had people doing fellowship in order to break the scourge of homosexuality or break the scourge of infidelity within these powerful groups, Republican or some Democrats, not as much anymore, is because of this group. The reason why there's a cross that overlooks the White House is because of land that this group owns. These are what these people think. And that's another way to get in on it.
Well,
my
and that's
finding.
yeah, Christian nationalist Connor arc starting. So the so that no, that's actually super interesting and also kind of lends a lot of weight. So Betsy. Oh, okay. So when I was saying two things. Prouse. So Prouse is it's either like the Greek or fucking Hebrew term, whatever. I think it's Greek. It's the Greek term for meek, and what it means is like restrained, and apparently it was like a synonym for like restrained war horses. And so at least this is like Jordan Peterson's take, which I think is actually pretty fucking based, is that it's not like meek, like you're a pussy, like you're weak. What it means is knowing your strength and choosing when to exercise it. And so that's actually for me a way better, more intelligent fucking way to approach like power and self-discipline and all that kind of stuff than just being like, oh, actually me being like a weak fucking pussy and getting steamrolled all the time. That's actually a good thing. That's based actually. So yeah, that's one point. And then Betsy DeVos's. Do you know who Betsy DeVos's brother is?
Oh, yeah. Price or Pierce, whatever, the guy that's behind XE or Blackwater.
I think it's Prince. Yeah, so it's
Prince.
It's
Yeah, Prince.
Eric Prince. And for those of you who don't know, XE is the successor to Blackwater, which was like the military contractor who got like infamous in Iraq for being involved in several firefights, including ones that like killed civilians. And
ones that they started.
Yeah, probably. And so basically, the reason why I'm bringing any of this up is because I read Eric Prince's autobiography book about Blackwater. And so it was actually like, it was really cool because I think that it was handled by a PR executive in the first half. Because in the first half is like, Blackwater has a bad rep, you know, like we've been involved in some controversies, but realistically, here's some of the cool missions we've done. Here's like our security consulting. Here's how we've trained law enforcement officers. Here's how we've handled mass shooting drills. Here's like this, the American military in Afghanistan was having problem reinforcing and refueling and rearming like really far out outposts, and it was actually getting like American soldiers killed. And as a result, we rigged like a bunch of like really small cargo planes with like transatlantic like fuel shit in order to get them to Afghanistan. And then we started doing like less than 50-foot airdrops on combat operators bases. Like really actually pretty cool. I don't want to say wholesome shit, but like not like the most nefarious shit that I've ever heard in my life. And then I was like, oh, shit, like, actually, you know, I could see how he would be pissed because they're doing, like, defensive security operations, but they're also responsible for all this really cool shit. And I see how they've gotten, like, a bad rap. And then, like, the last page of the fucking book is like, oh, yeah, you heard that we were doing all that scary shit with the CIA where we were fucking kicking down doors with them and we were fucking, you know, helping them, like, take bodies and interrogate people. Yeah, we did that shit. Like, it was like, oh, like the PR rep did not get a hold of the last page. Like, they did not. So, like, so it was just this, like, total fucking... like apology for like Blackwater for like 236 fucking pages, and then the last page is like, yeah, we're as fucking scary as you think we are, and it's like, Jesus Christ. So like obviously that could be like him, you know, hyping himself up or whatever, or like wanting to carry like a better rep for the more hardcore shit that the company did. But at the same time, like, these motherfuckers are crazy. That's what I'm really saying. Like, it took me 5 minutes to get there, but they're fucking crazy.
They recruited from every single special forces group around the world. So
Right.
they got people that were in charge of wiping out the FARC. They got people that were in charge of committing genocide in Indonesia. They got people that these are the people that they recruited. One, because it was cheap. It was getting too
Right.
expensive to hire Americans.
Ah, shit.
Two, because they needed so many bodies that they had to go out and basically put down as many people as they could.
Yeah.
Also, but Eric Prince is also a a Christian nationalist, and he can go get fuck himself.
I'm not. So here's the thing. Like, there's a lot of people. My entire team's down. That's sad. We're only on like the second level. So there's a lot of people who are, I think, Christian So for instance, this is my argument. I don't think ethno-nationalism was ever going to work. I really don't think it would.
Not in the United States. It was dead since like 1970.
Right.
At
And
least.
I think the reason why it wasn't going to work is, one, like, we're relatively diverse. We got, like, 24% Hispanic, 5% Asian, fucking, 13% black, and then the remainder white. And, like, you can look at, like, demographic birth rates or whatever the fuck you want to look at. I don't think that, like, getting the white people to be like, oh, wow, we're 40% of the population now. We should fucking separate. I don't think that was ever going to fly. So I think that the alt-right was kind of dead on arrival, and it just needed to go through its cycle of, like, relevance and then embarrassment and then collapse. Like, I just think that needed to happen. Whereas I think Christian nationalism is going to be a lot more powerful, like, in the next century, because basically, like, if the GOP drops, like, whatever their, like, dog whistly, like, race shit is, and they just start recruiting social conservative Hispanics, and if they convince them that, like, some level of mixed economy capitalism is better, and maybe this, like, rich and powerful Christian fucking prosperity gospel shit is the way to go, the left's fucked. like bad. like really, really bad.
So you're not entirely wrong, and I think I can bring this back to our topic. So the reason I say that you're not entirely wrong is because one, leftist infighting is bad. You don't have a circle jerk in leftist circles. You have a circle firing squad, murder and pure, and everybody dies.
See.
So that's what happens.
So you said it wasn't going to be a circle jerk, and I was like, I don't know. I've seen certain panels, and then you're like, no, it's a circular firing squad, and it's like, that's apt. Okay, got you.
yeah.
Nailed it.
And,
all right.
and so that's what's going to end up happening. But also, just because whenever liberals do try to reach out with an olive branch, even if it's a minor one that people think that gets snubbed a little too much, shout out to was it Eric Holder during Obama? They get pushed down. Like Obama, like a lot of people want to say like Trump broke everybody. No. Obama's election broke a massive swath of the people because it exposed the deterioration of the white power structure. And I know I'm getting a little too woke for some people in your audience, so let me explain. When Clinton was elected on 1992, a lot of people said that he was the first black president. And this was a thought exercise. Essentially what they were saying is this guy came from a poor working class background white boy that was in with working class people of color and understood them. And so because of that, he was getting flack that black people normally get on the regular anytime they get power. That's basically what that was saying.
And he likes jazz.
When Clinton, and he liked jazz, and he was good at the saxophone. I mean, this guy's a legitimately charismatic person.
Who doesn't want to blow Clinton? Pete Clinton, fucking 30s Clinton. Who doesn't want to blow that man?
Right? And so what happened though is that Clinton, because of that, and because of the him being from Arkansas and understanding how much white supremacy still existed at the time, that's a lot of it was. A lot of the militia movement at the time was driven by white supremacist anxiety. He actually went after some of the more radical black activists, and that was his Sister Soldier moment, right? I don't know how much the audience knows about this. I don't know the the full details of everything, but he basically said, no, what she's advocating for is wrong, and we need to put more of these people in prison. And that's where you got the super predator stuff from. And that was him, and that was Clinton shoring up his right base, shoring up to where he's like, no, I'm still on your side. We're still going to do all the power structure things that we need to do in society in order to maintain law and order. And for a lot of people in the South, that meant keeping black people in line. Right. It still does to an extent, but it's a lot less than it was in the 90s. So
yeah.
Obama broke that when he won because a lot of people had that anxiety and fear re-engaged, which is why they called him a secret Muslim. They called him a secret communist. They said he wasn't American. And why McCain lost because he shut that shit down. So.
Well, so and then the reason why, so I want to sympathize with like 90s folk because like we have this like sensation, like this like existential dread that like society's collapsing, everything's falling apart, we don't understand each other, nobody like likes each other, blah blah blah, there's murders and rapes and serial killers and all this kind of shit. Like we have this like constant sense of impending doom that I think is partially because of like global warming, but also because of just like media, right? Like back in the day, if you wanted to see something negative, it was fed to you in a diet of like news and like other kind of shit that would eventually have something positive to say about like society or whatever. Whereas now, if you exclusively want negative news and negative perspectives, you can get them all the time. You can get them on Twitch, you can get them on YouTube, you can get them on Facebook, you can get them, and the algorithm fucking feeds it to you. It wants you to fucking look at negative shit because it's scary and it keeps you engaged, which is fine. Like I love scary, violent shit. It's fun. But that being said, that doesn't mean that it's good for you long term. And in the 90s, they literally had double the homicide rate. Double. So that's where it's like everybody remembers the 90s fondly, but like it was actually kind of a fucked up time. And so that's where like what I'm really saying is I just want the doom and gloom people to keep things in perspective. That's what I'm really saying.
No, I think that's very important to actually point out, especially considering that people are like, we have this huge uptick in crime right now. And yes, crime has gone up, but what really has gone up is the virality of crime. Everybody knows about every single small crime incident that happens across the entire United States because somebody has a camera somewhere and it's going to go viral because it's fucked up. Mm-hmm. Smash and grab, everybody's like, oh my God, there's all these new smash and grab instances. I'm like, these aren't new. Mm-hmm. These happened in New York in the 80s. These happened in New York in the 90s. These happened in New York, I'm using New York because it's just a big city.
Because that was the Chicago of the 90s, right? Where everybody was
exactly.
Like, it's like this big crazy town that everybody kind of wants to live
Gotham
in,
City.
but it's so fucked up that everybody's like, ooh, don't go there. Like that was kind of like the vibe prior to Broken Windows policing, which by the way, like,
God.
Yeah, so by the way, I'm not going to defend Broken Windows policing. I literally think it's like unconstitutional. I think it has nothing to do with like American ideas of like liberalism and innocent until proven guilty and fucking being able to conduct your affairs without interference from the government. There's actually like so much about like New York law enforcement that just like violates maybe not the law but violates the spirit of the law. There's so much shit that happens in New York that's fucked up.
Terry stops every 5 minutes is fucked. No matter if it gets guns off the streets or not, it is harassment.
Right. And so that's kind of, constitutionality aside, I understand the fear of the people there who are like, well, we just got to do what we got to do to get this fucking shit under control. Like, I think that's like, I understand the fear and the anxiety, and I get why it became the way it is. But I also think like you gotta figure out a better way to do it besides just like literally stopping working class and poor people constantly in their own neighborhoods. And then if you find drugs or weapons or whatever, like even if it's like a fucking pocket knife or like an electrician, like you fucking jail them. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the kind of shit that New York is kind of
stop
famous
calling
for.
the police like in general on like noise complaint shit. Go talk to your fucking neighbor. Holy shit, I fucking can't stand that shit.
I had a neighbor recently who literally was screaming like they were getting fucking murdered, and I almost got my gun and went into their house. Like, and
I mean, that's better than calling the cops.
Well, nah, I called the cops and I let them go handle it because I was like, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to like come across like a domestic abuse situation and then actually have to murder somebody in somebody else's house.
True.
Also, I'm not trying to get shot myself, where I'm just like some asshole like running up on their house with a gun. That's like a really good way to get killed. So
to be fair, I didn't know that was the situation. I thought you were talking about like too loud of music or something.
No. It was literally like, it's bad. Like it was like a woman shrieking and screaming, and I'm still not utterly convinced that it wasn't like a domestic violence situation. But anyways, I'm just fucking ranting.
Sure.
So I'm okay with saying the right either threw the first punch or received a fucking love tap and we're like, fuck this, we're going scorched earth. I'm fine with that assessment.
Okay.
Is there any other like subject that we kind of wrote down that we knew we would have contention on?
Well, I think we might have some contention with the next step of that. So if we both agree that that is the case, who do you think gave out olive branches to try to rectify this? Did anybody give out an olive branch at all to rectify the situation?
On the right? No.
On either side. On either side.
Yeah. So I think like Bill Clinton, of course, like a lot of people remember Bill Clinton as being effective for being a centrist. I think Biden, despite his rhetoric on guns, because he'll never probably pass gun control,
Sure.
And I think he'll probably go down as like a centrist figure. I think Obama, despite obviously, black, right?
Yeah.
So
Are you white or political?
So despite Obama being black, I think a lot of people would say that a lot of his stuff was compromises with the right. Even Obamacare, I think they were pushing pretty hard for a public option, and I don't know whether or not it was possible for a public option, but basically it seemed like he caved.
Yeah.
It seemed like there was a fight to be had there, and he was just like, nah, let's just get what we can get done. That was the
Okay.
vibe. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying that was the vibe.
I would say it's mostly true. There's no reason to argue about it.
Okay, so I would say that the left, probably also because they're probably like more temperamentally agreeable. I literally do think that like temperament influences politics.
That's 100%.
Yeah, so I think because the left is and like, by the way, like I describe myself as somebody who was raised conservative, but I'm temperamentally liberal. That's why I'm always looking for like, I'm trying to steel man the conservative arguments so they can be understood and dealt with. But I also try to come to like a point of agreement that is best for everyone. Like I'm an agreeable person. So I think that's where a lot of people are like, oh, you're a fucking liberal, and it's like, some days. But anyways, point being, fucking hell, yes, the left has been more conciliatory than the right has, and I would say part of what I'm trying to do personally is bring back the lines of communication that the left and right once had, so maybe we could get back to some level of compromise instead of polarization.
Hey, we're simpatico on that regard. Very much so. That's why we can have these winding conversations and not get on each other's nerves too much.
Well, and can I say I'm fucking pissed off because like the reason why I'm pissed off, particularly with like the Destiny conversation, is because like I've constantly tried to be like charitable, good faith, tell the truth, say what I think, like all that kind of shit. And then basically I get some fucking knives in the guts where it's like, oh no, you're a liar. You're just like ignoring shit. And on top of that, you're creating conspiracy theories because you fucking feel like it. And it's like, bro, like you can disagree with me, but my shit isn't wild. And then I'm getting stabbed in the back too over not being a Trump cultist, So it just kind of sucks. It just kind of sucks to be like, I think I have the position that the right could go to where society would be better for everyone. And then the rightoids are like, nah, fuck yourself, join our cult. And then the left wingers are like, oh, you disagree with us? How about you get fucked? And it's like, all right, sweet.
I mean, okay, so nobody that does this stuff online is normal. I'm not normal. I don't think, Counter, you would consider yourself. We're not normies, right? That's why we love this shit.
Yeah.
But we're more sensible, and so we're going to get it from everybody because most people are not sensible when you're not normal. And I think that's what nice. Yeah.
Yeah. They don't. Oh, the right doesn't. Oh, God damn it. I'm getting so fucking mad. The most ideologically captured audiences do not want to hear the more nuanced version of their own side. They just want to hear their own perspectives back to them. And then the people on the other side don't want to hear that the other side has a more nuanced version. They want to hear like the evil, monstrous fucking side. So like that's literally 90% of what you do in Twitch and YouTube politics is fight the monstrous side of the other side and try to defend the better parts of your side. And that's why it's very difficult and kind of draining.
No, that's true. I don't know if you caught the intro to the video that we did. I don't. Is it on your channel? Our first debate. I don't know if you put it up.
Not sure. Counterpoints Coliseum is a fucking mess. So
yeah,
I'm not sure. But if I don't have it, I could rip it and ship it for sure.
No. I have it. I posted it on my channel. Our debate. I just don't know if you caught any of the intro I gave you. But I said in that I consider you to be like a heterodox conservative, and you get it from all sides because of that. And do you think that's a fair categorization?
I would have to know what the definition of heterodox is.
It means that orthodox means that you subscribe to the
Yeah,
one
like
true way.
the
Heterodox basically means you have multiple perspectives, but are still like. So when I say heterodox conservative, you have multiple angles that you can look at something from a conservative lens, rather than you're just full on Trumpy, full on Burkean conservative, full on whatever.
Yeah, and that's what gets really goddamn frustrating is because like every time that you have everybody just wants to assign you the orthodox position, right? And then when you don't have the orthodox position, they're like, well, are you just a communist then? It's like
Yeah.
nah, like there's a lot of latitude between these two positions. And then also you get into like weird historical and philosophical arguments that like 90% of people don't give a fuck about. So that like, so if I describe Burkean conservatism as like starting from a default of the status quo, but then looking at where progressives want to push society, needling them in order to like, kind of have them shore up the best versions of their ideas, accepting the ideas that are good for society and rejecting the ones that are bad for society. That's like definitional fucking Burkean conservatism. It's just like exactly what he prescribed. And Burke is considered the father of conservatism. So this would be like
conservatism.
Yeah, so this is like but then I'll literally have some fucking magatard who's just been like blowing fucking Donald Trump for the past like decade, and COVID's a fucking hoax and blah 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 blah. And so to him, being a conservative is just being a fucking Trump simp. And it's like, bro, like that has nothing. It has nothing to do with the philosophy. It has nothing to do with the term. Also, like Christian nationalists too, they're not conservative. They're traditionalist. They're part of the like. They're part of what Burke was trying to avoid because he literally saw the rigidness of the monarchy, and he basically said like, "Oh, the French Revolution was so fucked up. What can we do to avoid this?"
Exactly.
And that's what he fucking said. So to me, it's like, I'm a conservative. I'm a Republican. I care about a republic. I care about a base set of rule of laws that are fucking put together by pretty intelligent people for some level of social balance. I'm not a Democrat. I don't believe in the will of the people. Fuck the people. Most of them are retarded. And then and then also like conservative, I follow like exactly what Burke said is how I approach most political positions. So for me, it's like definitionally, I'm a Republican. Definitionally, I'm a conservative. But because I don't go into lockstep with like the Trump cult or neoconservative fucking, Newt Gingrich, George Bush bullshit, because I don't fall in lockstep with one of these like existing factions, I'm just like, I'm rejected everywhere. And it's really like, I like it because I think I get to challenge people on the way that they view their own belief systems. So that's like really interesting and fun to do. But it's also really fucking exhausting to be like, this is my home. These are my people. And they're like, no, they're not. And it's like, fuck me.
Yeah.
Like, dude, just let me vibe.
The issue really is, though, and we can probably debate about this a little bit as well, is that in America, that's not conservatism.
Right.
In America, that's liberalism.
But then you look at the fucking founding fathers, and the founding fathers basically said, we need to set this shit up in order to continue to work. And a lot of the principles of the Constitution are liberal.
Yep. That's the issue. And with American conservatism, and I honestly say this goes back because of the separation between North and South, Civil War, slavery, etc., is that it's much more hierarchical than a Burkean conservative would actually subscribe to.
Right.
And part of that is because of the successful re-implementation of feudalism through the slave caste system in the South. And it crept into the North as well. I'm not saying this is a pure Southern thing, but that is why we have these weird things in America where we're like, hey, we like this stuff. But at the same time, people are like, God, guns, and my wife or whatever. And then that's all that matters. because that's where the power comes from.
Well,
and that's where the authority is. It's Calvinism and all this other stuff.
Which is like fine to like a certain degree, but the certain degree is you and I know Christian nationalists will never agree to this, but they are supposed to be a subsystem within the system of like liberalism and republicanism in the United States. They're not supposed to be the system. So we're not supposed to like adopt like Christian theocracy and then just kind of like I don't know, just kind of bend the American Republic to Christian theocracy, which is what a lot of these people want to do, and I think they're going to be mildly successful at it. So, but that doesn't mean just because you call yourself a Republican or you call yourself a conservative, but you don't believe in the philosophical tenets of these ideas, and then you're actually a Christian theocrat. You know, we might both be on the right, but we're not on the same fucking team.
I'm going to say it again. You need to read this book and other books to go along with it, because all the stuff you're complaining about is exactly what these people pushed for, and why we have this movement in the American conservative tradition of theocracy, because they don't believe, because everything is prophecy to a degree.
God's law supersedes man's laws.
Supersedes man's law. But not only that, they believe that the Constitution was divinely inspired, and it was really written for Christians by Christians, and only Christians actually get all these rights, because only Christians can actually maintain the system.
And this is
because of people like this.
And they will use quotes from the founding fathers for that. So, for instance, some of the founding fathers or whatever said that, like, our liberal system does not work without religion or Christianity, because you have to have like the moral core outside of the state in order to perpetuate a functioning society. Now, the problem with that is with like secularism, where a lot of people aren't like religious literalists anymore. They're Creaster Christians. You know, they go on Christmas and Easter. Or they don't go at all. We've hollowed out the presumed moral core of the country, but now because we don't have that quote-unquote like moral core, the moral core is up for grabs. So it's communism, socialism, progressivism, liberalism, fascism, whatever. And I don't think this is a problem. I think liberalism can incorporate these ideas. I don't
hella easily.
I don't know, because I feel like liberalism is kind of like agnosticism or atheism, where it's not so much a system, it's more like not an absence of a system, but a syncretic tolerance of multiple systems. And so I don't know if that's as fulfilling as engaging to one system.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably partly true. There's definitely a lack of spiritualism within a liberal framework, and I think people actually desire that sense of spirituality, which is where you come in with spiritual humanism, which is a weird fucking thing, but it exists.
But but fascism, Christian nationalism fulfill those like spiritual human impulses, and then I feel like communism and socialism, they don't. But if you look at their advocates, they have the fervor of religious people, where they're gonna usher in a better world through the sacrifices of their martyrs towards this ideology and blah blah fucking blah. So I feel like the religious energy of human beings, when it's not put into religion or spirituality, it's transposed onto politics.
A lot of people have said that. I don't know if I agree with that, because religion was politics. I just think it's all politics, really. It's all no, really. It's like all different ideological differences, and the ideological differences end up creating war and shit. So
I'm with you.
Like, it's all politics.
This is why I'm no longer libertarian. This is why I'm no longer an individualist. The reason why I'm a communitarian is because fascists actually had a really good point. They said when you focus solely on individualism, here's all these negative externalities. When you focus solely on collectivism, here's all these negative externalities. Therefore, you have to create a society that is actually in perpetual conflict between the individual and the collective, and you have to balance the interests and needs of both in order to create a better society. And so that to me is defined as communitarianism, and it's exactly what I believe in. It's not where I'm not fighting just for the individual. If I fight for an individual's rights, it's because I believe that will help them incorporate themselves better into the whole. And if I'm fighting for like rights or responsibilities or roles for the collective, I'm not doing it because I'm advocating solely for the collective. I'm doing it so they can create better individuals. And that's always like the frame that I'm working from. And as a result, nobody else believes that shit. Nobody else has even fucking heard of it. So I'm getting fucking stabbed in the back from individualists who are like, hey, bro, you want too much statism. You want too much redistributive economics. You want too many social programs. You want this, that, the other. You're fucking cringe. And then the collectivists are like, bro, you care too much about the individual. You care too much about what cringe people have to say. Like, you care too much about what conservatives and fascists believe in their rights and shit. It's fucking cringe. So, again, I'm just getting fucking stabbed all over the place.
It's all a circular system. An individual can't have rights if their group is being oppressed.
Right.
A group can't have rights if the individuals are being cast aside. Like it's a self-fulfilling, self-perpetuating system. So you have to care about groups, but you also have to care about the individual because people are going to be outside of what the general norm is considered to be right and just, but not doing evil things. Well, and so if you want to protect them, you have to protect the groups that encompass them, and then keep the groups from fucking shitting on them.
Well, and this is the danger with the orthodoxy of like liberalism, because liberalism is fucking water in America. It's like you ask a fish, like, you know, what's water, and what's water, and he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, that's kind of the way liberalism is, where we have all these concepts of like freedom of conscience and speech and all that kind of stuff, which some people attack, and that freaks me the fuck out. But basically, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because when you start to have these conversations where you're like, it's not just the individual, some people get like really defensive. Like really defensive, really aggressively. And I don't even think they know why they're getting defensive. And they're like, no, we can only analyze through the lens of the individual. As soon as you start analyzing through the lens of collective, it's, you know, it's tyranny and blah, blah, blah. Like they have reason to do that. They've been taught those philosophical patterns before, and that's fine. But I don't think it's satisfying. I feel like they're just like regurgitating talking points, and they're just not even considering like, hey, bro, like, you're not an individual. You weren't born as an island. Your family had to take care of you until you were an adult. And wouldn't it be better if we designed our systems in order to get people to a good spot first before they became individuals who were self-sustaining? And they just hate that shit. They just hate it. It
should be the goal of society and governments in general to have as many people self-actualize as possible. So every single thing the government does should be on a path to make sure that every single person that has the ability to do that does it. Providing for the material welfare of people helps with that instance, and providing for group protection helps with that. Providing for individual protection helps with that. It's why I am not a full leftist, and it's why I'm not a full liberal. I'm somewhere in between. John Rawls, everybody, go check it out.
Based. So let me ask you this question. So you use the term self-actualization. Are you specifically referring to like Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
It's Maslow's hierarchy of needs with some political stuff thrown in there. I do understand that Maslow might have like stolen that from some sort of because he was an anthropologist, so he synthesized it from like studying native tribes and stuff like that. Is my understanding of it now. But even so, it's still a useful concept. So go look into it.
No, in 2010, I had a almost religious experience when I saw Maslow's hierarchy of needs for the first time, which was sad because I wish I'd learned it in fucking like high school or middle school or something.
Oh, it should be. That's something that should be taught. Like I think high school, like freshman year.
Yeah, and so basically for the people who might be unfamiliar, it's not like a rigid system, okay? It's just like a description of how human need is like perceived by people. And so, you know, you start with like physical needs, security needs, social needs, ego needs, self-actualization, which is supposed to be like the upper tiers. And what this means is that like if you can't, and obviously it's more flexible than this, I'll describe it poorly, but I still think it's adequate. If you can't feed yourself or secure yourself physically or financially, or if you don't have good social relations, it's going to be very difficult for you to focus on like personal egotistical development. And it's also going to be very hard for you to self-actualize, meaning becoming like the best human being you possibly can be. Alternatively, like if you do have good social relationships, you're financially secure, you're physically secure, you're not at war, you have good food, you got good shelter, all that kind of stuff, then, and you have like good relationships and you've achieved egotistical goals that you individually had, At that point, once you become like this like fully developed human being in the eyes of this like progressive tier system, it's actually not easy, but it's possible for you to focus on becoming the best kind of human being that you can. And that's like a really cool fulfillment of human potential. And so it should be the goal of societies, and I think every individual human, to get as many human beings as possible to be the best versions of themselves possible.
Yes.
But there's a shitload of challenges, like material challenges and fucking social challenges and all that kind of shit that stands in our way.
We also have to recognize that even if we solve those material challenges, there will be people that simply can't self-actualize on the upper echelon, and there's going to be people that's always going to be at the bottom. So when I said it's with a political thing, the other political stuff that goes along with that is John Rawls' a theory of justice, and there's two principles in this theory of justice. But the primary one is that if any hierarchy exists that is unjust, that makes the least among us worse off, it can only be done if not following that policy actually makes them more worse off than they would be otherwise.
That's a huge like conservative fear when it comes to social welfare spending and perverse incentives and all that kind of shit. This is like my default way I think, actually, is like, all right, so the system, you can think capitalism's fucked up, you can think laissez-faire capitalism is more fucked up, you can think mixed economy capitalism is fucked up, blah 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 blah. But if we try to implement like socialism or communism, is the world genuinely going to be a better place with like more self-actualized people who have their material needs and social needs met, and they're not like they have freedom of conscience, which is important to me, and the right to speak and blah blah blah?
Sure. Is
that going to happen, or are you going to like single-mindedly pursue what you think will make the least off better off, but then you literally destroy everything and make a worse society? And so that's like a huge like I think they call it, what do they call it? They call it like motivated reasoning, I think. That's a huge motivated reasoning for conservatives, is they fear that the new will be worse than the old.
They do, but they're also worried about losing their social status, because if you have an actual meritocratic system, people know that their basic bitch ass is going to go down a few pegs in the social ladder, and so they're fighting to keep that up. I mean, it's just true. Like
I know. I just like, this is where I love being Irish, because the fucking the social expectations for fucking Irish people are like so low. It's like being the fucking,
What, you didn't get drunk and beat your wife today? Congratulations.
Awesome. You didn't have fucking 10 kids out of wedlock. Awesome. Like goddamn, like that straight up. It's like I genuinely enjoy being like majority ethnic Irish, because like you get all the benefits of being white. Like nobody really like looks at you crazy, but then you also have like such a low bar for success that like, like you said, if you're not beating your fucking wife, if you're not an alcoholic, if you're not fucking shitting your pants, blackout drunk at fucking 2 p.m, you're doing good. You're doing
Congratulations.
Good, yeah. It's not bad to have a low bar that's easy to hurdle over and then gives you really good self-esteem. That's excellent. Like, I feel bad for all the fucking Asians and Anglos and fucking and like Indians and shit who have like all these like crazy like family social pressures where they're like, you have to be a doctor, you have to be a lawyer, you have to be a multimillionaire, you have to own property, you have to do this, you have to do that. And it's like, nah, bro, like I'm Irish, I'm alive, most of my bills are paid, like shit's good.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with being content with being basic, honestly.
Right,
like if more people were content with being basic, I think we would be a lot better off.
Yeah, it's fun. But so I kind of feel the momentum lagging a little bit, but I also feel like we have pretty good combos. So is there any other?
Do you want to get? Are you able to get spicy? Do you want to argue about the Twitter files?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I think
Okay.
I think my audience might prefer that because they've been waiting for me to fucking shit my pants over Destiny being an
Junk.
asshole about it.
So I'll full disclosure, I have not watched that video. I don't catch your stuff live often because I'm fairly busy.
I wasn't even live
So
for it because basically it was 5 minutes after my job, so I was like, I'm just gonna jump on Discord and argue. The first one was a shit show, but I don't feel like I got like people were like, all right, that's pretty bad faith, and I don't feel like we're getting very far. So
okay.
people weren't as upset with the first one. People are pretty upset with the second one, but we'll get into it.
Okay. So it is from the conversations that we've had on Twitter, which I'm no longer using. Everybody, I'm done. I will only use it for research purposes at this point, because of what Elon did to his former employee rather. But
The one that he basically said like, oh, this is a pedo or whatever.
Yep. And I'm gonna say it, and I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to. I don't necessarily think that he's actually doing anything to take that issue on, and I think he's being propped up with the hopes of him actually doing it because people know they can butter him up. So I'll say that as well.
Wait, explain that because I didn't track. What do you think Elon is doing?
So there's this claim among conservatives right now. It's where that Jordan Peterson thing came in, where he's like, you can't find find child exploitation on Twitter anymore, and everybody dunked on him because that's a weird thing to say. There is a single person. Yeah.
How do you know, bro?
How do you
How do
know?
you know?
It was easy thing. I get it. But the thing is that lefties don't know what's going on in here. And what's going on is that there is a single woman that is going around telling everybody that she knows what kind of hashtags are being used to share this stuff around, and people link up. And Twitter's telling her that they're going after these people and hiring people in different countries to actually like go after it in like South America and like Indonesia and the Philippines, and they're actually tackling it. And I'm like, okay, where's the proof of that? Right. And so they're like, I'm going to release the proof through a journalist I can trust. And the journalist is a Elon Musk stan blog.
Right.
So I'm like, this is sussy. And then everybody's calling me a PDF. Because I'm asking for proof, and they think by that I mean actual hashtags to find and stuff like that. No, I just want
proof that they're doing
I want more than numbers on a graph that I don't know where it came from. Like, you're not giving any underlining information here, so how can I trust this? But people thinking that Elon's tackling this stuff, and I think that the reason they think that is because the people that want him to are saying that he is now, so he actually will, because he's an egoist, and so if you butter him up, he's going to do what you want.
Interesting. So probably the most shady thing that I think has happened recently is basically like he's claimed that like an Antifa person like went and fucking doxed his kid and fucking came after his kid or whatever. Which I
don't believe that either.
Dude, if that happens, like I'll do worse than fucking dox you, right? Like I will.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's horrible what happened, and
right.
If it
happened the way that it said it would happen.
Yeah.
Right?
And if we're going to steel man out anything, then yes, he's got every right to be pissed, and I understand why where he's coming from. I just don't believe it.
Right, and then that's what I was going to say. And then what happened was apparently a bunch of journalists, because I think he's really disliked this profile for a while, the one that like tracks his private jet.
He offered him $50,000 to take it down.
Yep. Right. So basically, what I'm kind of assuming is this thing either happened or didn't happen. The journalists were retweeting the fucking either like the Elon jet or some like location shit, and they were like, "Oh, this stalker fucking went after Elon's kid or some shit." And then he took that as an excuse.
They talked about it.
Yeah, he used it as an excuse to delete those journalist profiles, or not delete, but ban. And then now he's like, "Well, when can they come back? Mob." And so and so for me, like, if it really is like, hey, a bunch of journalists are like being dicks and retweeting your fucking space so like psychos can go after your fucking kid, I don't give a shit. But I don't think like enough journalists are that big of fucking sociopaths that they would want to fucking like kill a kid in order to go after Elon. That's fucking assuming a lot.
So what did happen, what we can say happened, is that at least two of them basically tweeted out, hey, Elon Musk banned Elon Jet at Elon Jet. for the new policy before the policy was implemented, though. By the way, so
Right.
there was about a 8 to 12 hour lag between the policy becoming public and the ban happening. Which, if you're going to do these things, that's not the way to do it. It makes it look,
policy
even
first.
if it's policy always first, because you give people the chance to rectify the situation, and it doesn't look like you're actually fishing for things to justify a ban,
just
which is what it looks like,
Fucking
right?
mad.
Post hoc justification for it, right?
Yeah.
So what happened was,
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, I'll just finish real quick. So what happened was at least 2 of the journalists said, "Hey, Elon Musk banned this person. They're now tweeting, or they're now on Instagram or Mastodon."
So
so
he
that-
was like, "You're encouraging my doxing."
He's claimed that. However, there is a video, I can link it into your chat because I managed to grab it, where Elon Musk is asked, "Hey, what does doxing actually entail? Can this still exist if it's like a day delay? Like all these things?" And Elon Musk is like, no. And then instead of answering more questions, he just got mad and left the chat. And then after about 30 minutes of him leaving that chat, 30 minutes to an hour, that chat mysteriously stopped working.
Yeah, dude. And so, okay, so let
Mhm.
me say this is where Destiny fucking pissed me off with this shit. Like he really did. And it's okay. Like I get it. I gotta be the fucking. I'm like the only conservative left on fucking Twitch and Twitch and YouTube. who
It's
hasn't
pretty
been fucking
sad,
banned.
yeah.
So basically, like, I'm the only person who's around for the fucking punching bag, anyways. Like either the people are so fucking big that they they don't need to come on and debate anymore, right? Like fucking Sargon
Right,
or
that's part of what it
Lauren or
is.
whatever. Or they're fucking schizoids who get fucking banned almost instantaneously. So I get it. Like I'm the only fucking competition in town. Got it. All right, understood. But I did feel like I got beat up pretty fucking bad because basically the perspective that he assigned to me was conservatives are being suppressed just for this being like a very important fucking caveat, only for being conservative. Okay, I don't think I've ever said that. I don't think there's fucking any evidence that I've said that. Like
No, I
somebody,
wouldn't buy that.
Abaddon fucking 666 said that I said that in the beginning of the debate, which I asked him to link, and I'll still ask him. I don't know if he's here, but I'll ask him to fucking DM me or link me the clip where it says like, yeah, it's just because they're conservative. Like, I don't believe that shit for a fucking second, but we'll see. So that was like the number one perspective. And then the number two perspective was that like there has to be something new and interesting in the Twitter files themselves. It can't be new or interesting that this entire dynamic is disrupted. And I don't think I've tweeted anything to that effect, but that was like the argument that fucking Destiny like forced me into. And so, but that's my problem is I don't think I've ever made those arguments. And if anything, the arguments that I've made, oh shit, I'm about to get fucked up. So basically the argument that I've made is that liberals pretending that the Twitter files in general is not a big deal. I think that's fucking cope. Like, you can say that it's slanted to the right. You can say that it's not a full disclosure. You can say that we already knew that 3-letter agencies were interacting with social media sites, so this is nothing new. You can say that, you can say all that shit. But just because it's not new doesn't mean it's not important. And then as a part of the broader discourse, which I know I'm not supposed to leave the fucking bubble of like the Twitter files themselves, but the complaint from conservatives has been that basically like they get suppressed for engaging in topics that are covered by the First Amendment but not covered by terms of service. As a result, the platforms disproportionately discriminate against conservatives, and they've been shadow banned as a result. And that is all provable through the Twitter files. And then I get this weird argument from progressives. I'll shut up in a second. I know I've been talking a lot. But I get this weird argument from progressives where they're like, well, that was already in the terms of service, so you already knew that. Feels a little weak to me.
All right, so here's where I'm with it, and I know that you wanted to argue with me about this because of our tweets back and forth. So where I'm at with it is that, yes, Twitter talked out both sides of his mouth. It said, we define shadow banning as making it impossible to find someone's tweets. However, we do content moderation and content shape and conversation shaping to protect people and make sure that bad faith actors aren't getting purposely pushed to the top of the newsfeed. One, we know that's kind of bullshit. They're getting pushed to the top of the newsfeed because of how the algorithms work. But two, that's what everybody said shadow banning was. So they were trying to have their cake and eat it too. I will give 100% that is what the Twitter files prove. What the Twitter files also prove, though, is that they did everything that they thought was right, how to actually manage and thread this needle. So I don't know about you, but I have led political debate communities and forums and under various different methods online for like 15 years in one form or another. I've been moderator, I've been an admin, I've owned groups. Like, what ultimately happens is that you get a group of like 10 people or so that are kind of on the same page with how they want the group to go. They write a set of rules, and then somebody, a jackass usually, goes up to the line of where that rule is and constantly says, "You can't ban me. You can't do it. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you." And eventually you're like, you're violating the spirit of the rule. How are we going to change the rule so that we can get people like you off our fucking backs and actually do debate?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Okay.
so that is what Twitter was going through. And that is why Libs of TikTok was not outright banned, despite that should have been the policy, because she was not Rychek, is that how you pronounce her last name?
Yeah, she wasn't
Yeah.
technically violating this, that, the other fucking thing. Yeah.
And then they came up with like, well, if your account is going up to the line constantly and harassment comes as a result of your account doing these things, then we're going to do an account level ban, because all the stuff that you're doing is going up to the line, and as a result, all the stuff ends up making you cross that line.
Yeah. And
at the same time, they did that. And then they said, you have to consult us before banning her, because we have to make sure that it is being handled in a way that won't get us all fucked. So they had moderators and then admins, and the admins are the ones that had to prove it. Every group that I've ever moderated or been an admin of does this. Every single one. Welcome to content moderation. It has to happen.
No. And this is all I agree with everything that you've just said. And not only that, I think it's reasonable, particularly from a progressive standpoint. And so what I mean by that is there's a balance in the American national discourse between basically the protection of vulnerable groups and free speech, right? Like the ability to express your ideas. I also believe that like a majority of these controversial ideas, like fascism, Christian nationalism, all that kind of stuff, on a majority of these platforms, you can talk about them from a bird's eye view, where you're like, hey, this is a description of Christian nationalism. This is a description of fascism. This is a description of this idea, this framework, that framework, blah, blah, blah. I think you can have like a really bird's eye perspective. But I think what ends up happening is when you're anti-progressive and you don't just describe your ideology, you believe in it. And as a result, you start fucking shitting on progressives, fighting progressives, getting into beefs, trying to, calling people the F slur, or, whatever, all that kind of shit. That's where like you become at risk. So then it becomes this question about like the national discourse, where it's like, to me, this is a third of the country. This is like MAGA, Christian nationalist, Christian conservative overlap, borderline authoritarian, fucking theocrats who have
Lolberts that say "fuck you," can't tell me what to do, yada yada.
Right. So basically, like, so the question is like, how do you incorporate those people into the discussion where they're not getting disproportionately fucked, but where also they have like this weird like childish attitude where they're always trying to fuck with the rules, right?
Yeah.
And so I can agree that like Twitter did the best based off of their moral value set. I can also say that as a right winger, I do prefer fucking Musk's like, I don't like his arbitrary bans. I think that's like beyond fucked. Like, I think all of the malfeasance that you can accuse original Twitter of, Elon Musk in a month, he did it, and he's done worse. So now it's an even more arbitrary system where if you criticize Musk too much, if you dunk on him, meme on him, make fun of him, do this random shit, whatever, he'll just ban you arbitrarily. So he's made it a wilder place. Yeah.
He banned the account that posted the video of him being booed in San Francisco.
Right.
This is not a man that should be in charge of social media. His ego is
Right.
too fragile.
Well, and then my counterpoint, finger guns. So Vlad Kebabber says you're a theocrat if you want pedophilia to be illegal these days. I'm against pedophilia, and I'm actually pretty vociferous in my anti-pedophilia rhetoric. I'm not a theocrat, so
and
sure.
you're simply wrong. Like
Right.
I know where that's going, and I don't want to.
Gays are groomers, trans are groomers. Yeah. All right. So, anyways, the point being, I feel like from a progressive standpoint, they did the best they could. Also, I think that like incorporating with like the letter agencies, they probably did what they were expected to do. But I still think that conservatives.
So here's the thing with the letter agencies.
I'm
I think
listening.
that's something we should actually discuss because I don't want it to be brushed aside.
Sure.
Well, what the Intercept showed versus what Tech Dirt, I think that's the name of the blog that goes in deep dives into like policies and stuff, that all things tech, is that what it was that the 3-letter agencies were basically going to social media in general and like trying to share information with them so they would be aware of what's going on and didn't be like, you better do this or we're going to come after you. It was more like, you said that you want to tackle this stuff. How is the best way that we can have this public-private partnership in order for you to do what you want to do and us still follow the laws and all that stuff so that everybody can be safe? Like, that is essentially what it was going down. And I understand why people are like, oh my God, this is like the agency of the Ministry of Truth and all this stuff. But to me, it's all fear-mongering with that. Because if you look at the actual policies that were picked and like the public comments that were being made about these things and that, it wasn't really all that. It really wasn't. And could be my bias from being an intelligence analyst. Like, I don't know.
No. I actually this is another thing too, where my description. This is the weirdest fucking thing. So my description of like Trump being an asshole was like almost necessary for me to say that the Hunter Biden story was suppressed by intelligence agencies in cahoots with like this will probably be where we get edgy and fighty.
Okay.
Basically, like my entire thesis of basically like 3-letter agencies kind of manipulating the Hunter Biden story in order to push it so Biden was more likely to win is completely reliant on the fact that like Trump is a fucking son of a bitch. Hold on, we'll get there. We can go we can go stepstone if we need to go stepstone. But it's basically completely reliant on Trump being a fucking asshole, his supporters being liars, them trying to fucking like, coup the state or whatever, or basically not conceding that the election was, properly won. Like all that kind of stuff. Because the truth is that I think that a lot of intel guys are not like evil Machiavellian fucking mustache twirling dickheads who just want to control society. I think they're generally people who believe in the Republic and they want the Republic to do well. And when you have an authoritarian who's basically, being a dick, what are you going to do? Are you just going to stand by and just say, not my fucking job? I don't think so. So anyways, we can get into the details for that. But the point being, like, I think if you were progressive and you care about trans folk and gay folk and black folk and all that kind of shit, the way that Twitter used to be moderated, despite its, progressive sympathies or whatever, is the way that you would do it, and I don't really question that. The problem is, I'm not a fucking progressive. like I'm
right. No,
I'm a
it.
liberal. Like I want to have fucked up, weird, shitty conversations, and I don't want like random dickheads to be deciding what I can talk about or how I want to talk about it. Now that being said, there's reasonable limits. Sorry, I'm just I'm circling because I'm looking for the point, but I think that's the closest I'm gonna get to it.
So what I think this boils down to is where we consider to draw the line of harassment, because I think you consider harassment to be where the line is, right?
Yes.
So for
like
me,
once you start individually fucking threatening people, absolutely, yeah.
Right. So for me, what that means is that if you make it to where it has to be an individual and not groups or implications, then you get libs of TikTok going around and calling everyone groomers and then pointing out this site is in charge of grooming kids and turning them trans. What are you going to do about it?
Right.
That is almost word for word something that she said. And what happened? Bomb threats, fire bombings. That bomb threats happened at the hospital. The donut shop that recently hosted a drag show got firebombed afterwards. They're still looking into the one that happened where people went around and shot out the transformers to cut power to the entire county to right when it was supposed to be going off. We're really going to not think that was part of like a terrorist attack against these people. Let's be real, okay? And that's just the tip of the iceberg. And but the way Twitter went about it, she didn't get banned. So I don't understand how somebody on the right is going to be like, well, whatever, like she got banned and we're all being fucked, when that is clearly directed harassment. It's just not being literal directed harassment. It's not go to XYZ at Nile time and go fuck them up.
Right. And so what I would say is not the fear, but so I think there has to be, and I think that's where everybody's like so sensitive, because they're, basically I even start suggesting this shit and people jump down my fucking throat. I think there has to be a way for Christian conservatives and Christian nationalists to basically articulate their worldview. And I get that, like, it's unpalatable, it's homophobic, transphobic, whatever. I get it, but
stop calling for violence. It's that simple. Stop insinuating that somebody is evil. It's that simple. You can say, hey, this is bad for people, but they're not groomers. Like, if you're going to call them groomers, and we have groomer as this like overarching narrative where you're basically staining the soul of the child, that you're basically turning them away from God and preventing them from going to heaven. That is what the idea of groomer means here. Where
they believe that,
telling me they can believe that, but stop saying it like that. Say it in other ways, because you are inherently calling for violence when you do these things.
Okay, so let's describe the worldview without defending it. Okay, so I'm not defending the worldview.
No, I know.
I want to describe it. So basically in this situation, because I kind of want to explain it for the people who don't get it. Basically, the philosophy, this is how I understand groomer rhetoric, okay, is that, and it's so simple, it's fucking stupid, all right, is that gay people and trans people, there's nothing genetic or endocrinological going on, it's all social. And basically what's going on is all these people have been abused as children, or they were like socialized weird or whatever. And as a result of their weird socialization, they're now gay or trans, right?
Just to piggyback off of that, there's also the idea that they're literally possessed by demons, and that's a huge part of it as well. Hence the Satan panic.
Well, there's a bigger thing there, but yeah, let's focus on the logic of the worldview first, and then we'll get into that. So basically, the follow up to that is that being homosexual, you cannot, right? Like you cannot have kids unless you're doing either adoption or IVF or other unnatural means, right? According to God's word, where God just wants men and women to be together. He doesn't want the gays to be together, right? Then trans folk, same thing, because through the process of becoming trans, there is a strong chance that unless you freeze your sperm or eggs, you will basically, be infertile or whatever, right? I'm not saying that's totally true. I'm just saying that's the logic.
It's mostly.
Yeah. So as a result, the reason why gay and trans people are insistent on spending time with children, either through trans shows or drag shows or whatever the fuck, or like LGBTQ friendly family events and all that kind of stuff, is because they're looking for recruits. They're looking for new people to abuse. That way they can recruit them into the homosexual cult, get them away from God, and as a result, damn these children to hell, because they would not have been gay and they would not have been trans if it was not for the intervention of gay and trans folk, right?
Yep.
That is their logic. So I'm not saying this is correct, but I'm saying if you believe this, it is a moral fucking like imperative that you save the souls of fucking innocent children, fucking blah blah blah. And so this is where, it gets fucking dicey for me. Because how do you say, like, hey, I literally think you're going to fucking hell, and on top of that you're abusing children, and I don't believe that you're gay or trans? How do you say that on modern social media while keeping your account? I don't know if you can.
I mean, you can on Twitter now, because Elon Musk doesn't
You
like trans
can't-
people either.
Well, see, and that's dude. No, you just nailed the fuck out of it. And then that was the thing. That was the thing where it's like we could have had like a sensible conversation, which like you and I, like we're both fucking autists and geniuses. We could have figured out the exact way where a Christian nationalist or a Christian conservative or a Christian theocrat could have said this without being like cruel. Well, they'd probably still be cruel and malicious, right? At the end of the day,
It's hard to say that you're going to hell and not be cruel. I mean, that's just the way it is.
It's tough. Yeah, it's hard to fucking say that shit. But basically, what I would say is that this is representative of like 30% of the country. I just think that's about right. If you're
maybe.
Okay, maybe half the so a third are Republicans, right? A third are neutral, and a third are Democrats, and half of Republicans are Trump cultists. So it would be like 15%.
That's why I would.
15%.
That's what I was going to say. Probably 20%. We can split the difference and say 20. It's still sizable. I don't know if I'd say 30%.
Dude, but it's 1 in 5 of the fucking country.
Yeah.
So
it's a big problem.
Yeah. So what's happened is because these people were excluded from the conversation, they've frankly, I think, thrown shit fits over it. And liberals, like myself, basically made the argument, hey, you're excluding these people from the conversation. As a result of that, they're siloing. They're getting more radicalized due to their lack of exposure to, other ideas besides their own. They're becoming dickheads. And then the more that you ban these people, basically the more radical they get. And we were told, oh, you're fucking cringe for believing in the marketplace of ideas. Go fuck yourself, you stupid fucking libcock.
So,
go ahead. Sorry.
There's there's truth to it, but I think that the siloing was happening anyways.
True.
So I don't think I don't think it was because people were being banned. I don't think that actually increased anything. I think that actually helped tamp it down a bit, honestly, because it shows the people that Overton window, there's certain ideas that we don't tolerate in polite society, and a lot of people want to be accepted. So if they get banned, some will be like, oh no, I fucked up, let me back in. But some people will go, but those people that are going to go probably like it anyways. It's social media itself that encourages the siloing.
But
Facebook,
bro,
groups,
you are like on the cusp of fucking saying my exact fear though. So basically though, with these people, they silo, right? Probably because of the nature of social media. Yeah. There's more platforms coming online all the time. There's a bunch of alternatives that have been launched to Twitter. They've all sucked so far, but there's a bunch of things.
Mastodon's all right.
People have said that. Lefties have said that. So, and I think there's enough of an exodus that enough people will probably go over there that you can have a few decent conversations, right? Like it's not gonna be like classic Twitter or whatever where you're fighting with everybody all the fucking time. But you could probably have a decent conversation with other people for the exodus. Yeah, but I'm probably never leaving Twitter because this is like fucking shitpost heaven now, right? The people that I fight or whatever, I'm gonna meme on them, but like righties, I'll meme on them, but I don't think I'll ever meme on them so hard that I'll actually get banned. Because if they banned me for like the way that I fucking shit talk them, they'd just be like the most fucking fragile vaginas on the fucking planet. Because it's really like it's really like fucking Tim Pool or whatever. Like he just like I don't know, that dude fucking pisses me off. But anyways, so fucking hell, somebody activated the goddamn demon host. You fucking retard. Oh, god damn it. Anyways, no. So what's happened though, which is I think this is what's interesting about the fucking Twitter files, is that the right wing felt so persecuted that they got a sympathetic right winger to spend $44 billion to buy one of the most like huge fucking social media platforms, and as a result of that, you now basically have like right wing fucking you have fucking right wing free fire zones. It's fucking bananas. So this whole deplatforming fucking thing, it's backfired in the most fucked up way possible.
I think it's worse than that. I don't think it's the deplatforming that happened. I think this is all driven by ego, and I really think it's because Elon Musk got dunked on one too many times on Twitter because because the facade of his marketing and the idea of him being Tony Stark was starting to ebb away. And he wanted to shit on trans people. And the reason he wants to shit on trans people is because Grimes
my wife left
cheated on him. cheated on him with Manning, and he just can't stand that. And his daughter also disowned him because she's trans and does not like him because of his trans views. So that is why he bought it, because he wanted the Babylon Bee to come back and make that same shitty trans joke over and over and over again to make him feel a little better inside.
Okay, so but like, would we have avoided? Like, actually, this is really interesting because, like, for me, I feel like this calamity could have been avoided if we had figured out some way to, like, you know, bring the Overton window back in instead of, like, going for virality and infamy and all that kind of stuff. I feel like we probably could have struck a balance. But it sounds it sounds like from you that you don't think that balance would have been struck. It just would have happened. Like, fucking right-wingers would have just gotten fucking ass mad anyways.
Yeah, I think they would have gotten ass mad anyways, and I honestly think
even if they were able to say, like, hey, I think trans people don't, aren't exist. I think they're like the victims of abuse, and they're trying to indoctrinate kids into, like, new generations of fucking trans people. Even if they could have that conversation and not get banned, if they weren't allowed to use the T slur, it still would have come to this.
I think it would have still come to this, and not only do I think it would have come to this, I think the reason I say this is because, and this is important, and I'm going to hammer this on every single time. There is a fuck ton of manufacturing consent going around on social media 24/7. Governments around the world are playing into and I'm not even talking about Russia, I'm talking about in general, are playing into the fact that the United States has one of the most free speech oriented societies in the fucking world.
Oh, dude, I think
to
TikTok.
exploit.
I think TikTok is a fucking Chinese psyop, like, for sure.
TikTok, Instagram, it's happening everywhere. Facebook, I've literally caught people changing the profiles mid argument with me to try to correct a mistake about their profile that I pointed out. One of these instances happened from a guy that claimed that they went to the Naval Academy at Annapolis and said that they studied weapons systems, and that's what their degree was in. And I pointed out that that is not an actual degree you get from the Naval War College. You get real degrees like in engineering, and the guy blocked me. He changed his profile and then blocked me. Like, that is the kind of stuff that we're dealing with here, okay? So until we get that problem under control, all the stuff that we're talking about doesn't fucking matter.
Well,
because
what problem?
Everybody's going to be pushed. The problem is that we do not know if the scale of social media is untenable. And because of that untenable scale, you have to believe that everybody is being at least somewhat genuine in their pursuits and their comments. And if there are a ton of disingenuous actors playing on people's fears and pushing the Overton window one way or the other, it is actually shaping the conversation and manufacturing consent. So we have to get that under control. The only way that I can think of doing that is having I was just about to get there. The only way I can think of us actually doing anything about this is either to governmentally silo social media away from other countries, which I don't think is the right way to do about it. I think is having a consortium of anything that we have as social media and requiring government IDs in order to access the internet.
Yeah, so that's, like, obviously from a libertarian standpoint, like, a fucking
it is never going to work.
Yeah,
it's never going to work from Christian nationalist either, because that's the mark of the beast, yada yada yada. I get it, but we have to deal with the fact that there are people that are creating thousands of accounts to push narratives that end up shaping how we all talk about situations, and it's always going to shape it in a more worse manner. People are literally talking about being open Nazis now. That did not happen 10, 15 years ago. That started to happen because of all this stuff. That started to happen because of metastasizing and people being able to be edgy and people doing all this stuff because if you got banned on one account, you just bring up another one and it's all good and good.
Interesting. I don't think I necessarily agree. The reason why is because, like, this gets to the exact core of the argument. I fucking love this. Can I point out for the fucking 50 goddamn dickheads in fucking chat? Let me check on them right now. 45 people in fucking 45 people on YouTube, 23 people on fucking Twitch. Thank you for being here, by the way. But can I point out to you that we are having the same conversation that I could have had with Destiny if I wasn't shoehorned into the fucking perspective that I had to fucking I had to fit all of my perspectives into an exact quote from the Twitter files. Like I have to find it. And not only does it have to be new, meaning that it's not something that we've known in the past half decade, it has to be interesting, not in general, but interesting specifically to Destiny. Can you just understand like how fucking shitty of a goddamn frame that is? And on top of that, like I'll look at a Batten 666's fucking clip where allegedly I say the sole reason why people are banned off of social media is because they're conservative, which I don't believe exists. But if it does exist, I'll eat crow. I'll fucking happily say, hey, that was a stupid fucking point. It was cringe to say out loud. I don't know why I said it. You know, I've been taking fucking benzodiazepines or whatever the fuck people take these days in order to say racist shit on the internet, and that's why I said something stupid, okay? But I don't think that clip exists. So, all right, I'll get off my fucking high horse. But my point is that, like, we're actually getting to the crux of the conversation, and because you're not a fucking cunt, and I think you have an IQ above, like, I don't know, average, right?
I have no idea.
Okay, I think you're above average. You know, you could be, you know, average. If average is 100, you're at least 102. Okay, so the point being that basically we're now getting to the crux of the argument, which is you think that these nefarious ideas are metastasizing because they're allowed to grow in the open, and on top of that, people are manipulating it. But what I'm kind of instinctively saying, based off of like the philosophy of our society, is that like that is free speech. That is an open and free society. Like people being able to manipulate other people with like disinformation and politics and this, that, the other, and election misinformation and COVID misinformation and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
That fight is part of being in a free society. And you've brought up something that would be like wildly authoritarian, despite falling in line with like a progressive mindset.
So let me clarify some points, because I'm not saying that this is metastasizing because it's being allowed to be out in the open. Okay. I think it is metastasizing because there isn't any actual social pushback for the people that are engaging in it, because there isn't any reputation tracking that happens online. So if you are a dickhead and you want to be a troll, you can go on and be a troll anywhere. No one can find where you are at. You have the anonymity of the internet. Even though the internet lives forever, they don't know it's you. So that breaks the kind of core psychological framework, sociological framework that people actually exist in, that kept societies kind of functioning in general. If you said some messed up shit back in the day, and it really pissed everybody off, they would literally kick you out of the city, and you would have to go live on an island. Okay, I'm not saying that that's what we should do, but I'm saying that there are different social ramifications that social media breaks. That's one part of it. The other part of it is not that people shouldn't be able to have these conversations openly. I'm okay with them having it openly. The anonymity makes that a problem. But on top of that, there are nefarious actors coming through and actually pushing people to go more extreme because it benefits them. And since there isn't any way to understand that there is a one-to-one correlation for every account that exists that actually represents a person, and we're hardwired to see anything that we read to be able to, because it's visual and it's read, so we process it in the language part of our brain more so than like visual cues and social dynamics, we instantly take it as more being true. And so it is actually the right position for everybody online to take somebody at the word that they're using, and that you have to believe them. And so since they're not being genuine and you can't track their social representation, and they're on top of that building thousands of accounts to do this, it's easier to push them in an extreme direction. And that's part of the social dynamics. So if you have 30 people saying one thing, there's an actual psychological experiment. So you get like 5 people in a room and everybody says something wrong, and you know that that's wrong. You're more likely to speak up and say, hey, that's wrong. It's actually this. Once you get to 15 to 20, you start getting scared that you don't want to speak up because you don't want to rock boats. Once it's 30 plus, you actually take on that position because you are instinctively convinced that you are incorrect. Online social media exacerbates that problem to infinity.
Okay, and I understand that stuff. but this is like oh man, this is exactly like the conservative fear that the cure is worse than the disease. Like that's actually exactly what's going on. So for instance, like the eliminating online anonymity, while I think it would solve a lot of the social ills, you're just saying for social media.
No, so I'm not saying eliminating anonymity. Okay, I'm Cypher. My real name is Anthony. I don't care that people know who I am. I understand there are legitimate reasons for people to have some sort of anonymity. But you know that I am when I engage on social media and I say this is my account, you know that I exist as a person.
Mm-hmm.
Not everybody has that. I'm saying that you have to have some sort of system. There should be some sort of system in place that you know that person at least is a real person. Not somebody playing a character or controlling thousands of accounts and manipulating you. So I'm okay with pseudo anonymity or actual anonymity, but we have, again, the thousands upon thousands of accounts going around and manufacturing consent, which is the primary problem.
Yeah, and this has become more, not less opaque, but more opaque with Elon Musk taking it over, which I think that's like that's actually my frustration. Is so all the problems that I feel like are brought up by the Twitter files are legitimate, which is like people are being shadow banned, perhaps properly, right, for their violations of TOS or flirtations of TOS, but they're being their program is they made their niche definition of shadow banning, but they're being throttled, so their visibility is throttling, and they can't see whether or not they're being throttled, and basically they on some level they suspect that their popularity is being modified by the moderators, but they don't know whether or not they're being throttled. So that's a transparency issue that the company probably doesn't want to fix, because if you knew that you were being throttled, you would be less likely to participate in that system versus perhaps a system that throttles you less.
The incentives are perverse too.
Right. And then also when it comes to the 3-letter agencies, I understand you say that the Intercept had they released documents or relationships or whatever that showed that 99% of what's going on is pretty above board. It's what you would suspect.
The Intercept did not.
Okay.
To be clarification, the Intercept tried to make it look like a bigger deal than it was. It was the blog Tech Dirt that went through and actually this is all the pontification that they're saying. Here's what actually happened. So you have to read both in tandem to understand it. I just want to make sure to.
Well, and by the way, one of the things that I think people assumed that I had from my conversation with Destiny or whatever is I thought there was no reason why 3-letter agencies should ever interface with social fucking media, which was a presumption on their fucking end. I understand intelligence, I understand counterterrorism, I understand open source investigation, I understand all this shit. So there are legitimate reasons for 3-letter agencies to be interacting with social media, but then the question becomes an issue of transparency. Do we have meeting notes? Do we see these people's social media or do we see these people's communications? Do they have backdoor ways to communicate with each other? Are they suppressing anybody's speech? All that kind of stuff. And by the way, all of this at this point in time, based off of the Twitter files, could still be above board. And I think the Twitter files and Elon Musk's purchase of the program would still drag into very clear focus that we need a better, more transparent way to communicate online. And so that's where I'm again, I'm just going to fucking hammer this because I'm again fucking annoyed. Is fucking I was there were two conversations. Maybe we should avoid Hunter Biden because I feel like we would jump into a wormhole and be here for the rest of the night. We could do it another night though.
We can do it another night. I like these conversations; they're great, and I think more people need to have them. So
okay, perfect. Then and I'm not saying we don't have to do Hunter Biden. What time is it right now?
It is 12:38 your time.
Okay, so I want to wrap up in 20 minutes. So I want to save Hunter Biden for another time. But talking specifically about the Twitter files. So I want to break this down because I literally want to post the conversation that I had with Destiny about the Twitter files, post the conversation that I had with Destiny, and then I want to post this conversation immediately after it, and I want to post my fucking manifesto. And I want to say if two people, if two relatives, and by the way, I understand this isn't going to go viral me calling Sherry a cunt, right? I literally I use the hard C word 12 fucking times in that conversation, and I understand people
I'll have to bleep this when I do it.
yeah. So basically what I'm trying to say there is that, like, I understand that these conversations aren't as, like, wildly entertaining, but we're actually getting to the crux of each other's perspectives and why we think each other are wrong. So, for instance, like, I don't like the social media solution that fucking Cypher has, but I'm not, like, indicting him as a fucking person and calling him a piece of shit for considering it. And also I'm recognizing that the problems that he's describing are real. I'm not saying he's a fucking delusional schizophrenic who's just making shit up on the internet and he's a fucking piece of shit for even thinking about it. So anyways, just to point out the qualitative differences in the conversation. So anyways,
I appreciate that.
No, I appreciate our forms of autism synchronizing. So yeah. So basically, fuck was I thinking? When it comes to Twitter files in general, the reason why I was so frustrated is because with the previous conversations that I had was because I was shoehorned into the two phrases new and interesting. Okay, so new, we already knew that 3-letter agencies were organized or were dealing with social media companies. We also already knew that Twitter was throttling shit. As a matter of fact, that was the chief complaint. That's what fucking Republicans have been complaining about the entire time. So we suspected that they were throttling it. And as a matter of fact, their terms of service said it. And then they have this fucking cope where they're using shadow ban in like a niche way that maybe like one person meant 15 years ago, but nobody is talking about now. So that was all that just seemed like crazy fucking cope to me. For it to be like, it has to be new. That was such like a weird an arbitrary fucking thing that Destiny fucking foisted upon me. And then interesting, it's interesting to me, you fucking cunt. It's interesting to like shitloads of other fucking people. Like, just because it's not interesting to you as the world's biggest fucking debate bro doesn't mean that it's not interesting to other people. So that's another weird arbitrary line. Finally, if I ever said that conservatives online were being banned for the sole crime of being conservative, I would like to amend my statement and apologize for being inaccurate. I think it's because they're being dickbags about interesting subjects that conservatives they love being dickbags about because they have a moral system that they think they're right on. I'll stop ranting in a second, I promise. And then when I actually, so let's leave Hunter Biden for next time. But the point is that like we've had more productivity along lines that like I wanted to talk about in the past fucking 20 minutes than we were able to achieve in a whole fucking hour with Destiny. So that's not to like say that he's not like intelligent or not rhetorically gifted. That's just to point out that like the conversation was doomed to fail from the get-go because there was no charity and there was no presumption that the other person had something of value to say in the conversation. So basically, love you, Destiny, but you can eat a dick, metaphorically. No
Destiny,
homophobia.
I still owe you a debate we couldn't coordinate a while ago, so we should have that too.
Based. Yeah. So, what else okay, so we were talking about the Twitter files. We were talking about like amending the situation or whatever. I basically said that I'm not really comfortable. Like you were saying, don't eliminate straight anonymity, but just try to come up with some system where there's like ID or social consequence for the way that you behave. I understand that.
It's, I won't even necessarily go that far. If you know that everybody to get onto the internet or onto social media has to sign in with like an actual person, I think that tamps down the stuff because it makes it impossible to create multiple accounts.
Wait, hold on. So Sherry's in my chat real quick. Can you please not tell people I am Xander Hall's editor? That is a different person named Cherry. I would never work with a socialist. Okay. So Sherry, if you can actually see me or hear me right now, I understand. I literally I mixed up your and Cherry's accounts a while ago, and it was actually Cherry saying that she's not a streamer that took me to realize that it was a different profile. I know you have like a different PFP. I just never really thought about it that much. So I feel like though, have I not seen you on a stream with Zan where he was saying that like you're one of his producers or something like that? Like you help him consult on social media? Am I wrong with that idea? Are you guys like not friends at all? And I'm sorry for interrupting the conversation for that. It's just like it's actually a legitimate it's a legitimate question I have.
This is the nature of live streaming, so I'm good.
Okay, cool. Never. He thinks I'm a jerk. He has me blocked. Okay, Sherry. Well, I'll say, okay, listen. I'll say right here. In my little manifesto, I am probably going to point out the points where you were rude to me and I felt justified in using a horrific gendered slur against you. But I do think that you're entertaining as fuck despite being a massive fucking asshole. So if you chill, I will chill. And then we can have like a normal conversation at some point in the future. And I will try not to use the C word as much as possible.
Sounds good to me.
So that's just an offer. If you want to do the blood sports, that's fine. We can do the blood sports. I don't care about your potty mouth. Okay. All right. Well, I just felt like it was a little heated and a little personal, but it's up to you. If it's all just memes and jokes to you, we can be ruthlessly cruel to each other for the sake of the audience's entertainment. I just wanted to give the offer that I don't have to be ruthlessly cruel. I just wanted to offer it. So
that is the correct take.
Okay, yeah, but if you want to be mean for shits and giggles, that's fine too. That's fine. All right. Anyway, sorry. Let's wrap up the conversation, so to speak. So for instance, is there anything? I'm sure we could dig into like other nuances of it, but is there anything that you think we're missing from like either the Twitter files or the developments or social media or something like that basically like conservatives have gotten wrong or I've gotten wrong?
I think conservatives have gotten wrong in general about the magnitude of what the Twitter files say. Because what I think the Twitter files are actually doing is just trying to placate everything that conservatives thought was right and gin it up for effect. So, for example, in the first release of the Twitter file, Matt Taibbi said that there is no indication that the government was involved in the Hunter Biden story, and that was the problem. Later on, in like Twitter file 4, maybe 5, I don't know, I've lost track. He basically says, "Oh, they were involved." Well, which is it, Matt Taibbi? Like, were they involved or were they not? Is it because did Elon Musk tell you that you had to say they were involved for something? Are you noticing you're not getting paid as much through your Substack as being the liberal thorn and leftist side attacking us from the left? Is that what's going on? Why did you change? So I think there's a lot of narrative building here, and I think that narrative building needs to be called out by more reasonable conservatives that see it for what it is, which is basically trying to shit on everybody that was there at the time, so Elon Musk seems like a better person, as well as confirmation bias, because there's not a lot of meat to the bones. They started off with their least important bits of it to try to link it to the Hunter Biden story, because that's what conservatives really wanted. But it was kind of a bust, at least to me and a lot of other people. And then they, Twitter file 3 or 4 is when they're like, this is when the 3-letter agencies did things. I'm like, that's what you should have led with, because that's actually meat on the bones. And even the meat there is a little fatty. It's not that great.
Well, then that's interesting that it's come out in 4, and that was one of the frustrations in that conversation. So I thought that fucking Destiny had said that basically there was like a new, more comprehensive dump, and as a result, I didn't know what I was talking about. And so I just like took that on face value. I was just like, okay, I guess, there's more shit that came out. And I noticed how fucking slanted it was. So I didn't want to pretend that I didn't notice how fucking slanted it was. Obviously it was slanted as fuck. So that's kind of where my own charitability stings me in the ass, where I'm like, well, yeah, no, the right wingers could totally, like, I believe that like political suppression of right wingers is fucking real, but I also know can see that this is like slanted propaganda. So it's totally frustrating.
Slanted propaganda.
Yeah, it's frustrating when charitability is used against you, which is but whatever. It's just the nature of the space we live in. Yeah. So I would say let's do a part 2. I'm kind of trying to get away from one-on-ones because I know that I'm going to be busy as fuck with Warhammer 40k content. I also know that I'm going to be busy with trying to launch the Heated Hippie, so basically the spiritual successor to the Hippy Dippy. And so basically, like, I know I'm fucked, but at the same time, I do feel like this conversation had like a really good cadence where we were actually able to get into the meat of what I wanted to get into with other people. Basically the fact that I was able to articulate my views while still having pushback was fun for me. So,
I love these conversations. If you wanted to do like a 2v2 or even like somebody else moderate your Heated Hippie and you wanted to
Yeah,
cover some of that
participate
stuff,
for once.
I'm down.
Yeah.
I'm down for sure. I just
we're definitely
let me
looking
know
up
a week
for
or two ahead of
backup
time.
moderators. So because like obviously like I do I like fighting too. You know, like obviously like I
Yeah.
love the content, I love the space, I love all that kind of stuff, but I do love screaming at people every now and then. So yeah.
It's fun.
Anything do you want to shout anything out, and do you have any saved rounds before we kind of wrap it up?
No, I'm good as far as the Twitter files are. I think we came to an understanding. Just to in case it wasn't clear to the audience, I do understand your concern about like no anonymity on the internet or people not being able to have a free open dialogue, and that can metastasize in different ways. Those are legitimate concerns. There should not be just brushed aside as being like you're stupid or whatever. Just so in case nobody was aware of that, that's my actual position. I just do believe that we have to synthesize both of these and come up with a solution that basically fixes all the problems that we both recognize exist. And as shitty as it is, it's probably going to have to be government regulation. I don't think the platforms are going to regulate themselves, or we're going to end up going to a federated model where everybody just silos, and that's how we end up getting worse off.
A horrific fucking it's a horrific potential outcome. Yeah, that is going to be terrible.
So
yeah, all right, brother.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Well, no, I appreciate you. That was CSP Crowdsource Politics. Fucking follow him for his podcast. Obviously, we're a little bit more dry than screaming the C word at people, but at the same time, I do feel like we were able to cover a lot more productive ground a lot more quickly and actually understand each other, which I think is fucking based. So it doesn't always have to be blood sports.
For sure. Yeah, you can catch me live Thursdays, pretty much every Thursday except holidays, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to roughly about 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, covering the news that was of the last week with the kind of analysis only the crowd can provide. It is a little bit of a lib left center bent, but you'll get news and then pontification. So we cover a bunch of stuff.
Based. All right. Appreciate you, buddy. It was awesome. I'm going to talk to chat for a minute and finish electrocuting some Nurgle cultists to death, and then I'm probably going to go to bed myself.
Yeah, sounds like a good plan, man. We'll be back for part 2. I'll hit you up.
All right, sounds space, buddy. Catch ya.
See ya, man. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Bye. All right, y'all. Corner camera, gaming debate, corner camera. God damn it. I gotta fucking change my. Where's the display? Game capture. Can I do that? No, that's not it. Display capture. Where's the display capture? All right, change this to properties, display 2, and then get back into Darktide. All right, sorry, I got to finish the lap, so I'm not leaving. Also, I need to pull up my OBS one more time so I can see your chat. All right, so Cherry, I don't know if you're still here, but basically what I was going to say, it's not just memes to you. You really just like the way that I characterize you in that conversation. Well, I got to say, I was a little bit offended. If you're seeing this later or if you're seeing this now, I was quite a bit offended by your lack of charity in that conversation, and also you kind of calling my credentials into doubt. So I do understand that it got heated and all that kind of stuff. So it's not my potty mouth that offends you, but you dislike my characterization of the way that you conducted yourself. If you ever wanted to have a conversation about that, low and slow, I promise not to be an asshole in that conversation, and we could actually hash it out where if you wanted to go over my credentials or my experiences in order to figure out where I'm coming from, I would be happy to discuss that with you. If you wanted me to go over your credentials and perspectives, that way I understand where you're coming from, I'm perfectly happy to do that as well. I love, violence and heated conversations and all that kind of shit, but that did feel like it got kind of over the line and fucked up. Like I still stand by my shit, but maybe we could have a better conversation than the one that we had. So I'll leave it there. Then exactly, but using their wording line like that. Oh, you're talking about something else. Okay, so anyways, chat, if you want to at me, I appreciate the roughly. So there's like 35 people on Twitch. That's like a high night for us. We're normally around like fucking, like 10 to 20 or some shit. So thank you for coming to hang out. We'll still be talking about like Destiny drama shit before we close out. I just want to thank you for being here. And then we'll do raids in a second. I just need to finish my gaming. my game level, and then we'll be raiding out and going to bed. But if you guys wanted to ask questions in the chat, I will answer your questions while we're on the way out. If not, then I'll just kind of talk about the drama to reassert it for the people who haven't been here. So yeah. I got points. 2 questions. So this manifesto is going to be a video essay. Yes, it is. Is Dim Fool late in terms of the Baltimore video? Yes, he is. So we were expecting a December highlight. Or like a December release, basically because we thought that that would be late enough. I'm not involved in the editing process at all, but I am assured that Lauren has she has blinders on right now, and she's just editing up a fucking storm along with her co-creators. So right now, they're editing to the fastest of their ability. I don't know when it's going to get released. So soon, though, because basically they were trying to have this out by November. So the fact that we're already halfway through December kind of shows you where their head's at. Sean Kaplan says, damn, it just got here, but what is the most good faith criticism you think that has come from this whole fiasco with Destiny's Orbiters? Not a lot, to be honest. The closest thing that I got was actually... What was so interesting was there was a bunch of DGG people who were like, hey, buddy, I viscerally disagree with your perspective, but here's more evidence that backs up your perspective, and I'm sorry that Destiny was such a cunt. So I probably had like half a dozen people who were like, hey, you're wrong, you're retarded, DGG, blah, blah, blah. You know, even some people who were like, they were like bullying me, but they were like memeing about it, where it's like, DGG sends their regards, and like, they, you know, blah, 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 which was fun. Like, I'm not complaining about it. But obviously, like, it sucks when you want a community of a few thousand, like literally like 10,000 people live and like 150,000 people who watch the VODs or whatever. You want them to obviously understand the best version of your arguments, and it just didn't feel like that was possible in that conversation. And it does seem like, as shitty as my performance was, it does seem like a good chunk of DGG did realize that Destiny was perhaps not in his best mood that night. I think that's the fairest way to put it. So, let me expand the chat a little bit, because shit's getting cut off. If Connor says anything but my criticism is the best faith, I'm gonna be mad. Okay, listen. So, Taze, I trust you and love you as a brother, and I do trust your criticism. However, when I'm being dogpiled, by DGG, and to a certain extent, like, I know I'm wrong and like all that kind of stuff. It's not like you didn't phrase it, charitably or whatever, but, and you also, like, I know you fucking acknowledge blah, 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 like that, that they were being cunts, but it does feel, or it did feel kind of like you were, I knew for a fact that you agreed with them more than me, which is fine. It just makes me even more sensitive. That's all. So just being real. So on Dim Fool's channel or Lauren's, my understanding is that I'll be on Tim Fool's. That's my understanding. I don't know what that's in reference to. DGG used to have such good memes. I wonder what happened to that. Is Mr. Girl going to help you expose Destiny in this manifesto? No, it'll be a solo. Sean Kaplan says, thanks, man. Yeah, rewind the VOD. This was a great episode. I really enjoyed this. Basically, Tiberius came on. We had a good conversation. I talked about the drama and Warhammer 40K for the first hour. And then what was the other thing too? Talked to Tiberius about like some interesting shit, drama and actual serious political shit. And then I just feel like CSP, I feel like the conversation that I wanted to have with Destiny, I just had with CSP. Now, of course, that's like not, nobody screamed at each other. Nobody called each other a cunt. Nobody fucking, did that, this, that, the other. But it was still like, it was pretty much like, hey, here's all the things that I think are interesting. And here's the problems that we've been complaining about for the past half decade. And this is why I think it's, it's really important for society. And here's the thing that I think shit is fucked up. And he's like, yeah. No. And this is my perspective. Like, I would rather do that than scream at Destiny. But if Destiny wants me to scream at him, I can do that too. It's fine. Whoa, what the fuck is... Does it explode afterwards? That is interesting. Has there been more Twitter files released since you had your talk with Destiny? Would be interesting seeing what has been revealed. Yeah, so there has been. Actually, that's one of the things that CSP just said, is that in Twitter file 4, there's more shit about the 3-letter agencies and their coordination. So, like, I'm not saying that it's going to be, like, groundbreaking or whatever, but still. you know, being like, oh, there's nothing here, like one day into it, that's as retarded as me being like, hey, there's more to it. Laughed my ass off. I knew this was going to trigger him. I love you, buddy. Want the best for you. I appreciate you, but this is like a parent making you fucking eat broccoli and shit. I can't remember. Did you delete a bunch of your videos? Where did they go? Yeah. So Itai Efrat. So all of the debates have been moved to Counterpoints Coliseum. That is a second channel that has all the debate shit, and it's actually popping off enough that if you just type in Counterpoints Coliseum, Counterpoints, common spelling, COLOSSEUM, it's going to pop up. And so that's where all the VODs and the debates are. I haven't really been as aggressive about uploading debates recently, just because there's already a shitload of content out there. And all my panels recently have been all my conversations recently have been very chill. So that's my fault. I'll get back on it. There's also a second channel that that I created that's just going to, or a third channel, I guess, that's going to have all the essays. And so basically, I will link that when the manifesto drops in order for that one to hopefully boost in popularity. So yeah, there's technically 3 channels. There's the Warhammer 40K channel that we're streaming on right now. There's the Counterpoints Coliseum, which is going to be the debate and videos on demand channel. And then there's going to be Counterpoints, which will be the political relaunch of high quality video essays. That way, if I have something that I want to talk about that I'm super passionate about and want to do a interesting deep dive on, I have a place where I can put similar content to that. And hopefully today, or not today, hopefully in general, we can see growth on all 3. 40K right now is the bread and butter. It's where we make our money. But in the future, we would obviously love to see debate content and essay content do well as well. So let me exit out of this. I'll go full screen. I'll answer all your questions, and I'll get the fuck out of here. And I'll probably raid somebody. But yeah, if you're just kind of coming in or whatever, I do invite you to go back into the VOD. I think it was a really good one. Maybe not as sexy or exciting as you're used to, but still really fucking good. So, it was in today's drop, based. All right. Let me pin the chat over here so I can see you guys while I'm talking. It's 1 a.m. and I don't have work tomorrow, which is fucking excellent. So, it was in today's drop, based. All right, so, yeah, I appreciate you guys. Let me see if there's any interesting or questions or concerns in the previous one. That's kind of cool. Shit, I need to read Wikipedia on partisan hacks. Apparently, James Lindsay is the founder of the website New Discourses, which is owned by Christian nationalist commentator Michael O'Fallon. Yeah, not just that Christian Valeris, but he's also the person who started the groomer discourse, I'm pretty sure. I think it was his brainchild to start associating gay people and trans people with trying to fuck kids. So, you know, awesome. Based. Thanks, James Lindsay, you fucking asshole, for making the discourse worse. If you have that money, then let anyone who approaches with bad intentions meet the Second Amendment. I mean, based. Appreciate you, Quills. I heard he asked for $50K in response to Elon's offer of like $5K because he wanted a Tesla and Elon said no. Well, he should have fucking paid that shit, huh? Considering how much fucking public backlash he's got and how much stock equity he's lost. But, you know, whatever. Elon told his kid disowned him, went to court, changed their name, and revoked any claim to his billions. How fucking horrible a person you have to be for your kid to hate you thus far? I don't know. You're the only reasonable concern. Thank you, Quills. I try. You need to maintain that rationality. I'm trying. You know, I get fucking shit stomped every now and then, and I start to lose my fucking mind. So, you know, it happens to the best of us. You're a theocrat if you want pedophilia to be illegal these days. Vlad the Kebabber. Listen, I already know the history of, like, Vlad the Impaler, so I understand that this is, like, an anti-Muslim thing. I get, like, you fucking dislike gay people and fucking probably Muslims and brown people and shit. Or you're Central European and you're Muslim or brown yourself. Those are the only 2 options. But basically, like, no. You can speak out against Drag Queen Story Hour. I do it all the time. On Twitter, I literally say, hey, gay people and trans people, how about you give up Drag Queen Story Hour and we will give up the straights, we'll give up, you know, child beauty pageants, and what was the other creepy thing that we do? Oh, taking your kids to Hooters. We'll stop doing that. Gays stop doing Drag Queen Story Hour and fucking drag shows for kids, and we'll call it square. So BSG Black, thank you for following or subbing. They called DeSantis a theocrat Christian nationalist because he went against that pedophile shit. I still think DeSantis way better than fucking Trump. So I'll literally be registering as a Republican and voting in the primary. But it means that government was involved in moderating decisions, which is quite a thing. True. And like, you don't have to, if you understand my frustration, I hope it's at least visible for the people, even if you don't like my second conversation where I kind of go out on a limb in reference to the Hunter Biden story, I hope you at least see where I was annoyed about the first conversation. Because it's like, what's new? Nothing's new. We've known all about this shit for 5 years. What's interesting? Well, I think it's fucking interesting that the world's richest man spent $44 fucking billion in order to buy a social media website in order to break open the Overton window for the right. Well, that's not in the Twitter file. So what's new? It's like, all right, like nowhere in my tweets, nowhere in my content, nowhere in my public statements will you mind me saying those things, but you're just shoehorning me into this position so you can get a rhetorical dunk a conservative, right? So, fucking good for you, bud. You know, fucking stupid. Second conversation, I've already scripted 80% of it. I think it's really fucking solid, and you'll be able to see my logic start to finish. And we'll release that probably in the next week or so. Especially if Destiny releases the conversation and I get super negative reception, we'll probably try to edit it quickly and release it as soon as possible so people can at least know what the fuck I'm talking about. They said upwards of 150 from 220 from an average of 75 a year. If large numbers deduced to be election denying misinformation, what is the meat you are trying to produce? I'm not sure what Quills is. Talk to somebody else, so I'll leave it alone. You incited violence against white Christian men for the past 5 years. Who? Anosmia YouTube. Do they not read chat? I don't read chat all the time during debates and conversations, but I tend to do it at the end so I can answer questions. And then, what was I thinking? Yeah, I try to focus on the conversations for the most part. Old school. Hiya, counterpoints. Entertain me as I finish up finals. Bitch taking and grading them. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, I hope that was relatively entertaining. And if it wasn't, rewind it. There's plenty of entertaining shit back there. Carr typically doesn't read chat during conversations. If you have a question you want to address specifically to him, you can add him and he goes through those at the end. True. Loved your conversation with Destiny. I agree with him, but you make your point look well. Thank you, Victor Arroyo. I think you're the only person who believes that, but I appreciate you coming here and saying that. I think Elon fucking with the stock value also forced him into buying it or face even bigger SEC issues than he already had over at the Tesla. True. If true, at Colfax, TikTok is not a psyop. Oh, Quills, TikTok is not a psyop. It's information gathering, maybe, but type in boy into the TikTok feed and you'll see that it's all fem shit. So, you know, they might be trying to, basically trying to manipulate American culture in order to decline the masculine American male. Bro, the problem is he has sex with his orbiters. Just have sex with him. Fucking Quills. You're right. We could probably resolve this if I either fucked Destiny or was fucked by Destiny. We might be able to get like a few months of charitability if we were banging each other. That's a good point. At counterpoints, you probably need to elaborate what type of convo you want to have when you talk to Destiny, lol. Christian Valeris, watch the Manifesto. No. He reached out to me. He said, do you want to talk about Elon and Twitter? I said, sure. That was the sum total of the setup for the conversation. Destiny would probably be open to this convo, but the main contention was whether the Twitter files provide factual evidence that government officials put their thumb to stop the Hunter Biden story. That wasn't even the original contention. We didn't even talk about Hunter Biden during the first conversation. I brought up Hunter Biden in the second conversation. And the reason why the second conversation happened was because Taze's fucking black ass told me that Supreme and Destiny were talking about it again. And he wanted me to go explain the fucking algorithm shit and try to get my perspective out. And I wanted to say happy birthday. So there was never at any point, I don't think I've ever tweeted about the Hunter Biden story. I just brought it up and decided to fight him on it. So, which didn't end up being a fight, by the way. It basically ended up being like Sherry and Supreme strawmanning the fuck out of me while Destiny just laughed. So, you know. Sources, please. Yeah, you've made the classic Jewish mistake of relying on evidence for arguments. So, they just didn't want to have the conversation. I think everyone's burnt out on conspiracy shit, so Destiny only wants to talk about the facts and dismiss any further questions or possibilities. Yeah, well, then don't fucking talk to me, bud. I'm not fully burnt out on it. If you're impressionable and someone talks you into something, that's your problem. True. If you do that, leftists are finished because they use mostly fake accounts. Maybe. There's things in between fully doxed and anonymity. There's Sybil uniqueness. There's pseudonymity. There's so many things. All the things. Thank you, G Squidman. That's an interesting theory. We'll probably have to explore it. Quill says she is a C word though, in reference to Sherry. Hi, excuse me, investigator. Can you please not tell people I am Xander Hall's editor? That is a different person named Cherry. I would never work with a socialist. Thank you. Never. He thinks I'm a jerk. He has me blocked. That's so weird. I legitimately feel like there's a video of y'all two hanging out. It's not memes to me. I hate your characterization of me in this debate, but I'm not offended you called me names. Okay. All right, fair. I'm catching up with this. I know I already talked about this shit, but I do think it's interesting that Sherry's here. I'm not like, I was just going to fucking go chill and kind of burn off my own steam, write the manifesto, call it a day. That was my plan. A right-wing lunatic. Is it the FBI sifting through TOS violations, or are they looking for other things and alerting Twitter to TOS was just a convenient tool to use to accomplish their own ends? Don't know, Chromebot. We don't know because it's an opaque system. So, I kind of push 2 questions. Manifesto. Yes, it'll be an essay. Is Dim Fool? Yes, he's late. It'll be on Tim Pool's channel. DGG used to have such good memes. I wonder what happened to that. I don't know. They probably over-policed. At Counterpoints, has there been more Twitter files released? Yes. So basically, I'll go check out the release today because apparently it's relevant. At Counterpoints, did you delete a bunch of your videos? Yes. Counterpoints Coliseum. We already talked about that. And then Counterpoints, the second channel, I'll promote once I get this manifesto up. At Counterpoints, hopefully Destiny covers a manifesto. If he can cover Sneeko, he can go over your manifesto and hopefully come with more good faith. Yeah, I would hope so, but also, I'm not trying to say he's like clout-brained. I don't think he is clout-brained. That's why he's willing to debate with smaller streamers and shit. But I also think that he's perfectly entitled to be selective with how he spends his time and how much he promotes smaller people who fight him and who he's in a current fight with. So, like, I'll post it. We'll put it in DGG. If he wants to watch it, that would be awesome. If he doesn't want to watch it, I don't think I'm gonna try to DM him or anything. Like, it would be cool, but I'm not gonna waste too much emotional energy on it. Oh yeah, Itai Ifrat says I was looking for the Foundations video. It looked very interesting. Yeah, so unfortunately the Foundations episodes are gone, but I will be bringing them back. I basically want to go back and redo them in a much higher quality, which we'll do with the essay stuff. If you do want that kind of stuff, obviously go to patreon.com, support the channel, sub on Twitch, do all that kind of shit. Because the goal is to go full time, and we're not really doing too bad. Like we're not rich, but we're not making nothing neither, so we're doing okay. And honestly, I would like to break higher so I can get Taze some more money because he obviously works really hard on this, and I want to recognize his contributions in helping us grow. So what time are you streaming tomorrow? Is tomorrow Saturday? Is today Saturday? Saturday? Yeah, it's probably gonna be 9 p.m. Man, you can just assume it's around 9 p.m. for a kickoff. James Lindsay is a piece of shit and a moron. If you ever have questions, I can go exactly over why he's a complete idiot. Well, I see his Twitter, so, Do you know what the first topic of your panels will be? No, but it's going to be based off of the participants. And, we'll have 1 or 2 topics that are in general topics that we think are hot button issues that we want people to talk about. We will build the panel around the hot topic issues. We'll probably, during the week before the debate, we'll see what's hot and current. If there's a drama in the Twitch poll sphere or YouTube poll sphere, or if there's a news story that breaks that would be interesting to talk about as a group, we'll post that as a third option. And then we'll probably do 2 topics for 2 hours. And then the participants will get to vote on whether or not they do the current event topic or whether or not they do the pre-selected topics. So we'll probably have 3 topics and 2 choices per show. And we'll be building the panels around the topics, not around just random current events or whatever. Shit, I want to take my kids to Hooters. Because drag isn't sexual. Depends on the drag, but sure. Hype for the Destiny Manifesto. I look the other way for Lav and Mr. Girl, but I draw the line at counterpoints. Destiny's grooming and sexual abuse of orbiters must be stopped. Thank you, Jonah Boy. It's nice to have some support. Appreciate it. I don't understand the fascination with Hooters. Their food fucking sucks and the waitresses are mid. Man, I'm married. No comment. That should be a good trade. Way better than what Denver got when they got Russell Wilson. All right. I'd have to look at the files themselves for passing any particular judgment. It's the broader conversation, which he didn't want to talk about. So Connor isn't a bottom, and Destiny doesn't do butt stuff, so yeah, it's probably not gonna work. I don't view myself as being bottom for him, but we'll see. We'll see how bad it's doing. Welsh Republic Podcast. Yo, hi bro. Hi bro. How you doing today? Doing good. It was a good show. It was a good stream. We're wrapping up now, but I invite you to go back and check the VOD. It was pretty good. I had a great final exams too. It was a rite of passage for a graduate student, but it's totally worth it since I am doing my physics masters for free and I get paid to do it. Based, Bud123, based. He looks like a turtle. I hope not me. Jesus, you talking about me? Do I need to sit up straight? Excuse me, I'm not black. Oh, wow. Getting racy there in the comments. Are there still people on the left that believe the laptop was Russian propaganda? No, but they did believe it at the time, which was part of the argumentation for the second debate. I kind of watched 30K. To be fair, I only watched the second video. I didn't know anything about the first. My bad. No, actually, Christian Valeris, that's interesting. Where did you watch the second video? Did you just watch the VOD or did it get released? I haven't checked recently. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Most normies don't keep up. A lot of people could just watch like basic news. True. Well, I'm kind of guessing, but meeting way too many people who refuses to believe in updates. Yep, true. The foundation stuff is really based. It just wasn't really algorithmically popular, but we'll bring it back for the essay channel, I promise. And also, like, so just to share kind of the vision real quick, I am about to raid somebody else, but basically the vision is 40K is bread and butter. It makes the most amount of money, gets the most amount of views, people are engaged, they like it, they leave comments, they talk shit in the lore videos, they fucking love it. They love it. Bread and butter. It makes more money than anything else, and as a result, we have to focus on it as content. However, I still love doing debates and all that kind of stuff, and we want something lucrative and fun to bring back to the politics community. So we'll be returning the Heated Hippie. CSP just offered to be the debate moderator as a backup, and I believe Not So Erudite offered to do that as well, meaning that I don't just get to host, but sometimes I get to participate, which would be fucking awesome, super fun. We get some good memes in, it gets heated, it gets weird, all that kind of shit. So actually, Heated Hippie coming back and trying to take be the spiritual successor for Hippie Dippy, I think is going to be based, and I think it's going to be good for Twitch poll and YouTube poll. So we'll do that. Then I will do one-on-ones, but I'm probably going to be declining them more often if there's not a point of contention. So basically, it's like you have something that you disagree with me on, and we're going to talk about that kind of thing. Just so if I'm doing a 1v1 stream or whatever, it's just going to be interesting to the audience, and not just. But I will obviously make exceptions for causes that I think are worth it. So don't hesitate to send me a DM. So that'll be the debate channel. Then when it comes to the essay channel, we're obviously going to be doing like high quality debates, not high quality debates, high quality essays whenever I feel like it. So if I need to drop a manifesto or if I'm passionate about one subject this month or something like that, we'll just be dropping essays as we see fit. But eventually I will bring back, especially when we're full time, I will bring back the foundations episodes. So yeah, because I do think as much as they're not important, they're not impressive algorithmically, I do think they're important. So yeah, I don't wait for August to create cuts. Based. Heated Hippie, like lighting a hippie on fire. Lol, should have gone for Clout Bouts. I don't think Clout Bouts has the same ring as Hippie Dippy. We're trying to pay homage. We're trying to pay homage to the original. So, the one above all, what should counterpoints get you for Christmas, my lord? Listen. I'm paying for my family right now, so we're doing enough shit as is. All right, so Twitch, you are going to get rated. YouTube, I still haven't figured that shit out. I'm sorry. Like I really wish that I could figure out the raid system before I stream, but we'll figure it out. I'll get with Taze because we need to start helping folk out. So, anyways, Leith Waterkai is playing Darktide. So if you want to hear a black pothead cuss while he murders demons, then enjoy. Goodbye, Twitch chat. I love you. Parasocially. Bye. That is Twitch chat gone. Christian Valeris, have a good night, Connor, in chat. See you tomorrow. Love you parasocially, buddy. And, yeah, the Foundations videos came in at a good time for me. My initial college major didn't pay off, and I was feeling super lost and kind of fucked in life, so thank you for those. My pleasure, Jonah boy. We're going to bring him back. We're going to bring him back. But I appreciate y'all. it was fun. We had a beautiful and fun night. I wish you all the best. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. You will see me before the holidays, but I wish you all the best. Have a great one.